Good afternoon, everybody. It is January 21st. This is our regular City Commission meeting. We're glad that you're all here. We'll call this meeting to order. I know that there are many folks that potentially are tuning into this meeting for the first time, or the first time participating in a City Commission meeting via Zoom or any other manner of interaction. So I want to just do my best to share with you how our meetings are conducted and what opportunities you'll have to participate. So the first thing that we will do in just a moment here, we will adopt our agenda. We adopt our agenda in two phases. We first adopt our consent agenda. And so there are about 10 items on our consent agenda, and we'll adopt all of those items with one motion, one vote. We will pause for public comment if anybody wants to comment on any of the items on the consent agenda. After that, we will adopt our regular agenda. There are some modifications to both the consent and regular agenda, mainly some new backup added, but there is the added item of traffic safety that will be on our business discussion regular agenda item. Every person has the ability to share their thoughts and comments on any particular issue on our agenda. You'll be given 3 minutes to share your thoughts, and we will take everybody's input on every individual item on our regular agenda. For general public comment, that is reserved for any items not on our agenda, and everybody will be given 3 minutes to speak to that as well. We first take public comment that was recorded on our public comment voicemail line, and then after that we take people over the phone for a period of up to 30 minutes. If you are tuning into this meeting to speak on traffic safety, that item is on our regular agenda, so you'll want to wait until that agenda comes up before the commission. We happen to have a very packed agenda at this meeting, and so I am suggesting for everybody's sort of ease that we make that a time certain item for 7 p.m. tonight. So everybody will know exactly when that item will come up, and then they can listen to updates from our city staff on what we are doing towards increased traffic safety, particularly for people on bikes and pedestrians. And then we'll take public comment on that as well. So that's the plan. We have another time certain item for 3 o'clock, which is dealing with COVID-related items. And then if the commission approves this agenda as it's been modified, a time certain item for traffic safety at 7 p.m. this evening. So I hope that was clear. And with that, I will turn it over to our clerk of the commission.
Okay, our first item is the adoption of our consent agenda with modifications. Our first update is file 200718, Advisory Board and Committee Annual Reports, additional backup added. File 200751, 2021 City Elections, added item. File 200746, acquisition of additional conservation lands for Hogtown Creek Headwaters Nature Park, added item. File 200747, the Equity Summit Partnership Agreement with Gainesville, Florida, a request to remove that item.
Okay, thank you very much. And I called you clerk of the commission, and I'm not paying attention to our charter changes. Madam City Clerk,
Okay.
Feel free to correct me anytime you want. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we adopt the consent agenda as modified.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, a second by Commissioner Ward, that we adopt the consent agenda with the stated modifications, and if you're watching us, you can see them on your screen as well. So I don't know who we have with us today. Is it Adam? I do. I see you up there. Adam, welcome. Adam will be moderating our call-in line and public comment throughout our meeting today. And so Adam, I'll turn it over to you for public comment on the motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners. We do have one speaker on the agenda itself, Mr. Nathan Scott. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the adoption of the consent agenda, I also have concerns about the adoption of the regular agenda, which I'll get to in the next opportunity. I would ask the Commission to remove CA3 or to defer it to the next City Commission meeting since you have a packed agenda. The operational update information for GRU, I think the Commission needs to take a look at that. Routinely, you guys really don't discuss those important items and the little, Easter eggs of information that you can find that are buried in there. But I think what you'll see, GRU, was on a campaign last year to say it generates nearly, 40% or 30% or whatever number they like to throw out there of total energy production from renewable energy. And I guess that's great, whatever they want to, put out there. But if you take a look at the data for December for the first quarter of FY or fiscal year 21, they're not generating a whole lot of renewable energy in comparison to other things. The biomass plant generation is not to budget. So I'm not sure how you guys are going to make your claim about how renewable you are, because you guys like to do that all the time. But you guys might want to look at the fine details of information embedded in there. Also, too, with respect to the biomass plant outage, I saw Mr. Bolarski had sent an email to the Commission. I also think that if you look at the details within the depth of the operational data, you'll see a little bit of a difference between the narrative that Mr. Bolarski presented and the narrative that was originally presented in that data to the UAB with respect to the force outage and the wiped bearings on the generator. The point being made with respect to this and why there should be discussion is Mr. Bolarski has alleged to the Commission, it's easy to bamboozle the Commission and bedazzle you guys with whatever they say, and that's fine. He stated that there was a loss of lubricating fluid from a leaking hose, and you couldn't see the leak, both of which are probably true. However, every turbine bearing and turbine generator bearing I've ever seen in my life, and I've got extensive experience working on that and lube oil systems, has a site indicator gauge on the bearing. To the extent you couldn't see the leak in a hose and you couldn't see the oil dripping, but you had an alarm go off, there should have been watchstanders looking at the site indicator gauge on every bearing,
Scott,
looking for visible signs of lubrication.
Mr. Scott.
So thank you, Adam, and I think that's why the Commission needs to take the time to look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have no further comment on the agenda. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons? Is she there?
She's absent. She just wants
Okay. And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Simmons absent. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is adoption of the regular agenda with modifications. File 200720, clearboarding ordinance, additional backup added. File 200750, traffic safety, added item. File 200529, implementation for parks, recreation, and cultural affairs, master plan, and continued acquisition of conservation land, new backup.
Thank you. And we were suggesting to make the traffic safety discussion time certain for 7 p.m. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified, as well as having item 200750, traffic safety, as a time certain at 7 p.m.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to move the adoption of the regular agenda with the stated modifications that you see on the board, including time certain for item 6 there, the traffic safety discussion for 7 p.m. tonight. Sorry, Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a quick question, and I'm hoping that now's the appropriate time to bring it up. But the item about the Police Advisory Council, did we change the way that we are calculating that?
We did not. I believe there might have been a miscommunication between what I established and what you heard. So I'll explain that again, and if you need to retally, we can do that before you turn in your sheet.
Okay, I got very specific written directions, which are the ones that I followed. So
I understand. Those were slightly different than what I. Anyway, there was a break. There was a gap in communication somehow, but I'll let you know when the item comes up.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and move to Adam for public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one public commenter on the regular agenda item. Mr. Nathan Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. So with respect to the adoption of the regular agenda item, I would ask the commission to remove the GRU AMI agenda item from the regular agenda. And this is why this is important. And I know Commissioner Simmons, you asked some really, really, really good questions. Commissioner Sacco, you asked some questions last time the item came up regarding the GRU CRM, which was dismal economics on that, but it was approved by the commission despite public objection. In this case, for the AMI, which is Advanced Metering Infrastructure, smart meters, the GRU presentation, there's no backup in there that supports economic investment of $80 million with a return that is dismal over 21 years of $1.6 million, okay? There's no pro forma analysis, no detailed financial analysis showing the CapEx expenditures year by year, the savings year by year, if any, when those savings might materialize. There's no discussion about the rate impact to GRU customers from making an $80 million investment. There's no statement that this is revenue neutral, which means there will be a rate impact. With respect to the savings, we don't know where these savings are materialized. They hope that they're going to get savings. Typically, savings from AMI result from you don't need meter readers, so there's going to be some displacement of GRU personnel, or should be, if there's going to be savings. So there's no detailed information, commissioners, to support the commission making a well-informed $80 million investment here. You guys are being asked to rubber stamp something. And putting this into perspective, in 2010, FPL asked to make a pilot program smart meter investment and offered returns far in excess of what GRU offered in terms of their investment. And after the Public Service Commission granted that, FPL, as they stated under cross-examination in a later rate case, which I got them to admit, was not able to deliver those savings in the years that they projected. It took them about 4 years, even though they were supposed to show immediate savings in year 1. So my point being, if FPL can't do it, and FPL is the best managed utility in the state of Florida, FPL can't do it. I'm not sure GRU can do any better, but certainly the economics of this are dismal, and the economics of this investment are not supported by the backup information posted on the agenda item. So I would ask that this commission respectfully remove that. Again, we need to be fiscally responsible. This would be laughed out of any boardroom, commissioners.
Thank you.
The two of you that have MBAs on this commission should know what I'm talking about.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Adam, do we have
Thank
any
you.
other members that wish to speak on adoption of the regular agenda?
No, sir. That is the last of our speakers. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. All right, next up, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is general public comment, and we do have one recorded voicemail on our line.
This is Jeanette Davis. I was wondering, what is the police department? This is Jeanette Davis. I was wondering, what is the police department doing about the Tent City area right there on 3rd Avenue between 21st Street and 20th Street? Is no home, is tents there, cars are always there. Drug-infested area. It seems as though they're taking over the entire neighborhood down in that area between 3rd Place and 3rd Avenue. I was just wondering, what is the city doing about that? Is it legal for someone to have that live in tents right in the middle of the city, and the city is not doing anything about it? Thank you.
So thank you. So Mr. Manager, if you, hopefully we have her contact information. If we can have somebody from our staff reach out to her, that'd be appreciated. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's all that we have on the recorded line, so we'll turn to Adam, I believe, for live public comment.
Okay, very good. So once again, general public comment is for items not on the agenda. If you're calling in about traffic safety, that is on our agenda and has been scheduled for a time certain of 7 p.m. tonight. But anything that's not on our agenda that you'd like to share with us, we'd love to hear from you now for a period of up to 30 minutes. All right, Adam.
All righty, Mr. Mayor, we have just one speaker at the moment, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I want to echo the recorded caller regarding the tents popping up in woods. She gave a very specific example. You know, I've seen other examples over here off of Newberry Road, across from Burger King, a little bit further east. Again, I echo that concern. I think that the city needs to evaluate its policies because you know, we spend taxpayer money to provide you know, ability for those in need and less fortunate at grace. I think some of the generosity and policies of the commission are attracting homeless panhandlers, drifters, and they're all over town. And having lived in Gainesville the majority of my adult life and during college, I haven't seen anything like this. And it's getting to be out of control. There's panhandlers on every corner on all 4 sides of intersections, Waldo Road and University, Newberry Road, Archer Road. It's just getting to be something that I think this commission needs to address. Again, no one wants to impede anyone's First Amendment rights of speech, panhandling of speech, but again, it's creating a pedestrian and traffic safety issue, which the commission already has the ability to enforce by obstruction under state law, but that really hasn't been actively enforced despite my comments several times as to why that's not being enforced and giving actual locations and the description of those locations that would facilitate enforcement. So while Commissioner Ward thinks it's the job of the citizens to report things, I do, and you guys don't take any action. But you know, that's what government should be doing. We shouldn't have to tell you what's going on in terms of fixing our crumbling roads and sidewalks. I think it was very arrogant of Commissioner Ward to say that. Finally, with respect to citizen participation in meetings, I think I just gave 2 examples, 2 valid concerns about asking politely to have items removed or reconsidered from the agenda. Cited factual concerns, cited good reason and rationale for why the commission should listen to some of the concerns of the constituents that call in and take their time, that have subject matter expertise, including myself, utility and other issues, but the commission doesn't have any of it. And you wonder why we don't have unity in the city. It's because you're disrespectful to those that don't drink the Kool-Aid and embrace your political narrative and your social change agenda and your social engineering. I mean, you know, we just want good governance and fiscal responsibility at City Hall, but it's evident that when there's no discussion with respect to concerns that are raised by your constituents, that you're really not listening. And that's okay, because maybe the people will get upset because you guys think you're elected by some mandate, but being elected by being elected by a majority of 13% of the registered voters, being 7% of registered voters elected you, and in some cases 4%.
Mr. Scott,
I don't think that's a mandate at all. I think you guys should start listening to public comments.
Mr. Scott, that's time. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have no additional callers. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. We do not have, for public comment, it's only call-in.
It's only call-in right now?
Correct, yeah. We have some different rules for COVID.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you all update that policy?
When we started meeting live in person again.
But y'all had public comment the last time I came here a month ago.
For individual issues, we do.
Okay, but
Yeah, just not general public comment. For individual items, we do, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Our next item, please.
Our next item is business discussion item 1, 2021 Canvassing Board appointment.
Okay,
With
I
the
understand maybe more than one person wanted to serve, which is a good problem to have. I guess those who are interested in serving, if you want to throw your name in the hat and tell us why you're the best choice for the commission. For one reason, you don't have to give money to anybody running for office. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to do it if no one else wants to do it, but I've already done it in the past, and if there's a commissioner who has not done it, I'd be happy to support them.
Very good. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've never served on that board. I'm interested in getting in the middle of it and seeing the insides of how we do it. I've been on 3 ballots, but I've never served on the canvassing board, and I welcome the opportunity so that when people complain, as they will, about the validity of our elections and the soundness of our system, I can respond with absolute surety of how we do things.
Yeah, thank you for your willingness. I will tell you that every commissioner should do this at least once. It gives you so much insight into the security of the process and just the validity. I was able to do it several years ago when I was a city commissioner, and really just gave me a tremendous amount of respect for the supervisor elections and our entire staff and how they do that. So I think it is good to spread it around and certainly give people who have not had the opportunity. It is a big commitment. It is a lot of time, but well worth it. So Commissioner Saka, looking at you for a future canvassing board to serve as well. Okay, Commissioner, did anybody else want to, I know you've done it in the past, Commissioner Simmons, but okay, so Commissioner Santos, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I believe this will probably be our last one unless we have any special elections.
Oh, you're right.
County one,
Yes,
so
yes.
Congratulations on making history there.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ward, I move that we appoint Commissioner Ward to the canvassing board.
Okay, is there a second? Second. would hope you could get a second for that one. All right, very good. Motion by Hayes Santos, second by Ward, to appoint Commissioner Ward to the canvassing board for the 2021 regular city commission election. There'll be 2 seats up for election, Gainesville at large and District 1 this coming March. All right, so any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? We'll take people in the chamber first. Okay, we'll turn it over to Adam.
Adam, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. I didn't catch that. Yes, we have one speaker on BD-1. Mr. Nathan Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the appointment to the canvassing board, the agenda item recommendation states that the commission can appoint a commissioner, or in the absence of the commissioner, they can appoint the city auditor. Appointing the commissioner to oversee the canvassing of the election that the city controls is like appointing a fox to guard the hen house. I think something that would be far more transparent, far more in terms of confidence in the process, far more in terms of integrity, is having the city auditor be appointed, who's a neutral party, who has a fiduciary duty under her CPA license. This whole commissioners on canvassing boards, and mixed in with the local party politics that you guys do. I just think that it would be better and more objective, and represent more confidence in the election process on disputed ballots, and reviewing ballots if you had the city auditor. That would be my preference. I'm not sure why the commissioners are so giddy to jump on there, but they certainly are, under signaling that ran for office 3 times, but I've never seen the backdoor side of this. Well, it's well intended. You can go watch. Anyone can go observe. But in terms of the integrity of the election process on a city-controlled election, which used to be a little bit different in terms of how who ran the election, used to be the supervisor. Now it looks like the clerk has undertook qualifying and everything else. But I would have more confidence in the city auditor being appointed. I respectfully would request the commission to do that. I know you all, because you don't listen to the public, you don't listen to well thought out and well articulated concerns. You just ignore them and do what you want. But in this case, I think the city auditor is one of the options on the agenda item narrative, and I think the city auditor is more objective, and I would respectfully request she be appointed to serve on the canvassing board for the city elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, we have no comments further on the public line. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for the public's benefit, these public canvassing boards are open to citizens. I believe they live streamed the meetings over the last election. The care that is put into the integrity of elections is so well thought out in the laws of the state of Florida and in the service that is done by the supervisor of elections. The supervisor of elections conducts the election. We certify it in the same way that other elected bodies certify other elections. And so I don't normally speak out whenever disparagements are made in the public, but now is not the time to be casting false accusations and statements about the integrity of free and fair elections in this country, especially after we just had a failed coup d'etat in Washington, D.C., not even a few weeks ago. So I hope that people watching will understand that, that having elected officials participate in the canvassing board is the way that it's always been done. And if you're so interested, you can come by and watch the democratic process play out, because it is interesting, and it is enjoyable, and so I think that's why my colleagues serve, and that's why I serve, and so I just wanted to say that, because I know we've got new people watching, and sometimes people who like to run for office and not succeed like to cast disparagements, and I think it's important that we push back.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I served on the canvassing board, and I just want to let the public know that was not the case, what the caller suggested. The notion that it's run in a manner that's not democratic and fair is just not true. That was not my experience. We have a wonderful staff here at the city, our clerk of court and her staff, in addition to the supervisor of elections, Ms. Kim Barton. And so for someone to assume and make those allegations, it's just really inaccurate, and that was not my experience, and that has not been the case that I've seen since I've been on this commission. So I want to reassure the public that we do run a fair and democratic process. Again, if you want to be a part of the process, you can go to the supervisor of elections office, sit in. It's open to the public. It's a democratic process and it's a fair process. So I just want the public to know that that's something we do get right here at the City of Gainesville and also at the Supervisor of Elections Office. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, both. And so I'm going to read to you from our charter. The Board of Canvassers for all elections held for the election of city commissioners or mayor and for questions submitted to a vote of the people, except when state law requires the county canvassing board to be used, is as follows. The mayor pro tem, or a member of the commission, a citizen appointed by the commission, and the clerk of the commission. That is what our charter says will compose the Board of Canvassers, the underlying document of our city. It goes on to say, if either the mayor or mayor pro tem or mayor of the city commission is unable to serve, a candidate who has an opposition in the election to be canvassed or is an active participant in a campaign, the city auditor or designee shall replace that member. In this case, we have several commissioners who could serve, not just one. And so we would be violating our own charter if we were to appoint the city auditor. Finally, it goes on to say the mayor pro tem, or the member of the city commission, or the replacement shall serve as the chair of the Board of Canvassers. Sometimes I don't understand why the most basic elements of our processes are challenged when they're right there in our charter. Furthermore, I think we need to be very aware, as Commissioner Ariola pointed out, that it has become a tactic of a certain element to try to cast doubt on the legitimacy of our elections. And we saw that to devastating effect 2 weeks ago. And so we absolutely must push back against any person or group that tries to cast doubt on the legitimacy of our elections, to disparage our supervisor of elections and her ability to run a free and fair election, because it undermines the basic principles of our democratic government. There are things that we should have vociferous and passionate disagreements about. Some of them are going to be on our agenda today. But holding fair elections should not be one of them. Upholding our city charter should not be one of them. We need to pick our battles more carefully. So with that, I will go ahead and move to a vote. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Ward, for your willingness to serve and put in that extra time. And good luck to all of our candidates. We have qualifying coming up next week, and we'll know exactly who will be running for those positions by the end of the week. All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is business discussion item 2, appointments to the Police Advisory Council, with a recommendation that the commission discuss appointments to the council and take appropriate action.
Okay, thank you. So we have a palindrome. We went from 16 applicants to 61 applicants. Thank you very much to the clerk's office and communications for helping with that outreach and getting so many people interested. It was a frankly difficult task to go through all of those resumes and applications and narrow it down. So where we are, we have 11 open positions. The terms of those positions are staggered. So there'll be 4 people, 3 people, and 3 people appointed to different staggered terms. What I asked, and Commissioner Johnson, I apologize if from my mouth to your ears there was some sort of telephone effect, if you will. But what I asked every commissioner to do through the clerk's office is rank your, so this is sort of a rough try at ranked choice voting. So you would rank your top applicant with a score of 11, and then your next ranked applicant with a score of 10, on down to your 11th ranked applicant would get a score of 1. And then we'll add up all the scores that everybody has, and then the top 11 will be our appointees. with the top 4 vote getters getting the full term and then sort of on down to the other staggered terms. So I believe, has everyone turned in their tally sheet to the clerk, to the EAs? Okay. So what we're going to do is allow you to do that. We're going to take a recess, allow everybody to get their tally sheets turned in, and then the clerk's office will add those up, and then we'll reconvene and bring us back the results. And at that time, we'll take public comment as well on the item. Okay? Everybody clear? Okay, we'll be in recess for, I don't know, 10 minutes or so for an undetermined amount of short time. All right, a very short amount of time later, we reconvene. So, oh, they even put them in order. Okay, very good. So, I just want to make, yes, okay. Here are the, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's a tie there, okay. Okay, so we do have a tie, it looks like, for our final member. So we will go ahead and we'll just have a runoff vote between those two. So here are the top vote getters. Number 1 vote getter was Commissioner Master de Casa with 37. Commissioner from long ago. Bob Cohen with 33, Milford Griner with 33, Fareed Johnson with 30, Evelyn Fox with 27, Andrew Miles with 26, Sheila Payne with 24, Duncan Purvis with 24, Ernest Walker with 23, Keon Young with 16. So those are our top 10, and then with 15 points total, we have Craig Carter and Brittany Melvin. So we'll need to re-vote between those two. We can decide how to do that. I mean, we can actually tally and re-vote, or we could make a motion to accept one over the other. So let me go to Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank all of our applicants. The reapplication process was, something that I think at the beginning I didn't initially support, but because we got so many different applicants the second time around, it ended up being a really good process. And city boards are always changing. There's always openings, and there's always some new way to get involved. So if you didn't make it this time, keep a lookout. There'll be more opportunities. That being said, Mr. Mayor, I would like to, from my seat, offer my support to Craig Carter. And if I may make a motion to accept the 10 applicant names that you mentioned from our ballot, and Mr. Carter as the Police Advisory Council.
Okay, a motion is second to accept the 10 top tally getters, and then did you make a motion for Craig Carter?
For Craig Carter.
Okay,
yes.
so the top 10 plus Craig Carter being our 11th member. Just so we know, and you might want to include, actually, we should include this in the motion just so it's clear. That would mean Master de Casa, Cohen, Griner, and Johnson their term would expire in 24. And then Fox, Miles, and Payne would expire in 23. Is that right? No. Fox, Miles, Payne, and Purvis. Purvis, I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name, Purves, would expire in 23. And then Walker, Young, and Carter would expire next December in 22. Okay, so there was a motion and a second. Second was A. Santos, was that right? No, Ward. Okay, Madam Clerk, the motion was made by Ariola, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner, who do I have there? Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I won't support the motion, if only because I think Miss Brittany Melvin is a better candidate. Given her experience with domestic violence and everything centered around it, I think she brings a much needed perspective to the board that you won't get through the other candidates. As a Black woman who works in domestic violence, she sees all kinds of triggers and I guess the sources of a lot of different violence and police interactions, good and bad. So I think she can bring a different perspective and would be a better candidate than Mr. Carter. So I will not be supporting the motion, if only because I think Ms. Melvin would be a much better candidate.
Okay, and we can always split these two, but the top 10 and then the next one, because there's a lot of
Mr. Mayor, and that's why I made the two parts separately.
Sure,
Let's
yeah,
split them.
okay. Commissioner Hay Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Craig Carter would be great on this board, but Ms. Melvin was, I think, my second highest ranked person, so I'm with Commissioner Sacco.
She's actually your number one ranked. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Commissioner Sacco and Hey Sanchez. Look, you know, I know Craig Carter well. I've spoken to him about this particular board. He has been the first to admit it has been lacking in diversity, especially diversity in age, but also income, ethnicity, race, geographical distribution. He loves his service on this board. I also know that he would be more than willing to step aside for somebody like Miss Melvin to serve. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and support Miss Melvin. Commissioner Johnson, I don't see you have your hand up. I just want to make sure you didn't want to weigh in one way or the other.
Yeah, sure, I can weigh in. Is it possible to put this up on the screen? I know that you read it out, but
yes, I think
clerk can.
I think so.
Yes, I can do that
Yeah,
right now.
okay, I thought you had it on an electronic version.
Okay, that's not it. Sorry about that. How do I get back to my... My meeting controls have disappeared. Just one moment. Here we go.
Guys in the back, is the dot cam working? We could, I could throw it up there if it is.
Mr. Mayor, while Ms. Gainey is Clerk Gainey is figuring that out, can you? Oh, here it is. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Can you bigify that, Madam Clerk?
Let me see. Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
So just at the bottom of your screen there, you see there's Craig Carter, and then right below him is Brittany Melvin, both with 15. Commissioner Johnson, did you have anything you wanted to?
I'm looking at this list and I am not going to be able to support the motion. I know that when we opened this back up, we were opening it back up because we wanted a very diverse group of individuals, as you mentioned, in age range and race and also experience. And I was really, I went through these resumes very carefully, and some of these folks on here, it was a really hard choice. And I appreciate everybody that has put their application in. And it's certainly nothing against many of the people on this board. It's just not the right mix of people that I feel that we need to be on the Police Advisory Board to provide a kind of well-rounded suggestions. So I'm not going to be able to, but I do thank everybody for applying.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So we have a motion to appoint Master DeCosta, Cohen, Griner, Johnson, Fox, Miles, Payne, Purvis, Walker, Young to the board, and then we'll take a separate vote to appoint Craig Carter, which is the original motion, after taking public input. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Craig, for applying, but after hearing my colleagues, I'd like to change the motion so that we can pass this motion to appoint, what was the second?
Melvin?
Melvin.
Okay.
That's the second part of the motion.
Okay, so then it's to appoint the top slate and Melvin as our 11th member, not Carter. And so I think we can vote on that without splitting it. Does anybody want me to split it? Okay. So we'll go over to members of the public that wish to speak on the motion or the item. We'll start with anybody in the chambers. Welcome.
My name is Danielle Chances, and I was actually here at the last meeting, and I definitely supported that you all reopened the applicant pool. I think that you all did a really great job, and I'm glad that there were 61 applicants. Sorry, I had an alarm for 2 o'clock.
You're good.
And so I think there was a lot of success here. I will say I'm a little bit disappointed in the outcome, not because I'm not on it, because I would happily give up any spot I could get on that advisory council to the people who are directly impacted, which I see some of those individuals are on here. But as I look at the list that's on there, the one thing that I don't see is diversity when it comes to age, because I know a good amount of the names that are on there, and I don't see, to my knowledge, but one person under the age of 30. And you do need people, in my opinion, who are young and who, you know, there's just a generational thing. People have different approaches to the way we address issues, and I think that it's a space where sometimes the city commission runs short or falls short is not getting enough input from the youth. And when you look at movement across the country, it's the youth who is pushing the needle on progressive values and stuff. And so I think it would be a big mistake not to reconsider that and try to get at least 1 or 2 more people under the age of 30 onto this police advisory council to inform decisions. That would just be my opinion.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing with us. Sir, do you wish? Yeah, come on down. Oh, yeah, 1 second. Sorry, I forgot to remind everybody about that.
Good afternoon. My name is Ernest Walker, and I'd like to thank y'all for the opportunity to come to the microphone and speak. This is my first visit at City Hall. I've never heard my name in a place like this other than the courtroom, and I'm in the process of going through Justice Reformatorium. I've been in Gainesville 42 years. I've seen a lot. I've seen the changes, the transformations. I know a lot of people that's still causing trouble in Gainesville. I know a lot of people that's bringing Gainesville to an uprising. I'm familiar with a lot of the kids that's in the area. And I just think that having somebody that's been close and came up in those neighborhoods can really spark a change. You know, having different ideas, agendas set, and just, you know, bringing like diversity to the table, I think is a very smart move. This is like I said, this is the first time that I've ever approached a situation like this. Not wanting to say that I want to be on the advisory council, but just to change where I came from a courtroom to the city hall. You know, I just wanted to thank you, man, and I just feel like we're rolling in the right direction.
Excellent. Well, thanks for taking the time to come down today, and thanks for sharing your story with us. I think that was a compelling story that, you know, really impacted certainly me. And I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but you know, it took courage for you to share that. It took courage for you to apply, and it's going to take courage for you to lead on that board. So the work is all ahead of you. You've gotten past the easy part. But thanks for being with us today. And I'll go back to Commissioner Simmons.
I just wanted Mr. Walker to know that you were my number one choice because of your story.
Yeah.
And I just want you to know that you can make a difference, that you have a story to tell. And so hopefully with this newfound direction that you can make a great impact in our community. But you were my number one choice. You're welcome.
Thanks, Commissioner Simmons. So just to recap, the motion is to appoint 11 people that were the top tallies in our polling here. The 11th member will be Brittany Melvin. There was a tie with Craig Carter, but Brittany Melvin is part of the motion. The 4 commissioners' terms ending in 2024 will be Master DeCostas, Cohen, Griner, and Johnson. The 4 ending in 2023 will be Fox, Miles, Payne, and Purvis. And then ending in 2022 will be Walker, Young, and Melvin. So with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor.
What's that?
Johnson, and we haven't taken online comment either.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, Adam, turn to you. I very much apologize.
Thank you, sir. We do have 2 public commenters at this time. Mr. Nathan Scott, you are number 1, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I want to thank the 2 prior speakers. I thought that they both made excellent points for consideration of the commission. Doesn't look like the commission's going to vote their way, but like I say, I think that they made very good points. So again, I think with the concerns being raised by those speakers, the commission should take a hard look at the composition of its advisory board. Not necessarily opposed to who's being selected, notwithstanding the concerns raised by the speakers. But I do have to question whether an advisory board is necessary. GRU is an independently accredited police department, oversaw by, in part by the City Commission, but their mainly oversight is themselves, the procedures, and the independent accrediting committees. The City Commission routinely ties the hands of our dedicated law enforcement officers and tells them how they should enforce the laws of the state of Florida. I think that's inappropriate. I think it impedes independent accreditation. GRU does not have, GPD does not have the problems facing other police departments that warrant, swift and immediate action. So again, my concern is having another board on top of a board. I know the board exists, but again, GPD is resource constrained to begin with. I mean, they're doing everything they need to do to be able to have 19 officers on any given shift to patrol the city. The City Commission has reduced the number of sworn officers patrolling the city. And I think that has an impact on not only a response time, but GRU's ability to have an active police presence, which is deterred first crime via patrols, as well as the community policing program that GPD has implemented so successfully. I'm not really sure, the need for this additional oversight board. It just seems to be another level of city government bureaucracy. But anyhow, that's my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, we have one other speaker on this issue, Mr. Colin Hines. Mr. Hines, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your process today. I'm concerned that my experience with boards that are all volunteer and that drum up support for additional applicants have, in my experience, have resulted in several people applying that are not fully able to complete the commitment. And I did a little bit of research between the last meeting and this one. And one of the things I found based on other cities setting up citizen advisory boards is for them to have a strong litmus test for prior to becoming a member of the board, and then also to evaluate the success of the process, not just the outcome of the board. And so a year from now, I'm curious what would be a success criteria of one of the members of the board. Would that be attendance? Would that be completing the amount of work expected? I spoke with some of the prior members of the board before it was this Citizens Advisory Board, and they shared with me that there were several hours, sometimes many hours every month as part of the work product for this board. And I'm curious how, after a year from now, do we evaluate if the members selected today have been effective, or if that litmus test hasn't been achieved? And is there a litmus test? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Mr. Mayor and Commission, we have no further comment. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to speak to Ernest Walker if he is still there. I wanted to thank him for applying. You were number 4 on my list, and you are exactly the kind of person that we need to hear from in the city as we make policy decisions. So thank you for applying. I really encourage you to stay involved and to apply for other boards on the city that might need your perspective and point of view. So thank you, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, thank you. He said thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Yes, and Mr. Walker is not the only person who will be serving on this board with a similar story, somebody who's been incarcerated, who's dealt very firsthand with the police department, and who has come out the other side a model citizen and somebody who we are proud to call a board member and a contributor to the city. So there are going to be some very powerful voices on that board, and that I echo what Commissioner Johnson says. Speak up, speak often, and make sure that your experience is part of that decision-making process. Okay, so with that, now, Madam Clerk, we will move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. Thank you again, all who applied. These applications will come up, 3 of them just next year. So keep active, keep involved. These meetings are public meetings, are open to everybody. Everybody is welcome to attend, virtually and give input. So just because you're not on the board doesn't mean you can't contribute and participate. We encourage everyone to do that. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
I did want to say one more clarifying thing. If you noticed, while the tally screen was up on the computer, I did change the dates. So instead of the term expiring 2024, it's 2025, because if you all remember, initially we were to appoint these seats in December of last year, but now since we're in 2021, to give everyone the full 4-year term, I just did make that adjustment. I wanted that to be clear.
Okay, so all those dates I said just get bumped out 1 year?
1 year. Yes,
Very
sir.
good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is BD3, Special Magistrate Request Release of Liens, with the recommendation that the commission approve with modification or deny the code enforcement special magistrate's recommendations to authorize the mayor and/or city manager to sign any required documents as outlined. And I won't read all those in its entirety, but they are all printed on the agenda for the various properties listed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Santos, you asked for this to be pulled from consent, and so I'll recognize you, and then we have, I know, City Manager Feldman available to answer questions as well. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't think these have ever been brought to us, but I guess they were supposed to under our ordinance. I guess I'd like to kind of have a brief discussion just about our liens and how we release them and how I think we have a policy here that we never really actually kind of enforce because we just always kind of give up liens and we never actually foreclose on properties that are problems. And I think that's why we have properties that have been under fines for 20 years or longer in our city. And they just continue to be issues over and over and over and over again. And we never actually take action and foreclose on those properties and then actually put them to better use. So they're not bringing down the neighborhood around them or a vacant home that could then be used for affordable housing or something like that. If we were able to foreclose on something that's just vacant and we could put it back to use. So I guess I have a question just to the city manager, kind of where we are in terms of kind of that process of actually kind of where do you see us kind of on moving to on these? I mean, some of these are like $1.4 million. That's an incredible amount of money that's been there for a period of time of accruing, and we don't really take action. So I feel like to get the city manager's thoughts on how, or are we changing our policies? Are we going to start kind of taking real action on these properties that have been kind of banes on our community? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Mr. Philbin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, and I will answer Commissioner Hayes Santos' question as I go through just some background on this. So under Florida law, we as the city have the ability to levy fines on properties that do not comply with our various codes. And when we do that, the cases are ultimately adjudicated and fines placed on by a special magistrate. And Mr. Braswell is here, and I know he's going to want to make some comments to you as well. Once the properties get fined, we have a system where we lien the properties for the amounts that are fined, including the accruals as they go on. As I read the state statute on there, those liens run in favor of the governing body of the entity that has imposed it. In other words, the mayor and city commission. And in consultation last February with the city attorney's office, we agreed that that the rescission, reduction, mitigation of any lien that's in place is an action that has to be done by the mayor and city commission in a public meeting, unless you delegate that by ordinance to some other party, which you have not done at this time. So periodically we get requests that go to the special magistrate, Mr. Braswell, to reduce liens, mostly because properties are being sold and the liens are a encumbrance on the property and the buyer and seller want some sort of resolution on the lien before the property is closed. That's not all the time, but I'd say Mr. Braswell can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the majority of the times in which you have a request for a lien reduction rescission before you. The way that we have done it in the past is the special magistrate has heard that, has basically placed an order in place. The lien has been sent to the mayor for signature, and just ministerially, the mayor has signed those on there. As I indicated in our code enforcement workshop back in February, we were going to start bringing these to the city commission, and that's what we're doing now. With regard to what Commissioner Hayes Santos questioned, that's partly one of the reasons why we're here, because we need to understand the philosophy that the city commission has with regard to how much you want to reduce liens, under what conditions you want to reduce liens or not reduce liens, and so forth. And also, we need to talk ultimately about when we don't get requests, And that may be a discussion for a different day, but what does the city commission want us to do with properties that do have outstanding liens on them? If they're not impaired by a large mortgage, we may want to foreclose on them, take control of those properties, put them back into housing inventory, or if they're commercial properties, put them back on the market for so that they become thriving properties again. So that's a discussion. I will tell you that there's one property at this point across from Roper Park where we are working with the city attorney's office, where we are initiating foreclosure on a lien that's in excess of $1 million. And we can talk about more details about that if you have any questions. But today you have several properties that are before you. Mr. Braswell has given you a recommendation on each of those properties. We're looking for the commission to take action, which is either to approve that recommendation, approve with a modification that recommendation, or to deny the recommendation on each of these matters. And then we will take the appropriate ministerial action to effectuate those decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Mr. Braswell, would you mind, first of all, just introducing yourself? I think there might be some members of the board that haven't actually met you. And second, can you perhaps share with the commission the sort of decision points that went into the recommendations for each of these 6 items?
Yes, thank you. I'm Jeff Braswell. I'm your appointed special magistrate in code enforcement. That means that I'm the judge that decides the cases. So typical is that we have violations. People don't mow the yard, don't take care of the garbage. A lot of landlords that leave their properties where the tenants are living and less than the standards I think that the city commission would want. And so we really only have as our tool to force that compliance, the penalties, and it's my decision to decide those penalties. And on this, for our discussion today, it's my decision on the reduction and rescission of penalties that might amass. So I do want to start by saying what an honor it is to serve in this capacity. I've been doing it 4+ years. I have kind of a quiet practice, so I thoroughly enjoy the interaction with the public, and hopefully that I'm showing due respect to the citizens and giving everybody an opportunity to be heard. I do want to acknowledge the hard work of your staff, the code enforcement officers. I think when they signed up, they didn't realize they were going to be frontline on the pandemic. They were in charge of the mask mandates and making sure businesses were in compliance. And it's a big step from taking care of mow the grass to, I think, some of the interactions that your officers had. So I did want to just kind of, let the commission know Pete Backhouse is your code enforcement manager. He's doing a great job. Greta Moreau and Todd Martin are your supervisors. They are always available and doing a great job. But it's your frontline officers, the ones that really appear in front of me most, that I do want to acknowledge. Officer Podolsky, Officer DiMuccio, Officer Lardner, Gates, and Norris, Officer Norris. They're all as conscientious as any employee that you would want to find anywhere. And finally, Kelly Laughlin, who is she's the clerk of the magistrate. And so going into these rescissions, so, it's a broad, and really, I think, Mr. Mayor, you had asked me to kind of speak directly to these cases. And I'm not so sure it would be unusual to do so in a way. Because if you look at us, and I look at this as a court proceeding, and it's quasi-judicial, and that's the speech that I give each opening for my hearings as I go in and I say to everybody, hey, you have an opportunity to be heard, hear the evidence against you, call and examine the witnesses. These are things that I think that are critical, fundamental to a fair process. And so I'm here as a judge. You're in effect the appellate court. And so I don't know that I've ever heard of a judge going to the appellate court and explaining what on a specific case. Now I'm here to talk about, in general, what my philosophy is. And then I noticed, like, I read over the agenda here today, and candidly, I'm struck by kind of how little information really makes it through the filter up to you as the appellate court. And so you guys sitting as judges and wanting to kind of, evaluate what I did, which I think is what you need to do, and make sure that, like Mr. Feldman pointed out, are we philosophically following what this commission thinks we need to do with these properties? And some of them are notorious. Okay, I mean, I'm talking manifesting drug sales and violence, and then some of them are just really eyesores on the community, and some of them are pretty new. So I think that, so let me start with the fundamental principle. Okay, let's go to the old ones. And obviously you've got a couple on the agenda today that are like 6 and 7 figures. And I know you got to be wondering, why aren't we collecting these? And is this really, that's a lot of money to the city coffers. What justifies the reduction and rescission of a fine that large? And the answer is that these properties are, often in the middle of neighborhoods. They have maybe been left to heirs. There's a lot of explanations of how these properties get to where they're at, but they're no longer marketable. Okay, and then if the city, you have to appreciate that, they may be $50,000 to $100,000 properties in good condition, and so when you have a fine of $300,000 or $400,000 on a property like that, no one can afford to buy it. Therefore, it sits there and it attracts vagrants and isn't the kind of property that we want to know for. Now, the city has the right to foreclose. And Mr. Feldman and I discussed this, and I've discussed this with Mr. Backhouse as well about how the city can approach this. And it's a great potential source, in my mind, of low-income housing and opportunities, all kinds of things that could be done. The city's not doing any of it. So unless the city is going to be driven, and that would take a lot of work. There's a lot of structure within the bureaucracy that would have to go toward how to take those, how to select them, what to do with them. And so you'd have to have new employees, presumably. I mean, I don't know how you would approach that, but it would be a kind of a big job. And I think that's why nothing's been done. And therefore, the properties just sit and deteriorate indefinitely. And so the only tool we have in the toolbox, so to speak, about how to move it forward and bring it into compliance is to reduce and rescind the fines. Now, what I can tell you is that we interview these people the best that we can from the dais, serving as the magistrate, about what their intentions are as far as fixing them up and getting them back on the market. I think you'll note that one of the items on the agenda today, I think we put on that it has to be sold and closed within 60 days. And the reason that we've done that is that we've seen one time, this happened only once, where we learned our lesson and fixed the problem, but with the 60 days is, people will come in and say, hey, we're going to market it, we're going to sell it. We reduce the fine to 0, and they go, aha, now I got a free and clear property, let me make the profit. So we require them to be moved and sold. We do our best to try and make sure that an investor is there to put the value back into the property and put the value back into the neighborhood so that it's a property that everybody can be proud of. And we do the best we can. Now, there's some of these properties that you'll see that still have a fine on them $1,000 and so forth. That's because in my determination, I looked at it and said that this party has remaining culpability, that they were somewhat of a bad actor. Now, I try and keep it in context with the value of the property. I try and keep it in context with the criminal justice system and the penalties that they're handing out. But that's why you see that. So a lot of times these properties are just notorious. They need to be moved. We've got investors that are in line saying, please help us reduce these. Whatever money that I might get from them, if I went to an investor and I said, okay, give us $3,000. And that's how I'm going to reduce the penalty. I'm going to reduce it to $3,000. In my mind, that just takes $3,000 away from the neighborhood. And I say to myself, okay, do I want the $3,000 in landscaping? And even if it's in profit, I mean, which is the other thing. But even so, I want to facilitate and encourage investors to come into these neighborhoods, take these properties, fix them up, and do good things for the community. And so when I've evaluated these cases, I've done the best I can with the information available at the hearing and to make those recommendations that you have before you today.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Braswell. And if you don't mind sticking around, we've got some, it looks like comments or questions from the commissioners, which may be best directed at you or maybe the city manager, but that was very helpful. So I appreciate that. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. But first, before I get started, I know we have a 3 o'clock time certain, and out of all honesty, I would really like to continue this another time because to me, I think this is more to it than this. And I have a lot of questions that I would really like answered. I'm looking at the liens that was provided today as backup, and 4 of the 6 are in District 1. And so I would like to have the opportunity to really look at what's going on with our code enforcement, with our lien process, and just have more time to assess this particular situation. And I don't think 30 minutes is enough time for me to ask the questions that I would like to ask. I feel like we would be rushed and hurried, and I don't want to be rushed and hurried on this topic. This is a very sensitive topic, and I would like to have more time on this. So I would like to ask Mr. Bronswell the question, then I'm going to make a motion that we continue this at a later date so we can really have a conversation about this topic.
Commissioner, I'm fine with that, but we do have some other commissioners that also have questions, and so let's get those all on the table.
Okay, but I do have a question for him. Okay. Mr. Braswell, how long have you been the magistrate?
I don't have an exact date, but I want to say a little over 4 years.
And you were appointed?
Yes.
What's that process like? Who appoint you? How does that work?
I was interviewed along with 3 other candidates, and I was selected.
Through the city commission?
Through representatives of the city commission.
Oh.
It was through staff, one of the attorneys, and the manager of code enforcement at that time. It was a 3-person panel that interviewed me against the other candidates.
Okay, and is this a paid position, or you just appointed on, you do this on voluntary terms, or?
It is a paid position.
And this paid through the city?
Yes. Yes.
Do you mind telling us how much you're paid?
It's a matter of public record, so $1,250 per hearing. And that includes preparation of the orders, any other matters for that month, in effect.
Okay, and I guess for the city manager, do we often go out and solicit this position? How does this work, city manager?
Actually, Commissioner, I can't tell you what the process is for retaining the special magistrate. I would defer either to Mr. Backhouse, who's on here, or Ms. Shalley. Like, no.
Yeah, and actually, Ms. Shalley, if you could, I think I could give it a try, but you're probably better at it than I am. the commission created this position about 4 years ago for some specific reasons, including a code enforcement board that was selectively enforcing. They were enforcing their own views, they were not acting in a quasi-judicial manner. So they were sort of imposing their own philosophy on the decisions they're making, not what city code said. So that was a big reason we moved to a magistrate that could be more objective and impartial with those types of policies. Ms. Shelley, are you on? Can you talk a little bit about the position and the hiring process?
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm not certain about the hiring process, but the mayor is correct. Your code of ordinances currently recognize that the city commission could either have a code enforcement board, which as the mayor said you used to have, or you could have a special magistrate, and the code section 2-376 reads that the city commission would, by resolution adopted from time to time, specify whether the board or the special magistrate is authorized to exercise such powers. And the reason it's limited to those two choices is because of the Florida statutes that govern code enforcement proceedings.
Okay, thank you. And we have Mr. Murray, our sort of stand-in human resources assistant city manager that can, I think, fill in the rest of the blanks.
Mayor, members of the City Commission, Ms. Shalley is correct. 4 years ago, the commission decided to go with a magistrate instead of a code enforcement board because there was inconsistency on how information and how fines and penalties were issued. So that's why they went to the magistrate. Also, they went to the magistrate because the magistrate had the ability to issue subpoenas to require people to come, if necessary, to the hearings. The way the process went was that we went out, Commissioner, we went out for a request for a magistrate. We went out to a bid process for a magistrate, and we went through the process, and the current magistrate was selected. That's how that process works. And from time to time, I think they go back and to determine whether or not the contract had expired. They could go out and get another magistrate if need be, if they feel that the services have run its course, or in that particular case, the magistrate resigned or took on other duty and responsibility. But the code enforcement has the ability to, at the end of his contract, to actually go out and seek another magistrate. I'll be happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Yeah, Mr. Murray, how long is the current contract?
Commissioner, I do not know, since I've been moved over to other responsibility. That was something Mr. Backhouse or whatever would have to answer that question for you.
Mr. Brazel probably knows.
Yes, it expires, I want to say, in September or October. I'm not sure if I'm to do the September hearing or the October hearing of 2021 will be the end of my 5-year term. And I'm the second magistrate. I'm not the first one that was selected. There was somebody else who served for about 18 months or something like that.
I'm sure it coincides with the fiscal year, so it's probably September 30th is the end of the contract, I'm guessing. Ms. Shalley, did you want to hop back in?
I did, thank you, Mayor. While you all were talking, I did find the section in the code, section 2-391, that sets forth the entire process for selecting a special magistrate. And as Mr. Murray said, it's through a solicitation process with the contract then being approved by the City Commission. The code doesn't specify a particular term for the special magistrate. It just says that that will be set forth, the term and the compensation, in the contract that was approved by the Commission.
All right, thank you both. Commissioner Simmons.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to let everyone else ask their question, and following that, I'm going to ask that this be continued at another time. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the city attorney. I was going to ask to have some of her input as well. because I want to sort of bifurcate the issues in front of us. One being a general philosophy of how the City Commission wishes to administer, or rather create legislation to administer our code enforcement powers. And the second, which is what's been presented in front of us, which are 6 particular properties. Because those are, I think those are 2 different discussions, and we're really inviting lengthy and, if not altogether, coherent debate if we confuse those 2 items, because the phrase quasi-judicial was thrown out there, and while I may disagree with using that phrase, when people's properties are, when fines on people's property are put up before a board, that is a very easy characterization to draw. And so I am with Commissioner Simmons that I would really prefer that this not be handled today. But Commissioner Hayes Santos, you brought this, you wanted the commission to discuss this. So if you could remind me again, what were the exact points of thought that you were interested in hearing from your colleagues, so I can contribute to that before we move this off the agenda.
Commissioner?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, I think we need to, there has been no policy on what to do with these properties that just accumulate fines forever and ever, and then so what I would like for us to do, and my ask, I would like to, I'm fine with continuing the item, but that we also direct staff to come back with a draft policy on what to do with these properties, and when do we foreclose, is it a length of time, is it a dollar amount, and then also kind of those guidelines for what do we do after those properties are foreclosed on, do we put them out to affordable housing and things like that, because I think that is a policy we don't have and I think we need, and it's one of the issues we have is we have buildings that for 20 years are sitting there and nothing ever happens to them, and I think we need to take more proactive action is what I'm looking for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So I think I'm in agreement. We do need a policy for that. I'm looking at, I'm not going to name it, but there's a property here whose first violation was August 3rd, 2007. I was still in high school, so that's a long time. I don't think we should be allowing these properties to accrue fines, and this isn't even the biggest fine, and it's been lasting that long. But I also don't think the commission should be in the position where we are going against recommendations of the special magistrate. I do like that process better than going before a board. I think that the special magistrate is fair, impartial, and based on the considerations that I've heard today, it seems as though there's a good philosophy behind these recommendations. And as far as government foreclosure on properties because of liens, that's a policy discussion I'm going to be very interested in, because I think that is a power that the government should exercise rarely and only in very strict circumstances. I think that's a power that is, just like police powers, only in certain circumstances, because I worry about overreach, and I particularly worry about a board such as ours foreclosing on people's private property because of liens against the recommendation of a special magistrate. I'm not saying that that's happened. That's just a theoretical. So that discussion itself is going to have to be, I'm very interested in that discussion and making sure that there is a strict limitation. Because I'll tell you, hearing the magistrate talk about all the consideration that's given these properties and fines, I wish the criminal justice system would give the same consideration to fines and whatnot that are levied on people and not property. But that's a philosophical discussion for another day. So that being said, I am also in support of continuing this item to another day. But in that same motion, if we could also include the commissioner's request because I do think that that is a policy discussion that needs to happen, because I really don't think it's appropriate to have violations dating all the way back to 2007 that we're dealing with here in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank the magistrate. I tune in and sometimes walk in, more so before COVID, but I really do appreciate your work, and I do think you do a fair job representing the city in terms of when people come before the board or before the magistrate. And I do think a magistrate is a much better way to do that. I don't ask if Commissioner Simmons is going to make a motion that she would also that she would add that portion about asking staff to come back with a draft policy on foreclosures and what to do with these properties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we continue item number 200647 and have staff come back with a draft policy for foreclosure guidelines. Is that what you wanted? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
And let's put a date certain on there. So is my math right? February 18th. Is that a meeting, Madam Clerk? I don't have a calendar in front of me.
Yes, that's correct. Your next meeting will be the second meeting in February. Well, the second meeting in February is dated for February 18th.
Okay, is that okay, Commissioner? I think that gives staff enough time to.
If that's enough time for staff,
okay,
that's fine.
So continue this item until February 18th and include in that item some information on a draft policy for foreclosures. Commissioner Johnson? Oh, your hand's back up. Commissioner Johnson.
Unmute. There we go. Thanks. Considering that we are continuing this item, I'll save my my comments for the next meeting. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Back to you.
And also if we can have staff send us the criteria for the RFP for the magistrate, how that worked, the process. I just like to look at that.
Okay, include the hiring process for the magistrate, social magistrate. Okay, very good. And maybe the current contract, just a copy of the current contract so we can see that. Okay. Was there a second? Seconded by Hayes Santos. Commissioner Simmons made the original motion. We will now turn it over to members of the public. Adam, over to you.
We do have one public commenter, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. Appreciate the discussion that was had on this item. Appreciate the magistrate's explanation on his roles and duties. In reviewing the agenda item, I think the magistrate is correct. There's not individual details supporting each specific decision, nor probably should there, but just reading of the agenda with the eye-popping numbers on some of the properties, I think it's good for the commission to actually stop and take a pause and consider its options with respect to forgiving some of these liens that are on the property versus foreclosure. Appreciate what Mr. Feldman said about the city's desire to foreclose on one particular property for all the right reasons. And there was a comment made by Commissioner about that the liens and interest and fines shouldn't accrue. Well, in the real world, folks, if you don't pay your property taxes, I can guarantee you they're going to sell a tax certificate and your property will be foreclosed if you continue not to pay your taxes. So code enforcement is no different. If there's a legal basis to support, code enforcement action and a fine, that's what the city's supposed to do. Sometimes it's justified, sometimes it's not. That's the role of the special magistrate as an independent, objective person, is to evaluate, looking into homeowners versus the city's claims and ascertain or try and find a good, happy outcome and result to disputes that arise and fines thereof. But appreciate the commission taking the time to go take a critical look at this. I think this is something certainly that's worth the time, and appreciate the commission doing such. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, we have no further comment on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, very good. And anybody from the chamber want to speak on this motion? You're good? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, let's move back to the commission. And the motion is continue this item to our second meeting second regular meeting in February, and bring back some additional information at that meeting. So with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, I was looking forward and I don't see any 11-minute or 12-minute items on our agenda. So what we're gonna do is go into recess and reconvene at 3 o'clock. So we are in recess until 3 o'clock.
Perfect.
Okay, we're going to come back to order here. Thank you for that brief recess. We have our time certain item for 3 o'clock, which is our COVID-19 update. There's a few different subtopics under this item, but we're going to start off with something that I'm excited to be able to share with everybody. A project that the city's been working on with the University of Florida, trying to learn how to nudge people into healthier activity and behaviors. And a lot of work has gone into this, and we're really hoping that this can help us model positive actions and activities for our neighbors, with the goal of protecting public health and saving lives. So with that, let me turn it over to our city manager for introductions, and then we'll get into the meat of this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As you know, we've been trying to figure out, as every community around the country, especially university and college town-oriented communities, are trying to figure out how to have the proper response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And cities around the country, around the world, are trying various different things. And for the most part, we've had pretty good compliance with the protocols within the city. But we noticed, and as the Commission has pointed out to us on occasion, that we're not getting compliance in some of the hard-to-reach sectors of the community, primarily centering around bar and restaurant activity in the evening hours, Thursday nights through Sunday night. So we enlisted the services of the Center for Public Interest Communication to help us try to devise strategies that were different from what everybody else was trying around the country. And we started discussion back, I think, in September with Ann C. Wright Cristiano and her team, and came up with the proposal. We sought partners in terms of funding. Nobody wanted to join us, so we went on our own and proceeded to fund up this project and this research. And since mid-December, we've been analyzing the results and starting to work through an implementation plan, testing prototypes. We're at the point where we're really going to get into the gist of trying to implement these strategies, and wanted to share the work that the center has done with the City Commission and our neighbors out there, and talk through some of these strategies as we move forward. So without any further verbose comments by me, I'm going to introduce Ann Cristiano, who can sort of introduce the project from her perspective, and the members of her team who are joining us today. And they have a presentation to walk through with you. Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Dr. Cristiano, we're thrilled to have you with us today, and your entire team. Thank you for so much of your hard work on this, and I'm excited that a larger audience is going to get to learn about what work you've done and what lay ahead.
Thank you. We're so honored to be able to share this work with you today, and we were honored to do the work to begin with. When the city manager reached out to me in September, I was very eager to bring the kinds of work that the center does to a city that we care so much about. We care a lot about the health of our city. We care a lot about the health of our businesses in the city. And so we were so grateful to be asked to apply what we know to make a difference on this. I'm Ann C. Wright Cristiano. I'm the director of the Center for Public Interest Communications. I'm joined by my colleagues Annie Neiman, who is our research director, and also by Matt Sheehan, who is our managing director. The center takes research-driven approaches to finding solutions for vexing problems, and we work with organizations around the world to do that. However, when the city manager reached out to us, we also knew that we needed help. We needed a partner who really understood this community and really understood this audience. So we were fortunate to be able to bring in the agency, which is part of the College of Journalism and Communications. It's led by professionals, staffed by students, and given the nature of the group of people that we were really trying to reach here, we knew that this project would not be successful unless we included leadership from students and the unique abilities that where the agency is so incredibly talented. So it's been a really effective collaboration, and so much better because we had the opportunity to work with them. So our research process included bringing in scholars from a range of disciplines, doing a great deal of social listening, looking for bright spots from other cities who might be doing things that we could begin to emulate here. And then we synthesized all of that research, and the agency took that research and turned it into some collateral that we're beginning to get into the bars and restaurants even right now. We can show some of that to you today. We've also shared this with many of the bar and club owners downtown and gotten some really great feedback from them, both about the overall initiative and the specific tools that we're creating for them. What we'd like to share with you today are some of the insights from the research, as well as we'd like to walk you through the collateral. So you'll be hearing from me, and on the agency team, you'll be hearing from Mark Rottensteiner, Sammy Green, and Stephanie Strickland, who led this effort on the agency side. Annie, Matt, is there anything I should have added as a preamble? Okay, great. Then I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that I can share some of the research. Sorry, my screen's doing something a little bit weird. Apologies. Okay. So I've already given you an overview of this project, but we really started this with the idea that we had to take a harm reduction approach, that the risky behaviors were already happening. We weren't going to get people to stop going out downtown, nor did we really want to. And we really wanted to support our city's businesses and their desire to serve paying customers, but also keep their staff safe and keep from limiting the spread of the disease. Okay. In the center, we look at social change and driving change through these 6 spheres of working through laws and restrictions, or working through news media, working through economic factors, or activism. We look at social norms and nudges, and we also look at communities of influence as different spheres through which we can drive change. But for this project, we really wanted to focus on the community of people who are engaged in an issue, and also how we could take a social norming approach. Social norms are our perceptions, the behaviors of people like us. We also, those of you who have a marketing background or engaged in strategic communications are probably familiar with the term audience, as who is our audience for this project. But we really wanted to focus on thinking about those individuals as actors. Who are we trying to get to act differently than they are right now? Because this is not a passive group of people that is waiting for information or direction. They're making their own choices based on their own lived experiences. So we approached this project through social listening among college-age people in Gainesville, and we also looked at other college towns. We looked for bright spots. We looked for places that have been maybe doing this right. We looked at the existing published academic research related to social norms, politicization, coolness, emotions, and media effects. We had interviews with bars and club owners, but also with the young people who are going to clubs. We talked to bartenders and bouncers and other workers. And we engaged in a national survey of young people relating to their healthy behaviors and what guides their choices. We developed some sample environmental tactics, and we held focus groups with some of the social young people to gain their feedback about how likely they thought those tactics would be. And we also did a local survey of target actors to get additional insight about the tactics. So these are some of the researchers who participated. We engaged political scientists, social psychologists, neurologists, behavioral economists in this process. So here's a quick summary of what we learned. Online conversations are focused on people who aren't following the safety guidelines. So the students who are staying home are feeling some animosity towards those who are partying because they're making a sacrifice and those who are going out aren't. That's their perception. We didn't find anybody who's really influential among students on science issues. But we did find local science-based we did not find local science-based organizations that were consistently promoting proper safety protocols. And we also found that there was no bar or club that we could look at that was considered a bright spot, that had the tools to really address this and was finding success. We also looked at these potential bright spots from other communities, and we saw that university communities with low rates of COVID-19 are really small communities with not very much Greek life and extensive testing, far more testing than we're able to do here. That they have high levels of compliance with contact tracing and self-quarantining, and that local health departments are shutting down bars or passing mask ordinances that carry heavy penalties. We're seeing really extreme measures like banning people of ages 18 to 22 from gatherings of any size for 2 weeks, or restricting service in bars to seated patrons only. And we quickly said, these are not things that are going to work in our community. We also looked at existing peer-reviewed academic research, and we learned things like how important it is to use the right emotions, focusing on emotions like pride and hope instead of trying to shame people for not engaging in healthy behaviors or making them feel fear. We thought about using humor, and humor could be used to make the perception that it's inconvenient to wear a mask seem smaller. We saw clearly that it's important to avoid emotions like fear, disgust, and shame. And we saw a lot of evidence for the power of nudges, particularly environmental ones, and in the context of establishing social norms. We also saw that it was really important to build messages in the physical spaces where these behaviors are happening, so that we didn't have a bleed through where we were reaching people who weren't in those spaces and creating a perception among them that these harmful behaviors were more common than they were. We also saw that another benefit of environmental nudges is that people get reminders of positive behavior in the place they're expected to exhibit it. So it's not really helpful to see a message about wearing your mask when you're out in the bar when you're at home, unless it's a reminder to make sure you bring your mask. Particularly when people are drinking, they're not going to have really strong message recall, so it's important that they get that reinforcement in the places that they are. It's also important to be really affirmative of how people see themselves. We thought that we might find some bars and clubs that appealed to younger patrons that were really successful in getting people to wear masks, and we didn't find it. However, we do think that one of the things that we might do in the future is some intercept interviews with people in clubs who are wearing masks to find out why. And we saw that research on behavior in the context of uncertainty suggests that people want to be consistent, even when they are required to do new things. So connecting some of these behavioral asks with cues to values that they held before the pandemic is likely to be successful. And you'll see how that manifested itself in the creative work we'll share shortly. One of the things that we saw in the research and we saw in the environment is that if you don't use the language cues that young people already use in their communication with each other, they're not going to see it, they're not going to hear it, they're going to feel like it's not for them. You have to use language in your messaging that shows you've been listening to them to build trust. We learned that there are two forms of coolness. There's cachet coolness and contrarian coolness. One is associated with friendliness, competence, and attractiveness. The other is about being rebellious. So we have to kind of mix those two forms to create an opportunity to connect with what different young people perceive as cool. We think that bystander behavior could be really important. However, bystanders need support. They need effective messages before they can intervene. In talking to club owners, one of the things that we heard is that they have a perception that expectations from different regulators aren't consistent, and they feel like it can be hard to navigate among them to determine which information is accurate. They told us that their most successful interactions with the city have been as partners working together. And they've also said that they've had to use their own resources for creating outdoor spaces, for doing additional sanitizing, for creating signage. All of that has been a financial burden at a time when they are already hurting. The bartenders told us that they feel personally at risk, that they worry about making their family members sick. They said that the bars are really loud, and even if people are wearing a mask, they often lower them to lean in and order because they don't think that they can be heard when they're wearing a mask. They said that they feel like the patrons don't care about them, that they don't care about their safety. And they said that the signs are up that people are required to wear masks, but the patrons don't see them, they ignore them. We talked to students, and students across the board, those who are engaging in low, moderate, or risky behaviors, have really different perceptions of what people like them are doing. They have really different perceptions of the dangers of COVID-19 and whether they're likely to get it or whether they have a personal responsibility to prevent the spread. So all of this points us toward creating environmental messaging that creates an opportunity to affirm the different kinds of identities and behaviors that people are engaging in. So I mentioned that we also participated in a national survey, and this survey provided rich insights across a range of topics, but the most critical finding was that people's perceptions of the behaviors of people near them and in their communities are the single greatest predictor of their behavior. So more than their political perspective, more than any message they may have heard, what they observe people like them around them doing is predictive of their behavior. So we had a few more insights that I want to share with you. One is that harmful behaviors are getting a whole lot more attention than positive ones. That creates a paradoxical norm where even though the vast majority of people are engaging in healthy behaviors, there's a perception that far more are engaging in unhealthy ones. We heard that young people just don't have tools or language for encouraging others to engage in healthy behavior. And there's not a lot of content posted online in public spaces by people who are engaging in unhealthy behaviors, which is suggesting that the use of shame is pushing some of these conversations underground. We also learned that we can't really borrow from what's helping, from what may be working elsewhere, because in Florida we have some unique constraints. Some of the efforts that we saw that were successful in other regions with similar kinds of populations really imposed policies and regulations that can't be implemented here or rely on resources that just aren't available here, such as increased access to testing. We did not find in our bright spots any other city that was using peer-reviewed academic research to design interventions to increase mask wearing and distancing. We saw the importance of using positive emotions like pride and hope and experimenting with humor and a voice that shows that we understand the actors and that we hear them. We saw the importance of environmental nudges and social norming as the two tools that are likely to be most effective. We heard that owners really want to work with the city as partners and to feel supported with resources and access to clear and consistent information. And we heard that each of the owners has economic concerns about using their own resources to create signs and tools and sanitize and create outdoor spaces. And we heard the bartenders say that the patrons are just ignoring the signs. And I covered this point. So with that, I want to hand over to our agency partners to share some of the messages and tactics that they created as a response to that. But before we do that, I'd like to just pause briefly to see if there are any questions about the research phase of the insights that we gained.
Yes, there are. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this. I think this is wonderful. You guys have been very busy. And I think this is the insight that we as city leaders need to understand how to approach this matter. And so thank you so much for doing this. It really shed some light on some things that I had questions about, and you answered a lot of questions so far. One of the questions I have is on your guiding insight from research. You just went over it in your last slide, and it pertains to the business owners and how they want to work with the city as partners. Did you see in your research, because I think what I've seen, and I think you touched on it, and I would hope that you can answer this question, that some business owners look at the city as partners in hoping they can help out with the resources, like the support from resources and access to clear and consistent information. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you have business owners that have a difference of opinions of what those consistent and clear information, what that looks like. So have you ran across the varying differences in business owners and what they think the city should play a role in their particular business? And if so, how have you or did you reflect that in this message?
So, and Annie, I'd urge you to jump in if you've got insights. I think that one of the things that we heard was that yes, they have a desire to have their own identities reflected in the tools that we create. So you'll see that the resources that the agency has designed are not branded. And there are two reasons for that. One is that the branding is kind of distracting from the message. The second is that it creates space for the bars and restaurants to really add their own brands and identities. And you'll also see a sort of range of work offered that creates space for different businesses with different cultures, with different kinds of patrons who may be there for different kinds of reasons, to really sort of use consistent messaging where it matters, but also to choose the signage that is reflective of the culture that they have. And is there anything that you would add to that?
Yeah, so among the bar owners that we spoke with, they were very excited and grateful for collaboration and communication with the city. There was, in some instances, some skepticism as to what could really work in the reality of what a Friday night looks like in their bar. But they were all very much open to experimenting with the resources that this project would bring to them. No one was skeptical of that, and we're very excited to participate in any way they can. So while there were some who agree with the approach the city's taking and open to experimenting with ideas, there were some that were skeptical, but in general, the ones that we spoke to were eager to participate. And based off of the briefing with the bar owners, it sounds like there were bar owners there as well who were happy to collaborate and tailor the materials for their patrons.
And that's what I think for me that has been the disconnect, where we offer the help, but I think sometimes we don't allow the owners to tailor it to their particular need, because we are policymakers and we're going in with a direct direction. And I think this is helpful for me because every bar is different. Every bar operates differently, and we cannot put one size does not fit all. So this is very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner, one other item to keep in mind as we move forward with this is this presentation today, the collateral that we're sharing and have ready for distribution in the downtown and midtown regions is just a phase of the project that we're engaged with the city. And there's a strong desire both among the city staff, the center and agency staff, and certain proprietors in the region to collaborate as we further roll out this project. So this is, with hope, not the last deal we'll hear in a formal meeting on this project, and certainly not our last engagement with that. So we do hope that collaboration will be key, and our center is very keen on helping the city facilitate those sort of conversations and collaborations as we build what's best for our community.
Dr. Cristiano, I think we're ready to continue.
Okay, terrific. Well, then I'd like to hand over to Mark and Steph and Sammy to take us through the messages and tactics that they've developed.
Yes, thank you, Anne. Appreciate it. Mark Bernstein with the agency at University of Florida. We're an extension of the Public Interest Center with Anne Cristiano, Annie, and Matt, who you just heard from. And our expertise was taking the research specifically from their center and applying that into messaging and tactics that can be applied into the actual environment itself. So specifically taking the nudges and the science that we learned through the message we just went through, the research we just went through, and applying that through specific tactics that are going to be across the Gainesville environment, if you will. So I'll hand it off to first Sammy Green, who is a project manager and student at the University of Florida, specifically handling on this project itself. And then afterwards, Steph Strickland, who is a strategist and also a University of Florida student as well. So Sammy, please take it away.
Hi, thank you, Mark. As Mark said, I'm Sammy Green, and I am a student, and I also am a member of the agency, and have had a lot of fun putting these creative assets together, and I'm really excited to show all of you. If we want to go ahead and jump in. So some of the guidelines that we came up with for the messaging and tactics, we really wanted to focus on do, not don't behaviors. We want to encourage what we want them to do, instead of what we don't want them to do. So a lot of this involves using language that resonates with the target community of young people, the students who want to see going out as risk-free and also a part of the longstanding tradition of being a student. So also use these messagings to stand out within the noisy context of bars and clubs. We want the students to recognize them. As Anne said, right now the students are ignoring them and not looking at them according to the bartenders. So we want to use these messagings and tactics so people will notice them and will kind of get these environmental nudges. And then also associate specific behaviors with rewards, laughter, playfulness, and joy. And so the first material we wanted to show you all was the mask. And so these masks would be specifically for bartenders, and they involve the copy that kind of nudges people to put on their mask, to keep it on when they're ordering, as if you have your mask on, you will receive a drink, kind of encourages the don't pull down your mask when you're ordering, encourages people to actually put on their mask when they get up and want to go get another drink. So mask and you shall receive, sip safely and wear a mask, want a glass, wear a mask. So saying, it's okay that you want to drink, but just please do so safely. And so then some of the external environment messaging we're coming up with, these are the materials that you would see outside of a bar, kind of more in the environment. And so the first few things we're going to show you are some posters that we came up with. And I want to reiterate that all of these posters were made based on nudging positive behavior in order to create the positive behavior norm of wearing the mask and socially distancing, while also not discouraging the going out aspect of it. And a lot of our research was showing that the authoritarian language of you must wear a mask sometimes is counterproductive and encourages people to almost rebel and go against wearing a mask. And so going with keys, phone, wallet, mask, something like that is like, oh, that's what I say when I'm leaving my apartment and I'm going out. That's what I grab. So just kind of like adding in mask to that, making it a norm of just grabbing that. And then the third poster you see here, the down the hatch, around the ear, over the nose, that is saying like, take your drink, but then put the mask right back on. It encourages the safety behavior, but also is saying you can still drink safely in this sense. So we're focusing on the language that's speaking to the audience, nudging them, saying do behaviors, not don't behaviors. All of them are focusing on those positive and powerful emotions of pride, humor, and joy. It's in their language, it's speaking to them. And additionally, after the posters, we also created some floor decals. So what you would see maybe waiting in line for a bar, indicating the 6 feet apart, what people can stand on. And with each of these floor decals, we came up with some different copies so we can circulate multiple different versions of this throughout the city. And also if they need to be replaced because people are standing on them, they probably will get a little roughed up just from people stepping on them, dirty shoes, it's on the ground. So that some of these are just 2 examples of what we came up with, the Party Smart 6 feet apart. And then I believe the next slide also has some more of our copy. Yes. So here's some more, keep that mask up, stand here, we'll fill your cup, stand here, Party Smart 6 feet apart, be gone. And so these are kind of assimilating the current experiences that the audience already know and love into the environment to further solidify the norm of wearing the mask, further solidifying socially distance, like we're not discouraging you from having fun, but please just do so in a safe way. And all of these nudges are in the language of these younger people, of these students. So it's almost like they feel like they're being talked down to less. And this is more of just a, hey, what you're doing is fine, but just please wear the mask, please do it safely, and encouraging the norm of just participating in these healthy behaviors rather than trying to talk down to them or have that authoritarian language of you must wear your mask or you must social distance. It just is a fun way of stuff your face in your own space. So that is what we came up with, the floor decals. And I believe and then we also wanted to show some other materials that we did come up with, but based on our research, it was not successful among students, and we don't believe that these prototypes in the field would perform well. So this was just one of a decal that would teach someone how to salsa, basically just showing you the steps of how to do it. But this also was shown in our research that people might get bored of it or people might just ignore it. It's a pretty large thing on the sidewalk, so it could just be someone looks at it, it's like, oh, what's that? But then just keeps moving on. So we did find that the floor decals that were shown previously are more effective for social distancing purposes. And then the next slide also showed we came up with an idea of gamifying it, making it the floor is lava. But again, this didn't test very well in our research, in our survey, and our focus groups that we performed with students, just because we were saying that they would get tired of playing the game. Someone would look at it and then would get bored of it afterwards.
And we also saw in the research itself, sorry, Sam, I want to add one more thing. We also saw in the research itself, to Anne's point, assimilating other experiences outside of COVID specifically, before COVID, areas or experiences that most of the public has been in and see as positive light. How to take those experiences and now apply it to a similar positive nudge that would encourage better or positive behavior, if you will, physically wearing the mask or physically distancing from those around you. So in the prototypes themselves, specifically in the salsa example or the floor is lava example, those 2 creative assets were to try to assimilate a similar positive experience that you would either associate with childhood or a positive experience that you would associate before COVID. Taking that positive nature and those, hopefully the positive emotions of joy, happiness, and associating that with physically distancing and also keeping your mask on at the same time. For those 2 prototypes themselves, our research showed that they just were not necessarily as cognitive or easy to understand immediately in the moment, especially when impaired with alcohol or waiting in line for a bar itself. So keeping back to the more simple aspect of the decals is our recommendation based on the survey results and our further analysis.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm going to pass this one on to my colleague Stephanie Strickland to go over some of our internal bar messaging.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sammy and Mark, for that intro and for explaining things so beautifully. But we're moving into the internal section of the messaging. And what we really wanted to do here was think through the entire process that students go through, or any bar goer goes through, from the door beyond. This is about more than just a poster on the front door. This is about creating environmental nudges where people are and meeting them in the moment that they are in. So go ahead and jumping right into some of these visual examples. We are starting our bar tour in everyone's favorite spot of the bar, the bathroom. So here we have some mirror decals, and as you can see, our creative team was really purposeful and strategic with where we place these sort of decals, the sort of reminder in a space that there's direct attention, and also reiterating some of the similar copy and visuals from other creative materials, both outside and inside. The next slide showcases some of the posters that are also kind of rehashing some of that similar branding that we saw externally outside of the bar, but with some specific messaging that was very purposeful. So on the right, we have messaging that is about remembering your mask. If you remember anything from tonight, your night out, let it be your mask, right? So that's the first call to action that we create for these bar goers. And then on the left, we have wear it right to last all night. And so that is more performative about how people are wearing the mask, because in these conversations with bartenders, we found not only is getting people to wear a mask the first hurdle, but getting them to wear it properly is an additional hurdle that we are at with this point in COVID. So that was the intention with these two forms of call to actions shown in these posters. We've also designed coasters with some unique visuals and messaging that has to do with mask wearing and getting your drink, just like the initial masks that Sammy showcased. This one is, salt, shot, lime, mask, kind of just integrating into the culture of where people are, and meeting them with that mindset of not looking down on what you're doing, just adding to it, and adding to it in a way that is safe for our community. And we also designed some t-shirts for the bartenders. Again, these are unbranded, so any bar could potentially wear and use all of these. And the idea was, again, just to create these nudges in all of the spaces that people would be encountering other people. So that in this case, ordering from the bartender directly, there is that reminder to wear your mask. And we also have an alternative design on the next slide, I believe, of another t-shirt design where it's like one of them said, if you can read this, you're too close. So we have some fun with the humor on the t-shirts and on the different collateral that we created, because as Anne pointed out earlier in the presentation, humor was a unique way for us to reach these people in a cool, cachet kind of way that felt authentic. And it created a familiarity with the space that they were in. And this was just the alternative design option.
A little bit too fast. Sorry about that.
Absolutely. But all in all of these different internal bar messaging were really thought through by our research and strategic team in terms of how people go through the bar process and how we can environmentally nudge them in all the different interactions that they have, and then beautifully curated by our creative team to both be visually appealing, visually consistent, stand out with what would normally be your orange and blue cliche in Gainesville that we all know and love, and also to meet them with the type of language that they would use. So all of this was very intentional in its building.
And then to Matt's point, what he was saying earlier, this is a foundation or framework that we need to put in place in the market first. Within the research itself, one of the largest problems that we saw in gaps, specifically in Gainesville market, was that there's not a clear, consistent message across all of the Gainesville environment. That's creating the opportunity for people to either forget or to not see the signage when they're going to different restaurants and bars. If every signage itself looks very different or is highly worded, it's just a white sheet of paper with words on it, a lot of bar owners and patrons most likely will not read it and will just simply enter the door or go in without a mask or without having that positive nudge that we see in the research. So specifically in our research, we found that this first framework of creating materials themselves that would be within the environment would create a very clear, a very simple and consistent message across all of Gainesville that would really create the framework and the ground, if you will, to allow us to add additional communications or marketing in order to really encourage positive behavior across the Gainesville environment as a whole. So these themselves are our first iteration, or if you will, our first phase, in order to create that consistency and simple messaging across, and they all have clear, strong calls to action. Like Ann was saying before, each would be consistent, of course, but it would still allow some customization for each bar to communicate to their audiences that are unique to that bar or to that restaurant itself.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mark and Steph and Sammy. I think you've taken away some of these key points. I think that what is most impressive and also unusual about what the agency has done in interpreting this research is not to create messaging that is oppositional to having a great time and going out, but that is cemented within that experience and feels like it very much lives within that environment naturally and makes these behaviors a natural part of going out. And so I'm going to stop. I think that was our last slide. So we are at this point prototyping. We're designing ways to evaluate this approach. We've talked with the proprietors and heard from them about some of the things that they would find useful. For example, one of the things that we've heard is that they really need wayfinding to get to the public space in Lot 10 and some ways to make that space more appealing. And we're going to be continuing to support communications and strategy with the city. So I will stop sharing, and we're happy to hear your comments and your observations and respond to your question.
All right, thank you so much, everybody, Dr. Cristiano, for your leadership and everybody else that helped participate in this. You know, as you know, I've been kind of following along with you the whole time, and it's been uplifting, I think is the word to me, to see the positive evolution of this. You know, it's not a silver bullet. It's not going to overnight all of a sudden solve all of our, you know, issues with people gathering in enclosed spaces indoors and, you know, perhaps not masking. But I do believe it nudges us in the right direction. I think over time it creates a much more positive atmosphere and environment, and you know, we're working at the margins here, and so everybody that participates in positive behavior could be a life saved, and I think that's the perspective. It's not binary, all or nothing. We're just trying to move the dial in the right direction, and I very much feel like the work that you've done is going to help us do that. There are some questions or comments for the commission, so if you all just stick around for a second, in case they're directed at you, we'd appreciate it. Commissioner Sacco?
And again, thank you all. It was very informative, and I appreciate the creativity behind the approaches. I am 1,000,000 years old, so I figure I'd ask you guys because you're probably much more experts than I am. And this might sound like an odd question, but do we have clubs that do not serve alcohol? That are just for like dance clubs?
None that, to our knowledge, none that do not sell
Okay, so
alcohol.
they would all, they might allow 18-year-olds, but you can't drink.
Correct.
Okay.
From what we saw in the research, but that's from social listening and from Google search. That could be incorrect.
Okay. So some of the things that I really appreciated, because kids are going to go out, adults are going to go out. And they're going to go out every day of the week, because I saw folks on a Sunday night at 7 p.m. packed outside a club, bar, I don't know the difference, here downtown, and it was 7 p.m. on a Sunday. So I like the approach of working with the correct influencers, especially inside the bars themselves. I think bouncers and bartenders themselves, they are the gatekeepers. So I really appreciate the idea of partnering with bar and club owners who really want to keep their staff safe, and I think they do. To partner with them and say, you know, you don't have to serve someone if they aren't wearing a mask. You don't have to let them all congregate outside and mask. And that's really one thing that scares me the most, because someone might think, I'm outside, I don't need my mask, but you're in a pod of 20 people. And none of you are wearing your mask because you're all outside, but you're congregated in a tight little pod, and it doesn't make you any safer. You might actually be safer in the bar at that point. So I'd really like to see some of your, some of the strategies that you've outlined under policy and social norm and nudges. especially things like Broward did, where you enforce social distancing outside, which we saw this as a problem at the very beginning when we reopened bars, that people congregate or it's early in the evening. But I think it's one of the approaches I'd like to try. I really like the little stickers and decals on the ground, because sometimes people just don't know the distance. And I would kill for people to stay 2 feet apart, much less 6. But you know, any amount of distance rather than congregating in these little pods that I see constantly, and it kills me to see that, because it's still happening all up and down Midtown. It's happening downtown. But I think working with the right influences of the bouncer outside, saying, you know, if you want to get in, you have to behave a certain way, and you have to follow certain norms and rules, because if you're not going to do it if you can't stand in a line outside, what are you going to be like inside once you've had 2-3 drinks? So I really like that approach of partnering with these influencers and the bars to make sure that folks have a positive reinforcement of these rules. I really like the idea of the microloans to make outdoor spaces, those that have it available. I think that's a very good suggestion, where some restaurants have been able to do it better than others, and I do think it's a matter of funding. So I think microloans to get picnic tables, to get lighting, to get a hand sanitation station, these are small but expensive changes that can make a difference. And I very much like the mask messaging on bartenders, because again, they are those gatekeepers. And I think letting it be known, how to put this, reinforcing that they do have that authority, that they do have that power, and that the city is, you know, these are our guidelines, this is what we expect. I think putting that power in a bartender, I've seen some bartenders who you don't want to mess with. So I think putting the branding and the messaging on the bartender themselves could be very effective. So to that, I had a question though. In clubs, have you noticed in your research, or does anyone know, like, do people just wear their masks while they're dancing, or do they just, like, I'm in the bar, I had a drink at some point, my mask is off now for the rest of the night?
That's a great question for Annie specifically, who focused on some of those interviews. Annie, do you have a perspective on that, and I can follow up after?
So I spoke with, among the bartenders that I spoke with, there was a theme that I heard where people are coming in with masks and then they're taking them off to have a drink, and then they're forgetting to put them back on. There is a small population of patrons who go to the bars who see wearing a mask as an infringement on their rights, and so they are coming in without a mask on purpose. But for the majority of people who are not wearing masks, they come in with it, but then they take it off at some point over the night because they forget, or it gets uncomfortable, or they think, I'm with my friends, it's probably fine. So I think the constant reminder that this is the thing that we do when we're out is going to maybe not solve the entire problem, but remind people that while you're in here, this is how we have fun.
Okay. So to that, I have a suggestion. And again, I'm a million years old, so this may be a terrible suggestion. But I do remember that early on, a lot of the grocery stores, you know, you'd have your pleasant grocery store music, and then every 5-10 minutes would be like, remember, wear a mask. I don't know if any of the DJs or music personnel, you know, you can have your song, you can have your music, but every 15 minutes be like, remember, kids, it's cool to have your mask on, as a positive reinforcement to mask up again, as opposed to, hey, you, put your mask back on. And again, I'm a million years old, so that suggestion may be completely lame, and no one will do it. But I think, you know, it's a little nudge in the right direction while you're mid-partying on the floor, and maybe you did just forget. I know.
Those of us who really are a million years old, we're just deeply offended by that.
Sorry, so I stopped going to bars long before COVID, so I don't know what people do at bars anymore.
Did something like that when we spoke with when we presented all of this to the bar owners downtown, several of them really acknowledged their role in the city as tastemakers. And so I think something like that, where you have the opportunity to invite DJs to create their own version of that fit in with the culture of the club, could be really effective.
That was all. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Just as an aside, Mayor and Commissioners, when we did our walkthrough back in October, one of the big offenders of not wearing masks were the DJs. So, it's also getting them to agree that this is something they need to model. So.
Yeah, not only DJs, but then inviting other friends up to the DJ area with them not wearing masks that just sort of reinforce those, negative behaviors. So you're absolutely right. That's a high opportunity point where you have the person that's the focal point, that's modeling good behavior and making it fun. So I think it's,
I think a mask and you shall receive face mask is equally effective on a DJ, given that people are usually leaning in to request a particular song as they would be on a bartender. And just as flattering.
True. All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues and the presenters for bringing so many smiles to our faces. This is a really lively conversation. Let me begin by first saying that I really enjoyed going through the presentation because I feel as though this was the aspect of research and outreach that was missing. You mentioned that people feel as though there's not a consistent message. That goes all the way back to March 2020. And in particular, the state of Florida has also been difficult, particularly bars, because they were wholesale shut down. I think it was 5 o'clock on a Friday, the governor issued a 30-day close order for bars. So there was no anticipation, there was no thought put into how they would reopen. He actually just blanket reopened them and got rid of capacity issues the day before SEC football kicked off, which in the South is, basically Holy Saturday. And so, we've just had all kinds of problems. And, I myself have come to my wit's end on how to, I did a whole number of tours myself and just, bar culture is bar culture. It has all kinds of problems. A lot of it having to do with mirror neurons and whatnot, but that's the psychology of it. But I think that this research is phenomenal. And for the purpose of our staff and for my colleagues, I really think we need to pursue this with full vigor. It's all about the reinforcement and putting the message in front of people in a way that is catered to them. Because I think what we're really dealing with here, the fatal flaw of the culture of going out to bars right now during a pandemic is that people go to the bar to get away from the pandemic, to live their lives. The paradox being, of course, that they are keeping it going. It's really it's a degree of cognitive dissonance that I cannot square. But the purpose here, I think, is sounds like we finally got some traction with buy-in from bar owners. That is key. I think this really needs our full support, commissioners, and I know that there is going to be a figuring out for what works for different bars, and how to differentiate between how you message with bartenders and how you message with the DJs. It's all very different. But I think that we really need to pursue this, to advertise it, get this going as quickly as possible, because we are still in the thick of the pandemic, and it's going to probably be for a while. And it's been difficult. This has been one of the more difficult aspects of dealing with pandemic policy. But like I said, the research was really encouraging in the sense that, for me personally, I feel as though there is reason to hope that this will be successful. Even in the smallest ways, and the little things matter. And I think someone said that authoritarian language often breeds rebellion, and that's very much true. And I think early on, the initial panic of the pandemic, the sort of condemnation of bars being one of the perpetrators of the pandemic spreading, I think that really worked against us in the long run. So kudos to the research team, and as far as direction goes, I think we're going to need to get some input from management on how to administer that, because this is sort of uncharted territory, and I just want to make sure that we're giving them appropriate direction and guidance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for your work. It's I think it's a good step in the right direction. Commissioner Sacco, one of the reasons why we don't have any dance clubs in Gainesville is because we have an anti-dance law, and we don't allow dancing after a certain hour. We got like a Footloose here in Gainesville. Is that the right movie? Yeah. The microloans, I think, is a great idea, or even grants. I know some of those cities have done that to help the businesses create more outdoor spaces. To your point on the having DJs make announcements and stuff like that, Commissioner Sacco, actually in the City of Tampa executive order or emergency order, they actually mandate that they have to do call-outs and stuff like that inside businesses and restaurants and things like that to wear masks. I think it's a good step, but I don't think this will be effective without regulation that comes with it. I think you have to have this as a part of it, and this is like the pretty face on it to make it, but I think you have to have regulation behind it, because there are those individuals, both I think persons, the residents community, but also businesses that just won't do it, and there's profit motives as well. They come and play, and that's a hard thing to overcome at times. So I don't know I think they need to go hand in hand with regulation, both on capacity and face mask mandates that other communities around Florida have done against businesses. I don't know if we wanted to talk about that now or wait till the next item when we talk about bar and restaurant capacity, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, let's try to exhaust all the questions for this item so we can let all our friends go here. And we'll get to the rest of the items under this agenda item. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the presentation, and I enjoyed it, and I'm impressed with the work that you've done, and it definitely is an angle that we have not tried. I want to underscore, we all got I assume all of us did, got a message from our daily message from the city manager earlier today, and with the totals, and the total number of people who have died in Alachua County is 158 now from COVID. Since, April? So we have to do things, and we have to think differently, because we do have restrictions placed on us in Florida that are not in other places. So we do have to think outside the box, and whatever it takes to get people to take this seriously. I think there's a benefit to the carrot and stick approach. This is the happy face, and if we could do this in such a way that bartenders and DJs could say, hey, let's have fun with this and keep your mask on. But oh, by the way, if you don't do it, then the city's going to come down on us. Make the city the bad guy. I'm fine with that. But a conversation about work with us. We want to be happy and have a great time. Wear your mask. Those mean old people over at City Hall don't shut us down. That's the winning approach, I think. Having it just be led by tastemakers and that sort of thing, and influencers, that's great, but unless there's some kind of hammer on the other end, I don't see it. I think it will help, but to get the maximum impact, there's got to be another end to it. But I'm really pleased with the work you've done. I look forward to moving forward on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, y'all. I appreciate it. One thing I want to just kind of circle back around to and underscore that our guest, I think, brought up several times is this. This is not a final product. This will continue to evolve. I think the priority for us right now is to get this out and get it implemented, and then start really looking at what works and what doesn't, and then we can circle back around. I think what you're hearing is overwhelming support from the commission, and so that really is a strong indication to our staff that this is a direction we want to go, and we don't need to slow things down by sort of always bringing them back. So I think you can work with our staff with what works, what's not working, switch things out and evolve the approach as you learn more. I'm just bringing this up at the front end. We'll need to talk about it with some of our other items here, but we need to talk about how we pay for it. What we're hearing from the new Biden administration is hopeful in that there does seem to be some money set aside for cities. Now, whether that works the same way as it all goes through counties or we get money directly, we'll need to work with our county to try to, if that money becomes available, earmark some of it for this type of activity. Regardless, I want to play a support role, including with the financial impact of this, because it's too important to not do. And if we can't support it financially and the bars can't support it financially just because they don't have the capacity to do it, and it just doesn't happen, then this is all for naught. And I think that's going to spill over to a couple other suggestions I have with some of these other items. But yeah, we're ready to move forward. I imagine we'll get to some sort of motion here at some point a little bit later. And then, Mark, Dr. Cristiano, everybody, will pass along whatever that is to you, and you can work with our staff to start deploying this, this entire approach. So I think we all feel very positive. Thank you. I'll work with the city manager and the clerk to make sure that we get updates, and including if something needs to come back to the commission for further discussion. So with that, thank you. We'll let you go hit the bars and clubs and tie one on a Thursday night. And we will go on to our next item, which is bar restaurant capacity. So this came up last week. It's all blending together. 2 weeks ago, okay, at our last meeting. The county then had a discussion about it and asked their staff to do the analysis, do the economic analysis. That has not yet been done, so we have no new information. I was told by Commissioner Cornell, and I'd like to get the actual studies that show this. Two things. One is, where community spread was happening, and so I think this came from Paul Myers and Letch County Health Department, and my recollection is that it primarily is coming from people living together, so like fraternities, dorms, other congregate living, and then retail, and that bars and restaurants were actually a little further down the list. And then the other, the University of Florida was part of a large national study that was done by outside independent organization that showed significantly lower transmission both on UF campus and amongst UF students than most other places. So we don't have those in front of us, and I think that's two things that the county commission will be considering when they discuss this at their next meeting. So I'm just going to say that to me it's still premature to take any action, because I don't think it's defensible, because we don't have the data and information to back it up. We just have our own conjecture, and so I'm not telling my colleagues that I wouldn't at some point consider doing that, but I just don't feel like we have what we absolutely need, which under the governor's order, which is you've got to prove that there's a riding purpose for doing this. So let's talk about that item for a little bit and try to get somewhere on that, and then we'll move on to open container and then street barrier removal. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the capacity is a hard issue, but I wonder if there's other ways we can get around it. Other communities in the state of Florida are mandating masks be worn inside businesses, and they find the business, and that's what it's allowed under the executive order. And I think we should take that action, and I think we could do things that route that would, I think, help with capacity issues. That you have to be seated at a table to be able to take off your mask, which then stops people all from just standing around because they can't drink. Then they're probably not going to be able to do it. So I think that's another way that we could kind of, in essence, kind of get around things. But I do think we should take that action that that we mandate. It's already there, but we mandate and enforce it against the businesses for not wearing masks, or for patrons not wearing masks inside their businesses. And I think one of the ways is not only allowing people to take off their mask when they're seated at a table to eat and drink. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask City Manager to comment on that in a second. Let me get Commissioner Ariola and then Mr. Feldman. I know that you and your enforcement team have thought about some of these things and even use them at some point. So I'd like to get your input on that. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm in support as well. I think it's not asking too much. Businesses should lend a hand in that aspect. The reason why I brought this up 2 weeks ago, in particular, was because there's a set of experiences that we've gone through in the last year that we can use to predict behavior and outcome. And generally, if we don't do something intravenous, we know what the outcome is going to be. And anytime you have more people coming back to the city with no restrictions, no distancing restrictions, no mask requirements, you have communal spread. And a lot of people don't actually know where they get COVID from. They list where they've been, who they've seen, who they've been in contact with, but there's not an actual. Not everyone can pinpoint where they got it, and so then they say, "Well, I've been to a restaurant recently, or I've been to a bar recently," and so. As I said 2 weeks ago, the governor's order requires that we submit that data. The governor does not describe what passes his office's muster, for example. And in fact, I really think he's punishing local governments with those requirements than anything. But after this last discussion that we've had, we really need that buy-in. We can't afford continuous rebellion from people who we need their buy-in. And this is bigger than the local governments. This is bigger than the businesses. People keep dying. And I really feel as though we need to do something. So I am okay with waiting until we get that county data back. If that data and because I'm also really worried about this new transmissible strain. I've been doing some light scientific research on it. There's not consensus on why or how the strain is mutating. We just know that it's not one new strain, it's multiple new strains, so the virus is mutating in multiple different ways. And so the one that was making the headlines in the United Kingdom was 50% more transmissible. It may be that the United States mutations are not 50% more transmissible. It may be that they're even more than 50% transmissible. Those conclusions have not been made yet. And so if those things do happen, I don't want us to be caught flat-footed if we start to see an increase in community spread. It was only recently that we began setting new records for daily cases in Alachua County. So we are in a precarious situation. So I'm very interested in pursuing that when that county data is brought back. I heard some comments from commissioners. I understand their positions, but it's just something that I think has to be done. So we'll see when that information gets back, and I'd be interested in pursuing that, and of course requiring the businesses to have masks. You know, we're not out of the woods yet, even with new hope. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second, Mr. Feldman. We have Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with Commissioners Santos and Ariola.
Thank you. Can you see if it's plugged in? Like, who's in charge? Okay, Mr. Feldman, as far as, I mean, I know that there's been some discussion about enforcing the mask, you know, on the proprietor, not the individuals, and then the seated only, how that relates to the governor's sort of updated executive order.
So I believe, Mayor, Commissioners, I believe with regard to seated only, that is not something that we can do under the governor's order at that point. At one time we could, but that has been preempted. And certainly I would defer to Mr. Libby or Ms. Shalley on that. With regard to citing businesses for their patrons not wearing masks, that too is questionable as to whether we can do it. Basically, the recourse that the business would have would be to refuse to serve and to ask the patron to leave. And if they fail to leave, then they can call GPD and we would trespass them from the property. But it is not clear under the current regulation whether we could actually cite the business for their patron not having a mask on there. But I would defer to Mr. Libby and Ms. Shelley on the legalities of what we can and can't do. The real issue that we have ultimately is our ability to enforce whatever regulation. And as you know, when we did this first, when we did have enforcement capability, we did have very intensive use of GPD, GFR, and code enforcement officers up and down, downtown and in midtown areas where we had our highest activity. But candidly, it was the whack-a-mole approach where we would go in, we'd warn, we'd get compliance, we'd have to come back and do the same, including potentially, shutting down establishments. So enforcement, I think, is an option, but I just want to make sure we're creating an expectation that, what we found the first time we were doing enforcement is people were complaining, our neighbors were calling continually, complaining we weren't enforcing enough. And so we'd be running literally all over town. Somebody'd say a business over on 13th wasn't complying, and then we'd have a business on in Butler Plaza that wasn't complying, and we were just moving resources from one end of the city to the other.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Okay, up next we have open container policy. So, just for anybody watching's clarification, under The executive, under the emergency order, the commission has suspended enforcement of an open container policy on public right-of-way while the emergency order is in effect. If the emergency order were to end, we would revert back to our underlying ordinance, which prohibits open container on public right-of-way. And so I think there was some concern by Commissioner Simmons of wanting to end the allowance for open container on public right-of-way now. And then there were also some discussions, I think, on the other side of things to amend our ordinance to remove any violation of open container on public right-of-way sort of permanently, or just getting rid of any penalty for that, regardless of whether we're under a state of emergency or not. So we'll start with Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I want to address some issues that Commissioner Simmons brought up, and I think they're very fair issues. I think there are other ways that actually can solve them permanently than the open container, because some of these issues have been happening way longer than when the open container ordinance came about, or was removed. There are some other cities in South Florida. I think one of the issues is having certain bars and restaurants in kind of more residential areas that are very loud and go late into the night. And people are both on the property, but sometimes going around other property. I spent multiple weekends out at different bars with the police until 2, 3, 4 in the morning to kind of really see what's going on. Where I saw the most of it was people on private property, and they were then making noise on private property, unfortunately. There are some ordinances in South Florida that so the state of Florida says that you have to allow bars and restaurants, I think, to serve till midnight, and then the city is up to regulate after that. I'd be curious if the commission would be interested in everyone gets to do it till midnight, and then we could have permits so that we could then revoke to allow them to stay open till 2 a.m. if they're good. If they're good restaurants and bars that aren't causing issues with their around the surrounding areas, then they can keep their permit and stay open till 2, or even have some that open to 4 if we wanted to, if they have soundproofing and things like that. But those types of things would allow us to, the areas where we are having issues, we can remove their permit so they aren't able to stay open past late into night. I think that's where the biggest concerns are. So I think that is a way to deal with the issue and deal with it in the long term. I do think that we should permanently remove the open container ordinance. Open container ordinances were put into effect to criminalize homelessness when the Supreme Court ruled that you just couldn't arrest people for being on the street. And I don't think we should have laws in the books that were designed just to criminalize someone being homeless because they don't have another place where they can drink a beer or something like that. We have laws in the books that can, if people are acting wrong or doing bad things, that we can arrest them or charge them with those things. Just because someone has a beer or a glass of wine, I don't think makes them doing something wrong. I think we have other laws that can be effective. So I would be supportive of us permanently removing the restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then going forward with looking at what other ordinances around the state of Florida to address those issues of the proximities between residential areas and bars and restaurants that are loud. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, did we ask staff to come back, bring us back any examples from any other cities around the state for today's meeting? Was that an ask?
I don't remember asking that. I just remember us wanting to have a further discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Feldman, did you have?
I don't recall it being an ask, but we've been doing that research.
You have been doing it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not finished yet, but.
Okay. So to Commissioner Santos' point, when you discuss the license midnight and by 2 a.m. you revoke. I've heard about that. That's been talked about, but I think we would need to put that through the racial equity toolkit. That's something I'm not opposed to doing, but I think we need to look at how that would impact minority business owners and utilize the equity toolkit for that. So I think that could be one solution. So I'm not opposed to that if it's done through the racial toolkit. The reason that I'm just so adamant about the open container ordinance as it is currently being used, is like I stated earlier, is that it's not, in my opinion, to criminalize the homelessness or those with mental health issues or those with those type of problems. It's to look at the method and way it's being used with those who take advantage of the ordinance, that do and have been acting recklessly and carelessly because of this order. And yes, in some of our neighborhoods and some of our communities, residents are being impacted. Residents and neighbors that are around the campus area. So I think, in my opinion, and I know that some of you all disagree, and that's wonderful, that's fine, that's why we're here. We can agree to disagree. I just think this ordinance is an ordinance that has been impacting our neighborhoods and our communities in a negative way. And I understand bar owners and they're wanting to be able to have this ordinance and get, well, not just the bar owners and just those people that enjoy having a good time, want to be outside, and we, looked at COVID, and COVID made it possible for that to happen. And I just think, as we just have seen so much in around campus, people getting injured, people getting hurt. And I'm not saying alcohol plays a big role in it, but I'm sure it plays a part in some of the incidents that's been taking place. And I don't want to say that for certain. But as we've looked carefully, as I've looked at some of the things that's been happening around our city and our community, this ordinance has been a detriment in some of our neighborhoods, our vulnerable neighborhoods. The block parties that's been taking place, not just in the city of Gainesville, well, not just in my district, but in the city. People taking advantage of being able to have an open container in the middle of the street, and that's just bringing large crowds. And that, again, is some of the ways COVID is spreading. And so I just think at this point in time, our numbers are steadily going up. And we look at, and I think when that happens, we have to really address and just take a step back and say, okay, did this work? We tried this. Is this working? And I think we're to that point where we can say this has been in effect for 6 months, 7? It's been in effect for a while now, and nothing has changed. I haven't seen the change while this has been in effect. I have actually seen the opposite. And that's just what I see, and what you all see is totally different from what I see. And so I think that's what the contention is because my perception and my views and the calls I'm getting is different from what you're seeing and the calls and concerns that you may have. And so that's my concern. And I think it's a fair concern, it's a fair statement that vulnerable people, neighborhoods, and communities are being impacted because of this ordinance, in my opinion. And so I don't know what I have to say to my fellow commissioners to understand this impact that this is having. I don't know what data or research or analysis I have to bring to you all. I don't know if I have to get about 100 or 2 people to come down here and just say, hey, this is impacting our neighborhoods and our communities and our people. I don't know what else I have to do to show you all that this has had a negative impact in our communities. Again, I will entertain the ordinance to revoke if that's ran through the racial equity toolkit. But right now, and I just want to also briefly touch on what I believe is a misconception about the original intent of the ordinance being put in place. and this is just my personal opinion. I don't want to believe or think that that ordinance was put in place to criminalize homelessness. I just don't want to believe that. I know I've been growing up in this community a very long time, and we've had numerous of neighborhood bars and neighborhood hangouts that I think, and this is just my personal opinion, that ordinance maybe was created or put on the books because of that activity. So to allow enforcement to certain groups and certain people, and that's just my opinion, and I may be wrong, but I don't want to think for 1 second that ordinance was put on the books to criminalize homelessness. There was a lot of activities going on in our communities with bars and juke joints and all these other little activities in our communities. And this, in my opinion, was a way to combat that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
To Commissioner Simmons' points about getting folks down here, I've gotten some of the emails already of folks who are telling me their experience, and for them it's been a less than positive experience near their homes, near their churches, which is why I have mixed feelings about this item in general, because I do think, on the one hand, it is a good opportunity for some businesses to have a safer alternative for their patrons to be able to eat and drink outside. And that allowed a lot of bars and restaurants to reopen safely, and for us to contribute back to the economy safely. But on the other hand, there are people who are being negatively impacted. So I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like Mr. Feldman to weigh in on it. Is it possible to restrict this executive order to only be allowed in certain areas? So if it is a problem in certain residential neighborhoods, if it is becoming an issue, just casual sidewalk drinking, is it possible to restrict it to areas like the downtown, like Midtown, so that it is businesses next to businesses, bars next to bars, as opposed to letting it play out throughout the entire city? Would that be a possibility?
I believe the answer would be yes, but certainly I would defer to your city attorney for a final conclusion on that.
Ms. Shelley?
Yes, and I believe that was talked about back at the time when you considered, because what you all did was you enacted an emergency ordinance that suspends the enforcement of the current open container code provisions. So you certainly could have done that. You chose to do it citywide. You could have done that in more limited areas if there were a justification for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Thank you, Ms. Shalley. So I think it as a compromise, because there have been complaints, one compromise could be to kind of study which areas we allow the open container drinking, and it could be, something like, I'm forgetting the road, but something next to lot 10, where, this is a small road that's been closed off so that the bars and restaurants there have access to the parking lot. But certainly not out in neighborhoods next to a church, for example, because why are you drinking outside on the sidewalk next to a church? To Commissioner Haysanto's point on the permitting, I think that's a very good way to curb some of the other issues, and certainly maybe recover funds so that some of the enforcement and cleanup can happen in those areas, and to kind of entice bar and restaurant owners to take on slightly more responsibility about the noise, the trash, those kinds of issues, and to let them, I guess, have some autonomy and some responsibility over the issue. And if they choose not to, then they won't have that permit renewed again. But I think that's a good idea. I respectfully submit the compromise idea of reassessing which areas we allow this in. while I like the idea of like a sort of entertainment district where you can't just walk from bar to bar and enjoy your evening out with a drink in hand or drink outside, I don't know if it's the best policy for our residential areas. And if it is legal to do so, I think it's an approach that we should consider at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of different thoughts on this. First of all, I want to remind everyone that we basically didn't enforce this. Mr. Manager, can you remind us, if you have the information handy, how many times we enforced it in the year prior to suspension?
I think in the last few years, it's been 2 or 3 times, and it was done in association with other violations. And we still maintain the ability to enforce public intoxication and disorderly conduct. That tends to emanate from excessive drinking.
Okay, thank you. I'm absolutely sensitive to people in neighborhoods where there's something else going on, where people are doing things they ought not be doing. I'm open to the idea of a compromise solution on this, where we can say these, the specific areas, we don't have an ordinance in place for open container. I don't want to say all residential neighborhoods. I want to be careful with that. Truth is, if one Saturday evening, when we no longer have to socially distance at some point in the hopefully not too distant future, I want to go visit a friend on another block and take an open beer that I already have with me. It's illegal under the ordinance. It's illegal to walk that beer over to my friend's house a block away. That's kind of ridiculous. And the truth is, it's unlikely to be enforced. It's selective enforcement. It invites selective enforcement. It encourages, in some cases, people to finish that beer before they leave their friend's house and go back out on the street and go home, which is not something you want to encourage, generally speaking. You want people to drink responsibly if they drink. There are a dozen ways to think about this. But what we can do, it sounds like, is take the approach that in specific neighborhoods, in specific kinds of zoning perhaps, that are adjacent to other kinds of zoning, this can be a problem. So we can create things that are specific to those land uses instead of a blanket for the entire city. I love the idea of rewarding responsible businesses, responsible bars and restaurants with a permit to stay open longer than businesses that don't act responsibly and that encourage bad behavior. And really, that's the way to think about it. We want to reward businesses who are doing the right thing and being good corporate citizens, right? So I like that idea a lot, and I would really like to see that come back. So I would hope that we can get definition around that idea, the permitting concept, as well as maybe a map of how we might rethink open container so that we reach some sort of compromise on that. Because who am I to say that it isn't a problem in some neighborhoods? If people are living in those neighborhoods say this is a problem, then I choose to believe them. But that doesn't mean that it's a problem citywide, and we should be realistic about that. I do want to, where possible, remove things that are set up for selective enforcement, and that is absolutely the truth of our open container ordinance traditionally. It has been very selectively enforced. By nature, that's not me throwing GPD under the bus at all. It's the nature of the ordinance invites that. So I would love to see some alternatives come back to us so that we can make some good compromise choices on this and enact things that reward good corporate citizens in the hospitality industry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariel.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to telegraph voting. So let me first say I am not opposed to making this permanent. Not opposed to that at all. What I have always been opposed to is not effectively handling the bad outcomes. And that was my initial opposition. A small, unrowdy group of people, not going to be a huge problem. Giant, loud, massive party, yeah, that's going to be a problem. People littering, yeah, that's going to be a problem. That doesn't necessarily mean that the open container ordinance is the problem itself. So I am hoping that we can draft rules around how to enjoy an open container responsibly, which one would include don't throw parties in the street or on the sidewalk. And for the record, I will also say I'm hearing a little bit of conversation on something about a permit and businesses staying open later or whatnot. I don't want to tie that to any open container because once you're off the business premise, that business no longer has any say-so in what that patron goes out and does. So I don't think there should be any kind of tie to whether a business, what their hours of operations are, because they when they just have no say. They don't, and we shouldn't expect them to be responsible for it. So I really want to see some movement. So I would like to move that we ask. It's on the emergency ordinance. So I want to make sure I get this technically right because the ordinance is not being enforced during the emergency order. So do we need to have the exceptions, or rather the rules written into the emergency order?
I think you should say what it is you want to accomplish, and we can let our staff figure out how to implement that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be able to break up problematic gatherings. I want to be able to allow for our law enforcement to make that judgment. Because it's, I think Commissioner Ward's example was the most harmless example you could possibly give. I think people can make that judgment. But if this is breeding more problems than it's worth, then we have to create that rule. So I definitely want there to be a restriction on that.
Okay, thank you. Before I go back to you, Commissioner Simmons, two quick things. This is one kind of has been lingering out there, so I want to circle back around to it. I'm a little apprehensive about starting to place a bunch of new restrictions on bars. At the same time, we're asking them to work with us on all the things we're trying to implement with the first presentation we had today. So we're going to say spend a bunch of time and money and resources on doing all these things, but we're going to take away hours of operation and some other things like that. I think we need to do one step at a time, and right now I think it's about positive messaging, positive reinforcement, and seeing how that moves the dial, and then kind of seeing if we need to take more punitive actions or not. For open container, I mean, everybody makes good points. I have no reason to doubt the validity and veracity of the calls you're getting, Commissioner Simmons. But I do not believe it has anything to do with open container, because I think open container ordinances are just silly. The fact that something is legal when I'm standing in my front yard and illegal when I take one step out of my yard into the street is silly. I'm not doing anything better or worse or different on those two things, but all of a sudden I'm a criminal. At a block party, as long as somebody's in somebody's yard partying, it's legal. If they want to step out into the street and they set their beer down and walk out in the street, it's legal. So all the surrounding activity really has nothing to do with whether they have a drink in their hand or not. I 100% agree that we have got to look at ways to protect our neighbors who are dealing with their roads being blocked, loud noises late into the night. I've had some, insert explicative here, neighbor firing off high potency fireworks every night for about the past week, like a few doors down. You know, I mean, it's like waking my kids up and scaring my cats. You know, that should not, we should be able to deal with that. But at the core of it, it's not the open container. It's other behaviors and outcomes that we need to address. And whatever the motion is, I absolutely want to see our and any open container law put through our racial equity toolkit. Because I understand the spirit of compromise here, but if we encircle an area where you're allowed to walk around with an open container, and it's the downtown entertainment district in Midtown, those are places of privilege. Those are places where people that have means can go and spend a bunch of money to entertain themselves. Folks without do that in their neighborhood. Because that was me for a long time. What my friends and I could do is we could scrounge up enough money to buy a case of beer, and we could hang out and have fun with one another in a backyard or, in somebody's house. So we need to ask those questions. We need to get our Office of Equity and Inclusion to really help us understand how open container laws affect different parts of our community, and how creating an it's okay here but not okay there approach impacts equity as well. So, I mean, you all, I think, hear where I am, and I told you, Commissioner, the last time we talked about this, that I was going to have to move an awful long way to sort of get over there, and I'm still there. But I also don't think that we have real data and information on which to base our decision, and that's something I think we very much need to lean on our Office of Equity and Inclusion, our city manager's office, our police department, to do. So whatever ultimate decision we make it with every perspective and every piece of sort of information that's necessary to a sound decision. Yeah, so that's where I am right now. Commissioner Simmons, back to you.
Mayor, you moving a little bit.
I'm always moving. I'm like a shark.
You're moving a little bit. You're a little further than you were last time. Commissioner Ariel, did you put a motion on the vote?
He did not. He said
okay,
what he would like to see ultimately from staff, which is, I think, don't let me put words in your mouth, but enforcement of large gatherings that are disruptive.
Okay, so I do want to make a motion, and I like what Commissioner Sacco said, meeting somewhere in the middle about having staff look at areas that would be conducive to this by utilizing the equity toolkit. And so I think what I'm going to do is motion that we have staff look at areas in the city that we could designate a open container area. Also get with Tanisha Marshall's office, and while doing that research, talk with her and use the equity toolkit and see how that may or may not impact other areas, other areas that may be impacted by that. And also to look at the ordinance from down south what Commissioner Hayes Santos was speaking of, just to bring that back to the commission about the permitting, because I think what you're talking about, Mayor, I think the ordinance or the permitting down south was cut and dry, and I think that our staff was adding other things to it to maybe tailor it to this area. So I would like to really look at that ordinance or that permit that we're mirroring down south, bring that back to the commission so we can take a look at it. And if need be, put that through the equity toolkit. Well, definitely put that through the equity toolkit. So that would be my motion.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sacco, motion by Commissioner Simmons, basically for staff to come back with a designated geographical area where open container would be allowed. Looking at the midnight permitting issue and the South Florida ordinance that Commissioner Santos brought up, and running both through the equity toolkit. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we're also going to put our current open container ordinance through the equity toolkit as well. Okay, not just proposal of changes. And I think I would like Commissioner Ariola's point of asking staff on what can we do to break up problematic gatherings, and then also loud noise, because that all of this together, it's the noise is the issue. I think that's what's causing the issues is the noise, and I know there's been some Supreme Court decisions on it recently, but what can we do to better enforce loud noise late into the evening?
Large gatherings. Commissioner, you okay with that modification? Add that, Commissioner Sacco? Okay, so that's added to the motion. Okay, we have one other item. I hope that Mr. Fox didn't just leave. Street barrier removal. We've gotten several emails from Tom Fox wanting the barricades removed in front of his establishment. Frankly, I haven't heard from anybody else. I don't know if it's a recurring theme. City manager's office might know more than us. We'll get you one sec, sir. And so, Mr. Manager, can you update us on the conversations you've been having with the areas where we have provided outdoor space for in front of businesses?
Yes, sir. So I'll run through them. So the section on University on the 1700 block, we've received no complaints regarding that closure. The closure by Flacco's, we've received no complaints regarding that, with the exception of one individual who complained it was creating some loud noise on Friday nights, but that was only one individual. And I'd asked them to let me know if that condition continued, and have not heard. With regard to the ones on Main Street, the only comment about removal was from Tomcat and the convenience store that was located on the other side of White Buffalo. There, we've received no other comments, either pro or con, from merchants along Main Street. We did receive a request to do more of them up by the top, but we have not proceeded to do those. And on the ones that are on First Ave, we've only received positive comments and are working on a proposal to potentially look at making that a permanent pedestrian mall type of concept based upon its usage from Main Street up to Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, yeah, this is one that I wanted to address. As you all know, I've been getting phone calls from one of my constituents, Mr. Tom Fox, regarding the barriers in front of his location and also next to him, the convenience store that Mr. Feldman was speaking of. And this has been ongoing. So it's not like I've received one or two complaints. It's since the entire time. In addition to him, he did have a neighbor across on Main Street that was also complaining as well. And so as I was listening to our last presentation from University of Florida, we were talking about how we want to work with our business owners, how we want to appeal to them, how we are asking them to require mask wearing in their facilities. I think it's time that we listen to this particular constituent and his concerns. And if he's the only person that's complaining or have concerns in this particular area and it's impacting his business, I think as a commissioner, and that's my constituent, we need to address his concerns. I don't know. I don't know, Mr. City Manager, how that would impact, or will it have an impact on the flow of traffic if we could just remove the barriers in front of his establishment and allow the flow of traffic to continue as it once was. I don't know if you can get with the Department of Mobility and make those adjustments or corrections, but Commission, this is a constituent that's been having this ongoing problem, and it's impacting him. And I want us to do something about it today.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real briefly, if we could solve this by, we can ask the owner or manager of the businesses on that block, do you want it, do you don't want it? If they don't want it there, let's pull it. Particularly that one. I think that there are some that are working very well, and there are some that may not be having any impact whatsoever. And if they're not, then let's pull them. The other thing that I would say about our barricades and the way we've set this up is, I love a lot of these. They're great, but we need to paint them. I mean, seriously, they're ugly the way they are. That is not helping anybody for us to leave those up there unpainted and unadorned. We need to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm fine with removing them there. If the top wants them, move them over to the top. You know, they own that whole strip anyway. Those are all their businesses. So I'm fine doing that. Beyond just painting them, Commissioner, I know we don't have like a giant pot of money sitting around, but it's our public right of way. I really feel like we need to put in some street furniture and some planters and things like that to make them more attractive spaces. They're just asphalt right now, and if we did, I mean, if you look in other cities that have done this where they're really successful, they have all that. They have plants and nice tables and things like that. Even the ones at Midtown, like in front of the social and stuff, they paid for, not us, but they paid for all those picnic tables, and they're being used. You know, so even like the most rudimentary furniture actually just brings the space alive. So that's something else we need to look at, where we could really, I think, get a lot better, higher use out of what we do have. But I'm fine with removing them in front of that particular strip and moving them right over to in front of the top. Commissioner Sacco?
So I agree as well. I've received a dozen emails about that particular section, so at this point to remove might just be best. That said, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, and Commissioner Ward about the aesthetic of it. But one of the things that were suggested very early on in the conversation was those micro grants to the businesses, whether, you know, it'd be a couple $100s to get the picnic tables, and that was suggested as something that could help the outdoor seating. So I'm very much in favor of it in whatever capacity we might be able to do so.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Simmons, do you mind adding the that to the motion, remove from that strip and put them over by the top? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if we could also add to the motion of trying to do the micro grant program for furniture. I mean, I know other cities who use COVID-19 funds. We also have CRA funds. I think this would fit.
So let's just say that staff will come back with a possible micro grant program when all this other stuff comes back at their next meeting.
One other thing, just on the motion, if we could add it, on the face mask for business, we talked about that. It seemed to be some consistency or some support for it. That we asked both the city manager and legal to come back with what a face mask mandate for persons inside businesses, kind of executive order would look like.
Commissioner Simmons? Asking staff to come back with an analysis of a enforcement for face masks in businesses. Yeah. Okay, that'll be added as well. Okay, members of the public who speak to the motion, we'll start with inside the chamber. Go ahead.
Samuel Mutch. I'm one of the owners of Tomcat Cafe, and I'm here without Tom Fox's knowledge. I came after I dropped him off this afternoon from doing some chores. I'm a urban planner. I used to be the planning director for the city of Gainesville. I have been an owner of Tomcat Cafe along with Mr. Fox, who is the majority shareholder. He's been having a very difficult problem because of those barriers that have been put up along Main Street. There's no reason for them, not any reason at all. I was out there one day and two trucks went by. Fire truck, pretty loud, and a tractor trailer. Couldn't hear myself think on either one. Those are not places along Main Street for outside cafes unless you don't have to worry about your hearing. It's very much of a problem. It has been brought up to the city manager, and Mr. Fox has been getting lip service to go and talk with you. I decided to come down today just to see if we could do something about it, because it's very much a critical issue for him. For instance, I needed to drop off a CO2 container of about 50 kilograms today. I had to go around the corner, and then we had to get a hand truck to take it in. If we could have done it in front of the building, would have saved a lot of time. People are coming in and asking for takeouts. Very easy to get if you can find a spot in front of the building. And hopefully, if you do it, that it would be just a drop-off pickup place. But it's a very real issue, and you may lose more businesses than you save by having this at the present time. And I ask that you look at it very carefully. And I very much appreciate Ms. Simmons and what she's been doing. I ask that the rest of you think about this and think about the impact it has on a small business.
Thank you, Mr. Mutch. I appreciate it. And if you were listening to the motion, we actually did the motion is to remove those from that location. Okay, Adam, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have at least two callers on the line. Mr. Nathan Scott, you are first. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayors, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the discussion, again, that was my initial concern. And I want to thank Ms. Shalley for bringing that up when she was asked regarding whether this ordinance could have been more narrowly tailored, or this exception to allow open container throughout the city, which was well intended to help struggling businesses in the pandemic, but has unintended consequences, as Commissioner Simmons is rightly referring to. So again, we don't want to be discriminatory with the application of a waiver of open container. We want it to be fair and equitable to everyone, but had the commission narrowly tailored this to square footage in front of a business within the say equal to the square foot of the space where people are going outside, or within a certain boundary of a business, then that might have prevented these large block parties that are being referred to and seem to be the cause of the problems. The other thing I want to mention too is something that you said, Mayor Poe. You said that open container ordinances are silly. They shouldn't exist because it's not fair for you to be able to do something in your front yard that you can't do across the street. Well, on that same note, I would say that open carry would be under the same rationale. I mean, you can open carry in your home, your front yard, but you can't open carry in the state of Florida without violation of the law. So you need to be equal and equitable on your conclusions. Just because you think something's silly, other people may think other rules are silly too. But again, I thought that was pretty interesting because that's the same quantum logic that you made for saying that open container ordinances are silly. The same applies to open carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have one more caller, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Sandra, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi. No, I was just commenting on open container. I think that it is discriminatory, and I know that people are saying that it isn't, but there are definitely ways in which GPD is criminalizing folks for their poverty levels or their social ranking, and this will just further exacerbate that. And having it only be in certain areas of town, I don't really see the benefit of that. And I also don't see the correlation between open carry and open container when one is a weapon and one is an alcoholic beverage. I just disagree on redesignating zones. I think that there should not be any kind of restrictions in that aspect, and it should just be allowed. Like open container should just be allowed. There's really no reason for there to be further restrictions on that. That's it. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that saw the stretch between open carry and open container. I lose my temper when I have a gun, somebody dies. I lose my temper when I have a beer, somebody gets a beer in their face. The outcomes are very different from one another. Let's see. Let's go back to Commissioner Santos, and then I'll recognize the city manager.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering on the microgrant program, instead of having it come back to the commission, which will just delay things forever, and it's a relatively small amount of money, just to say to the city manager to move forward with a microgrant kind of program for helping that. I don't know. Having come back to us, it will take a month, and then it will be.
It'll take 2 weeks, and I want to see. I want to see it before. I want to know what I'm approving. It'll take, 2 weeks will be fine. Pay cut. Manager Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I need to let you know that there is another business there, which is a bar by the name of White Buffalo, which has expressed its desire to keep the barrier in place for the lane closure to facilitate the crowds that they have on there. Again, the purpose was to help establishments that had large crowds move it outside. So you will lose that opportunity on this street. Certainly, we will do whatever the commission wants us to do. Just know that there's a cost in removing, and if ultimately you put it back, there's a cost associated with that as well.
Okay, thanks for making us aware of that. I think we're all voting with that understanding. It's not a perfect solution. So the motion is I got a bunch of things for staff to come back to us with some information, including a designated area where open container would not be enforced and the rest of the city would. Looking at the midnight permitting issue and large-scale gatherings, enforcement of disruptive large-scale gatherings, running all that through the equity toolkit and removing barriers from in front of Tomcat Cafe and the convenience store and relocating them to in front of the top, and I'm guessing the Wooly there as well. And then finally, bring back the structure of a micro grant program to give to businesses that want to try to improve their outdoor space, and other COVID-related improvements. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
There's also the face mask for businesses.
Oh yeah, enforcement of face mask orders on businesses. Okay, Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson. Sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Can you split that motion, please?
Which one do you want me to split off?
The first one.
The designated areas for open container?
Yes, and I will give my reasoning why I'm going to be voting against that because to me, I think we're not saying what the real issue is, and I'm just going to state it plainly because I think that we all know what it is that there have been problems with the area in the Pleasant Street area and specifically Fletcher's. And when you're talking about people, mostly, African American who might not have other venues to go to, that is where they are saying to go on the weekend. So to me, when we're talking about areas that we're going to potentially gerrymander, my concern with that is the outcome. And the outcome could be that we are doing this blanket kind of policy to address one problem. And we're not even addressing what the root of the problem is. Because if people in Fletcher's and and people that go there had other places to go, an entertainment district, where sometimes they aren't into these bars that are in this entertainment district, then that is the actual root of the problem. There needs to be somewhere for people to congregate. And unless we address that problem as a city first, and I don't see how this blanket policy is going to be beneficial right now. I think it could cause additional problems. So if we're going to speak plainly about what the problems are, let's address what the root of the problem is instead of gerrymandering the city so that, one group of people will not be able to be on the street and drink. And I truly recognize that there is a problem that needs to be addressed because there are homeowners there and there are there are churches there and there are, people don't want to wake up to trash and people don't want to stay up, listening to music. But that's not, the problem is more complicated than what the solutions are at this point. So I'm very, very, very uncomfortable with this policy because overall the outcome, I think that if it goes to the racial equity toolkit and it's done the right way, I think that we are going to be accomplishing what we want to be when we're talking about equity and making sure that people have spaces that they can go to. All people have spaces that they can go to. I believe my personal opinion about this ordinance is not that it was made to decriminalize homelessness. That wasn't even mentioned at the beginning of this entire ordinance. It was specifically made so that the downtown area and students can drink, outside. Primarily, that to me was the impetus for this policy. So we really need to talk about everyone when we're talking about policies like this, and I think that we're really getting the full picture and making a decision based on all the facts.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner. Back to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to let Commissioner Johnson know that I definitely hear your concern, and that the staff, myself, community leaders, and people in these distressed areas have been meeting on a weekly basis to discuss the root problems. And we have actually been coming up with some solutions that we will eventually share with the commission as a whole. So I definitely hear your concerns. We are addressing those concerns and the root causes. So this is like a 2 to 3 prong approach that we're dealing with right now. But just to let you know, and also let the commission know, with staff, GPD, the city manager's office, Assistant City Manager Deborah Boyd, and community members and leaders throughout this particular area, we meet almost weekly to discuss solutions to this problem. And I'm happy to say that we are coming up with some great ideas. We're chipping away at it. And it's been a very committed relationship between the community and the city. And so I just want you all to know that we are working together to come up with solutions to this, to the concerns of the community.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Johnson, I'm just going to say, because I so much agree with what you just said, is why I'm going to vote to move this forward, because I want that staff analysis, especially filtered through the racial equity toolkit, so we can actually see what that outcome is. You know, Mr. Simmons says I budged a little bit, but I'm still, you know, way over. I think that where we really need to be is moving in the other direction. So anyway, we'll move forward with a roll call vote, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Johnson, did you want back in? Or is that an old hand?
Yes, I do want to say one more thing. I appreciate the fact, Commissioner Simmons, that you have been working on solutions, and that makes me feel a little bit better about voting in favor of this. And in the future, it would be ideal if when we bring these kinds of things forward that we really have the full picture, because without the full picture, it feels like it's a negative policy it's policy that negatively impacts people differently. And I just think it's really important to bring all of the information forward, because I already said it. Otherwise, it feels like we're just singling out people.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's why I wanted to let you know, because I figured you didn't know, based on you wanted to separate the vote. And I just wanted to just let you and all the other commissioners be encouraged that this situation and these circumstances, we are working towards coming up with a solution. And you're absolutely right. I think, if I'm not mistaken, city manager would know we're actually going to bring something to the commission maybe relatively soon, based on the findings and some of the things the steps that we've been taking to come up with solutions. But that has been the plan, is to come back to the commission. But I just want to let everyone know and be encouraged that the community is very hopeful, and the community is very committed to making sure that we come up with positive solutions for their areas and their neighborhood. So just wanted to keep you informed.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote. The first vote will be on the item split off, which is the staff analysis of a geographical area that the open container ordinance would not be enforced, as run through the equity toolkit. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. The rest of the motion, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye. Mayor
Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, we are going to go in recess until 5:45. We remember we do have a time certain item on traffic safety at 7 p.m. tonight, and a bunch of other stuff still on our agenda. We are in recess. Hi, good evening. Welcome back. This is continuation of our regular city commission meeting, January 21st, 2021. Madam Clerk, our first order of business, please.
Our first order is a pledge of allegiance.
Okay, if you're, please stand if you're willing and able, and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is a proclamation recognizing Zero Waste Week, January 24th through the 30th, 2021. And I believe we have the recipient on our Zoom line to receive.
All right, very good. Is that Nina I see?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, do you have that beautiful baby nearby?
She was taking a nap.
Oh,
so
by all means, do
can't
not wake her
disturb.
up. I'm sorry that we're interrupting you, so you can't take one along with her. Well, we're thrilled that you're with us, and thank you for your participation. Whereas zero waste is a system where nothing is wasted and resources stay in use. And whereas we want to encourage responsible resource use with the goal of valuing resources and installing a system of reuse. And whereas Zero Waste Gainesville and the Repurpose Project invite all Gainesville citizens to join us in 7 days of zero waste education, action items, and solutions. And whereas day one, we value all of Earth's resource and know that nothing in nature is wasted. Day two, we examine what we're throwing away by conducting a waste audit. And day three, we commit to not wasting food and begin to compost. And whereas day four, we reject anything we don't need. Day five, we commit to reduce the waste we send to the landfill. And day six, we commit to reuse, buy used, and use reusable items. And whereas day seven, we encourage everyone to research before buying, buy less, and buy durable products. And whereas we want to raise awareness of everyday ways we can collectively make a positive impact on our environment through valuing resources and working towards zero waste. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim January 24th through 30th, 2021 as Zero Waste Week in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in working towards zero waste. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 14th day of December, 2020. Thank you for all your work on this, and thank you for initiating the proclamation, and we'd love to invite you to say a few words.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor Poe and city commissioners and staff. On behalf of Zero Waste Gainesville, I want to just thank you for your support and recognition of Zero Waste Week. This year, we've been building upon last year's successes by joining forces with the Repurpose Project and also Life on Plastic to deliver a virtual zero waste experience. Our theme is nothing in nature is wasted, and our focus is to really challenge people to model nature in their actions. So each day we're going to be presenting material that includes videos, educational activities, and action items to further zero waste in our community. And I'm really proud of the content we've developed. So we're encouraging people to visit zerowastegainesville.com and to register for the event. And just once again, thank you for your support, and we look forward to our continued work and partnership towards zero waste. So,
absolutely. Thank you so much, and we look forward to that partnership as well. And my best to your family and that baby. I'm excited when I get to see the little guy in person for the first time. Post-COVID, of course. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm wondering if there's any of these items that might be quick that we could do before 6 o'clock. No, well, 6 is when we can read our resolutions and ordinances. So, how about the clearboarding? Yeah, we've already talked about it.
Oh,
you have an opinion?
I was going to say, rather than finding an item for 11 minutes, we could decide which ones we want to do.
Well, let's do the clearboarding, and then, yeah, we can talk about that as well. So, Madam Clerk, will you read that BD9, please?
Absolutely. BD 9 on page 15, Commissioner Adrian Hayes Santos, clearboarding ordinance with a recommendation that the City Commission discuss enacting a clearboarding ordinance for abandoned properties in the city and give direction to staff to create an ordinance.
Okay, thank you. We did talk about this. It's been a little while. I know pre-COVID, but I guess the brief summary is that instead of boarding up abandoned structures with plywood, we do it with plexiglass, which makes it look like it's inhabited, that it's occupied, it's not an attractive nuisance. And I know that you've shared before lots of other jurisdictions that have done this to quite a bit of effect. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you said it well. It helps stabilize neighborhoods so places don't look abandoned, even if they are. We have done a pilot program in Gainesville, I think like 4 or 5 years ago at this point, and it was successful in that program. And we last discussed it at the general policy meeting, and there seemed to be consensus on moving forward in the ordinance, but then COVID happened at the next meeting and it didn't kind of move forward. I have a draft kind of proposal of what an ordinance would look like in the backup. I don't know if the clerk could throw that up there. I just want to have one change to this.
Okay, give us just a moment.
So I can start reading, I guess, to start. It would be the commission directs staff to draft an ordinance to mandate the use of clearboarding instead of the use of other materials such as plywood to cover opening doors or windows. Staff would bring it back with the ordinance to the commission for first reading within 90 days. Kind of the highlights of the ordinance. The first portion that's not in here, but I wanted to kind of change would be that this would only be for openings that are visible from the street. Our public properties, but the first portion would be that buildings may only use plywood or other materials to cover openings, doors, windows, where there is only when there's like an open construction permit. So if there's construction and they can use plywood, that's a temporary basis. Or if they're fixing an issue with the window or with the opening, say a window broke and they just want to put it up there to fix it temporarily. Plywood can be used only for covering windows or openings only on a temporary basis due to weather or related protection or state of emergencies or other temporary reasons that are less than 30 days. If an opening needs to be covered for more than 30 days, clearboarding would have to be used. Buildings that are currently using materials other than clearboarding to cover openings, so the kind of current abandoned buildings would have 90 days to come into compliance with the code. Once it's passed, if the ordinance is passed, we also want to have the city notify home improvement stores so they know what type of clearboarding to order as well. And that we should also notify all of the known abandoned buildings of the new ordinance, telling them when they need to bring their buildings into effect. And if the property does not fix a violation, or if the property owner does not fix a violation, then the city would go in there and put up the clearboarding instead. So I'd like to move that.
That we send that to the attorney's office for a drafting of the ordinance. Okay, is there a second? Motion by Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember discussing this years ago, and so it's good to see this is back to the commission. One of the concerns that I have is, one, the cost that's associated with using the plexiglass or the clearboarding, and who can and may not be able to afford it. And we all know how construction costs is just ridiculous. It's skyrocketed. And so I'm wanting to know if we can have some type of resources or something that someone can be able to enact. Maybe have some guidelines or some criteria for low income people that can't afford clearboarding or something to that effect. I don't know if that's being done in other areas, but I think we need to look at the impact that people that cannot afford to do this may have a disadvantage obeying this, or, you know, so I know we need to do something, but to not have a mechanism in place where those who cannot afford this to be enacted, I cannot support it unless we have something where someone can get some help.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd be open to having the city staff look at that too, and what kind of program would be effective to help low-income individuals who may have cost restrictions.
Okay, so add that to the motion. Okay, let's turn it over to Adam for any public comment on the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe we have one. What's that? I believe we have one commenter, but there's a lot of background noise. Mr. Scott, you are on the line. You have 3 minutes. If you can tone down that background noise, it would be a lot easier for everybody.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm not in a place where I can do so. But anyway, real quick, I wasn't going to speak on this item, commissioners, but I think Commissioner Simmons raised a very good point. You know, businesses are falling on hard financial times, and if you're going to put another burden on business owners or property owners, I think that while I'm not generally in support of this, I can understand the aesthetic aspect of beautification. But I would respectfully ask that if they enact an ordinance, that it not be effective, at least from a year or so beyond enactment, just so you're not putting another undue burden on property owners and business owners in the midst of a recession. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, that's our last comment on this topic. The
Okay,
floor is yours.
so we'll move back to the commission for a vote. That's to forward this to the city attorney's office for a drafting of an ordinance and for staff to come back with a hardship provision. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we can move on to resolutions.
All right. Resolution 200633, resolution for a public transportation grant agreement, public transit service, development program agreement for autonomous vehicle project with a recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, this is to accept some grant money for our autonomous vehicle project. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move acceptance of resolution 200633.
Okay, is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to adopt the proposed resolution. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. I was toggling with the mute. I didn't expect that to come up so quickly. We have one citizen on the line, but he is not scheduled to speak on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 190973, voluntary annexation, city-owned Tower Road Lift Station, 0.057 acres of property located on Southwest 75th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 0.057 acres of city-owned property, generally located south of the current city limit, west of Southwest 17th Place, north of Southwest 19th Place, and east of Southwest 75th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171, Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in the Appendix 1 of the City Charter, providing for land use zone plan, zoning, subdivision, regulations, and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And if you don't mind taking down the screen share for us, I'd appreciate it. This is the second reading, so are there any questions from the commission, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I move adoption of ordinance number 190973 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the ordinance on second reading by title only. Turn it over to you, Adam.
Mr. Mayor, there is no one speaking on this issue. The floor is back to you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 190974, voluntary annexation of 4.25 acres of city-owned property located south of GRU Water Reclamation Facility. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 4.25 acres of city-owned property generally located south of Gainesville Regional Utilities Water Reclamation Facility, west of Lake Kanappaha, north of Kanappaha Botanical Gardens, and east of Southwest 63rd Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations, and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Again, this is another reading on a second reading of the ordinance. Are there any questions, or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move ordinance number 190974 on second reading by title only.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Ward. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no one on the lines to add comment here.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 190975, voluntary annexation, city-owned Sweetwater Creek right-of-way, 7.16 acres of property located on Southeast Williston Road. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 7.16 acres of city-owned property generally located south of Southeast Williston Road and Southeast 16th Avenue, west of Paynes Prairie, north of Sweetwater Wetlands Park, and east of Gainesville city limits, is more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, I move the acceptance of ordinance 190975 on second reading by title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Simmons. Adam, over to you.
We are screening right now for one caller. Give us a quarter of a second. Nope, we are clear on the lines. The floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance number 190976, voluntary annexation of 0.071 acres of city-owned property located east of Southwest 41st Boulevard. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 0.071 acres of city-owned property generally located southwest of Interstate 75, north of Gainesville city limits and east of Southwest 41st Boulevard, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 190976 on second reading by title only.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading by title only. Adam.
No public comment at this time, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, I'd like to pause at this moment to do a little agenda management. The Hogtown Creek Greenway update and the Welcome Back program, can those go to 2 weeks from now? Okay. Hogtown Creek? Okay, that can go, continue. The Parks Rec and Culture Fairs Master Plan and acquisition of conservation land, Mr. Feldman?
We'd have no objection to moving that 2 weeks.
Okay. Mr. Bolarski, AMI.
We have full staff here. We're kind of ready to go. We're on a tight time schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it right now. Is that okay with the commission? Yeah. Okay, so real quick before we do that, can we get a motion to continue BD5 and BD7 to our next regular meeting? Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we continue BD5 and BD7 to our next commission meeting.
Is there a second? Seconded by Simmons, moved by A. Santos. This is administrative, so we do not need to go out for public comment. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes. Mr. Feldman, if you'd let your staff know that if they were here for those items, that they are probably free to go. And Madam Clerk, if you'll read the AMI item into the record.
Got my pages mixed up. Give me just a second. There we are. BD4 on page 10, advanced metering infrastructure approval with a recommendation that the City Commission authorize the general manager or his designee to execute a master agreement with Itron for a term of 21 years that includes the purchase of metering assets, network infrastructure, software licenses, professional services to implement the project, and the provision of ongoing software as a service for the hosting and ongoing maintenance of the software in a secure cloud. The master agreement set of documents includes SAS, the statement of work, order document, and MSA, which are all subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. Authorize the general manager or his designee to execute an agreement with Aclara SGS for the installation of smart meters for the AMI solution. The agreement and statement of work are subject to the approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. And just for the record, the UAB at their January 14, 2021 meeting voted 6-0 with member Miles absent to advise the commission to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Bolarski.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Tom Brown here tonight, as well as Chad Parker, to introduce advanced metering infrastructure. So with that, I'll ask Tom to jump on, or if Chad is the lead off, you guys fight amongst yourselves.
All right, thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Okay, no problem. I can actually jump right in here now. I'm gonna get this pulled up for everybody.
Hey, Chad, why don't you let everybody know who you are, what your position is with the utility, and once you get it up, introduce yourself.
Will do. Do you guys see a presentation on there now?
We do not.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So Good evening. My name is Chad Parker, and I'm a utility project team leader here at GRU. I'm actually the AMI project manager as well. So some of you may remember some presentations in the past from the AMI solution, but for those of you that don't, we wanted to start with an AMI refresher. So through two-way communication, the AMI system tracks usage of energy consumption and monitors the health of the utilities infrastructure. Each day, information is sent electronically to a data collector or router located around the city. The collectors or routers relay the data to the AMI head-end system and the meter data management system, where it processes the data. The data is then sent to the customer information system and billing system to prepare bills. Customers can then access and monitor their consumption via self-service web portal, empowering them to make informed decisions about budget and conservation. So GRU AMI system design. So this diagram is a representation of what the GRU canopy and infrastructure would look like high level. At the bottom, you can see the various meter types. The water and gas modules relay information to the electric meter, which sends it out to the routers located on various utility structures. This design represents the mesh network, also known as the local area network, a LAN for short. The routers then relay the data over a cellular or fiber backhaul back to a secure data center hosted by the vendor. In this case, it would be ITROM. This would be known as the wide area network, a WAN for short. This data center will house the head-end system along with the meter data management system. These systems will be integrated with various business applications here at the utility or hosted in the cloud. There are a few listed on the diagram, such as the customer information system, the outage management system, and our geographical information system. And then post-deployment, integrations into such systems as prepaid could be built. So meter reading evolution. So this slide is intended to represent the evolution of meter reading, as well as how we will manage the process during and post meter deployment. In the first row, you'll see how we perform those functions currently. We have manual meters out there, which are manually read each month. These reads are uploaded every evening into our current software from Itron, Field Collection System, also known as FCS for us. So FCS then exports a text file to our billing system. The second row represents the addition of smart meters during the deployment phase. During this phase, it'll be a combination of the first and second row. The smart meters and modules send data over the local area network to the routers located throughout the territory. The routers then route the data to the head-end system. Once there, the head-end system will export a file to the FCS application that we currently have with the reads collected. FCS will then export the same type of text file as above with the updated reads for billing. The third row represents the process post-deployment. This process is the same as the second row, except there will be a direct integration with the new CIS, eliminating any need for text or flat files. This creates a streamlined process for the reading and billing system. So AMI will be a long-lived asset. Experts have estimated the life cycle of meters to be 20 years, the field area network to be 10 years, and the use of the hosted software to be 20 years. I think it's important to note that with the hosting model, the vendor is responsible for making sure the system is meeting application uptime service levels. In addition, provisions have been made to allow GRU to move to an on-premise system if agreed upon service levels aren't met. So where we stand today. Contract negotiations have been initiated and are nearing completion with technology and installation vendors. The vendors selected are Itron for the meters and the technology. This will also include the head-end system and the meter data management system. Aclara SGS has been selected as the meter installation vendor. They will be responsible for all three service types and warehousing throughout the installation. Negotiations include the drafting and review of master sales agreement, statement of works, an order document, and software as a service agreement. These agreements have been a collaborative effort between various departments, our consultants, and legal teams to review and negotiate the best terms and realistic risk. We have had extensive discussions with IT, our consultants, and the vendor to understand and formulate a plan for integration with the current CIS during deployment, as well as integrations once the new CIS is stood up. We conducted site surveys for acceptable router locations and also categorized our meter populations and determined which meters would need replacement and which ones would need to be retrofitted. There will be nearly 100% replacement of residential electric and water meters with a slightly less replacement of gas. The rest will all be retrofitted with a module. These decisions were based on current age of meters and the ability to accept modules. Workshops have also been conducted with a meter installation vendor to discuss expectations for customer care and service, as well as required safety inspections for various meter changeouts. We expect and will hold the installers to the same level of service we provide to our customers today. So where we stand continued. Workshops were conducted with both vendors regarding all service types to determine service level agreements of the installation process, as well as the meter population during and after deployment. Workshops were conducted to establish the deployment strategy for both an external and internal deployment. It was determined the most return would be from an external deployment of 2 years. Like the CIS contract, internal legal counsel and external legal counsel are reviewing all agreements for accuracy and risk identification and mitigation. A risk register was also built to identify risk and mitigation strategies in the following areas: safety and health, environment, financial, schedule, performance quality, and utility reputation. So our why: improve safety for both our customers and personnel, promote superior information gathering and sharing, provide improved customer choices and engagement, improve customer experience and satisfaction, deliver advanced smart city functionality, improve reliability for the utility, and all the qualitative and quantitative return on investment for the utility. So these are the GM's whys. AMI is a tested industry product with ubiquitous deployment across the nation. AMI is not a cutting edge technology, but a proven technology. GRU's processes are ripe for conversion from low tech to high tech. GRU can eliminate, redirect, and reduce massive amounts of truck rolls, manual meter reads, customer service calls, time lost before leaks are detected, equipment repair, and more. Bottom line, GRU will reduce costs and save money with AMI. So let's look at some key business drivers. So increasing customer expectations. As a utility, we want to provide the best experience for our customers, along with all the added values. So our customers deserve this and they expect it. Advanced metering opportunities and improved efficiencies. So there are many benefits we will discuss in the following slides that show the improved efficiencies along with the opportunities. And our evolving workforce. As a utility, we're behind. We work closely with other utilities and have asked the hard questions, leading us to realize what we were missing from not having an AMI solution in place. So benefits. So this is an overview of our operational benefits. This is a short list, but it shows some of the key benefits. So operational wise, we'll see an improvement in meter accuracy while eliminating the need for on-site meter reading. There will be remote turn on and off functionality that will reduce truck rolls. Our revenue protection division can detect energy theft as it's happening, and our line crews can respond to power outages quicker, resulting in shorter outages. Last but not least, we can keep our metering staff out of yards and out of harm's way. Financially, AMI shows savings to the utility by reducing equipment and maintenance costs, increasing individual meter accuracy, and enabling faster restoration during outages, and streamlining the billing process. Customer benefits. Customers will benefit from detecting meter failures and leaks early, saving them money and the risk of inconvenience. They will see faster service restoration, improving the accuracy and flexibility of billing, and in time-based rate options can also help customers save money and manage their energy consumption. So we broke down the key customer benefits a little further. So fewer unplanned outages increase reliability. For example, proactive maintenance will allow GRU to better assess asset health and plan equipment replacements. Faster restoration times and improved services. For example, we can more accurately determine the location of outages and dispatch crews more efficiently. Outage updates and proactive outage notifications will keep the customer informed. Improved power quality. For example, visibility into how the system is operating will allow us to better detect voltage fluctuations that can create power quality issues. More information and control. Web portals and apps can provide information to empower customers to understand their usage patterns and find opportunities to lower their energy costs. Customers will also get notified of potential water leaks that could raise bills and cause damage. increased convenience. A few examples would be customers will no longer have to call in to report an outage as they would already be detected in the AMI system. Remote connection of services allow immediate service connections and disconnections without sending a field technician to the customer site. Reduce fees and costs, such as more rate options that align with the customer behavior to decrease energy usage and lower costs. Customer safety, such as identifying hot customer sockets using the temperature data to help prevent potential fires. Also detect constant flowing gas that could potentially be a leak. So key utility benefits. These were a list, and this again is kind of breaking down the utility side of it. I'll give you an example for each. Monitoring and managing operating conditions, improved power quality and system visibility. Capacity planning. For example, when a transformer upgrade is requested, we would look at the transformer load for the previous 3 weeks to determine if the transformer is hitting a threshold or not. This allows us to evaluate whether the previous transformer sizing is performing in the field as designed, helping the utility make a more cost-effective and informed decision. Model validation. For example, with AMI voltage data, we would have actual voltage measurements to validate the primary circuit models. This will also help with meter to transformer mapping and transformer load management. Distributed energy resource management. This will help the utility understand the impacts of customer-owned systems while also identifying unregistered customer-owned systems. Asset monitoring and diagnostics. An example of this would be using voltage data to identify overloaded transformers due to unexpected increase in energy use or an increased load in older neighborhoods. Outage management. This will give the utility the opportunity to identify and verify outages through meter pings and allow us to provide improved estimated restoration times. Measuring and verification, such as a reduction in estimated reads and an increase in meter accuracy across the board. Identifying unsafe work conditions. Identifying unregistered PV and generator installations. So what's the cost to implement? The capital expenditures are $40.9 million. The O&M during this period is $6.2 million, giving it a total implementation cost of $47.1 million. In the past, I think in 2018, our last time that we presented an estimate of $51 million, and we've worked hard to narrow that down, figure out exactly what the utility needed and what was the most cost-effective solution, and we're able to get it down from a $51 million down to $47.1. So what's the total cost of ownership? The total implementation cost is $47.1 million. The O&M and capital over the remaining 19 years would be $32.5 million, bringing the total cost of ownership to $79.6 million. So here's the cost savings and what it will produce. So the total cost savings over 21 years is $81.2 million, netting to a return of $1.6 million. So our recommendations: authorize the general manager or his designee to execute a software as a service agreement with Itron for the term of 21 years and other agreements as required in general agreement with the draft SAL order document and MSA, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form legality. We also ask that you authorize the general manager or his designee to execute an agreement with the Clara SGS for the installation of smart meters for the AMI solution and other agreements as required. In general agreement with the draft statement of work, master sales agreement, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Mr. Parker, thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate it. Stick around. There might be some questions, but for now we'll turn to the commission. Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, so just because it mentions it in the background, in the backup, not background, that there was a pilot. How many households were in the pilot?
I know, let me see, make sure I'm still on here. Okay, so we had, it was roughly about 2,000 meters deployed at that time during that pilot program.
Okay, and
we had electric meters out there, and then we also had some devices on a few of the water and gas to read also.
But in total, it was 2,000 households that were in the pilot. Not all of them had the same equipment.
Right. It was roughly 2,000. Yes.
Okay. And the implication was made earlier that employing the system would cause job displacement, would we be losing meter readers if we employed this policy?
So we would expect that we would not need as many meter readers post-deployment. Currently, we took the last 3 years, for instance, our attrition rate is between 11 to 12 meter readers a year. So with a 2-year implementation, by the time we got post-deployment, most of those folks would either found another job within the utility or found some external employment.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I'd add, Commissioner Sacco, that you will have a drop in FTEs. There's a possibility those people that are with us now, as Chad talks about, will move on to other positions within the utility. But there would be a drop in full-time equivalents. Yes, we'd lose positions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, earlier, the comment was made about the rate impact not being displayed in this presentation. And I know I'm looking at the presentation back in 2018. Do we have an updated version of because that was a couple of years back, and I'm sure those numbers have changed or may not have changed. Do we have an update on what that impact would look like?
Mr. Bilarski, rate impact is question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, was that a rate impact?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rate impact.
Oh, yeah. Based on the total of CIS, AMI, which work off each other, as well as the improvement at the DH2 facility where we went to dual fueling capabilities. We don't have a rate increase on the electric side. We have a 3% increase on the gas side in fiscal year 22, 1% in 23, and then a reduction of 1% thereafter. The water and wastewater side both don't see any changes in rates because of the size and the magnitude of our capital expenditure program. We layer these in with each year's full capital program.
Okay, Ed, that went over my head. I need to see something. You were telling me, and I'm a visual learner.
Sure.
And so what you said, I heard, but I can't understand nothing you just said. So what I would like for you to do, if you have a full staff, if we can go on to the next question, is to write that down and share it with the commission, so I can see what you're talking about. So I can make a, if we could do a comparison, if you will, from 2018 to now. I think you projected 2022. From the previous rate impact.
I apologize as well. I'm not sure where the 2018 number is
It
to
might
now.
be 2017. Well, the previous backup that we had was September 13, 2018. And in that backup, it indicated a rate impact. It was September 13, 2018, where you had a graph of the rate impact, and that was a couple of years ago. So what I'm asking is an update of what this would look like today. If you could if you could just draw it, write it, something I can see visually so I can understand it.
Sure.
And I can move on, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back. Yeah, I think Mr. Bilarski, just putting what you said on a document so we can put it up on the screen. Just a Word document or something like that would be probably easiest. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to say how amazing it is to finally be at this position with AMI. After being on the commission for a full term and having to lay all of the initial bricks to prepare us for AMI, and you know, all the other challenges that this commission has gotten GRU through together with management. I'm kind of speechless, to be honest. This is going to be a terrific step forward for GRU, and I think it's going to bring our customers a terrific experience, a brand new experience with the utility, and I think it's also going to have good effects internally. I have closely watched, the progression of this project for a while. I do have to say, it gives me a little bit of trepidation to go with the recommendation without having a draft of the master agreement in front of me. This is a huge commitment. As has been pointed out, some of the numbers that have been presented are, they've changed as it happens during negotiations. And actually, these numbers, these costs are lower than what I think the first projections were, which is great. But at the same time, a 21-year agreement to the total cost of $79.6 million, and I understand the savings, I understand the benefit. I would just like to have an agreement in front of me before I take a vote, and that is just how I feel. That is how I prefer to make multi-million-dollar decisions of this nature. I don't know if that's asking too much. I would also like to get a better idea for what because I see the O&M and capital over 19 years, 32.5. I'd like to get a better idea for what's the commitment this year, what's the commitment next year, just a snapshot of what this is going to cost for the remaining budget years that I will be a part of while I'm on this commission. The project has always had my full support. It's taken us a while to get here. But one of the ways that I've always supported the utilities major projects like this is because usually there's a whole lot of fine print that I can dive into, so that I can be reassured of what I'm agreeing to, and that's just my style. That's just my preference. I prefer to have these things in front of me. I've waited this long. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with Commissioner Ariola on that last point, but I do have some other questions as well. This AMI will be the general government's smart city kind of modules run off this same system. Is that correct?
So it is possible to run some other applications off of this AMI network. At this point, we've had a few discussions with the general government side, but what we're proposing today is strictly AMI.
Well, I understand that's what you're proposing today, but I know the general government was waiting to move forward on some of the smart city stuff until AMI was brought forward.
Yeah, so we were working with them on some of the smart street light stuff.
Yeah.
And it would also, what they were looking at was the same kind of platform. It's an Itron platform. Okay. It would actually be a different network. Itron bought a Silver Springs network, and that's what it's basically the same model that Tico took as far as the street lighting goes. So they would be using the same vendor, so to speak, to be on a different network.
One of the questions is on a timeline of the rollout. What's going to be done this year, next year, following year? When is it going to be all completely rolled out?
So we would, I have it right here. If you give me 1 second. So it's a 2-year rollout, and it's going to be a phased approach because the CIS would be going in parallel with this at this point. So we'd roll out a head-end system where we could get meters out there. We could be getting reads from those meters. And once the CIS is up and running, we would implement an MDM and would give us the full AMI solution at that point. But it would be a 2-year rollout to get all the meters out.
So we're expecting midway through 2023, we would have 100% of the meters rolled out?
if we started in March of this year, then it would be roughly 2 years after that.
So it's a 21-year contract. Well, who is responsible for the install of new meters after the initial install? Is that going to be on us, or is that still on the vendor we selected for the initial install?
That would be on GRU to install the meters once the 2-year rollout is done.
So as far as kind of future budgeting, so when these things are installed, they're going to find, I mean, definitely on the water side, I think they're going to find issues and broken pipes and things like that. How much are we budgeting money to be able to kind of fix the issues that we find as we put in new installs from like the home to the street and things like that? Probably having to repipe, I don't know how much, but there's got to be some kind of amount of work that's to be redone.
Yeah, for sure. We've looked at that, and we've talked to other utilities to see what they found when they've done that. And we do electric, water, and gas installs every day. So we do know what we're going to expect to find out there. And we've actually been looking real close at our installs for the last year to really kind of gauge what we're going to find once we start rolling these meters out. But you are correct. There will be stuff that we didn't expect, and we have put that into the financial model.
Okay, so what is I guess the increase in what we think in cost from just fixing things? Do we know that?
Oh, what number did we
What
budget?
are we budgeting that we expect to have to spend more on? Because of we're having to fix issues that we find.
So which service type?
Not the service, the dollar amount that we're budgeting for the next 2 years for having to fix issues that come up.
All right, you have to give me 1 second. I have to pull that up.
And then while that's going forward, so it was mentioned this is a 20-year product. How are we planning on budgeting? I mean, are we going to start kind of putting money away for 20 years now over a slow time so you don't get a massive hit in 20 years? How are we dealing with 20 years from now, everything failing at that time or having to deal with it? Are we going to, what's the replacement plan, I guess, for future commissions?
So we do have a warranty on these meters. We actually bought extended warranty for electric, water, and gas meters, but we have built money into the O&M side of this process to gauge for replacement of meters. Obviously, after the 20-year cycle, you would be looking at a full, implementation again of meters.
Okay, so currently it's not budgeted. We're not putting into the kind of finances what will happen in.
No, not for a full complete rollout again.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We're going back to Commissioner Simmons. So, Mr. Bielarski, if you have that visual representation of the rate impact, this would be a good time. If not, we'll come back in a little bit. I just want to remind everybody we do have a time certain at 7 o'clock. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo what my colleagues are saying. This is a big commitment, and this warranty is needed. I just want to make sure that I have all the facts in front of me so I can make sure that when we do agree to this, we have full transparency. And so I would also like to see the OMM. I think Commissioner Ariola asked for that yearly, what that number would look like. And so if we could get a more comprehensive presentation with numbers, details, and years, that would help me a lot. Because what I'm just looking at is a presentation with just the bottom line, if you will, but not really showing me the specifics. And that's what I need to see. And I don't know if that's going to have a impact, a timeline that you have or may not have, or what you guys are wanting to do or wanting to have done here tonight. But I need to see details, my fellow commissioners. And I don't know how long that would take for us to get those back.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, if we wanted to get that information back, we could continue this until our next meeting and ask for the master agreement to be placed in backup, as well as the rate impact in some sort of easy to read, one-page type
That'd be
format.
helpful for me. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hey Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we continue this item to the next commission meeting and that the agreements be added to the backup and that also the questions that were asked tonight have answers.
Okay, motion and second, we continue this next meeting and just bring back that additional information to us. So with that, we'll move to Adam.
Yes, sir. I believe we have Mr. Nathan Scott on the line to talk to this issue. We're screening another call. Give us 1 second. We're still screening. Bear with us. We're a little surprised by it, but yeah, there we go. Okay, Mr. Scott. Please go forth. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I'm disappointed. I appreciate the commissioners asking some pointed questions here, which is necessary for you guys to make a well-informed decision on the $80 million capital investment. I'm just going to give you my take as a former state utility regulator, as well as somebody who has expertise in this. This commission is being asked to make a rushed $80 million capital investment decision without knowing the rate impact. This $80 million capital investment is not revenue neutral. I just am shaking my head at Mr. Bolarski's comment on that. They seem to be ill-prepared for that question. That should be a red flag. The proposed project has poor payback and return on investment over 21 years. Meters have a useful life of 20 years. The payback's based on 21 years. It's dismal economics, dismal return, and there's no detailed financial analysis in the backup showing how the projected savings are achieved year by year, as well as the capital expenditures and O&M expenditures. Doing the quick math, back of the envelope, this represents a 2% return on the $80 million investment over 21 years. Commissioners, GRU would be much better off investing this money to pay off their debt at a higher interest rate than making this capital investment. There's no detailed pro forma analysis, financial analysis in the backup supporting the proposed $80 million AMI capital investment. There's no detailed pro forma financial analysis in the backup showing what years capital investments are being made and what years any savings occur. There's no detailed break-even analysis in the backup. There's heavy investment in dismal economics to achieve a small projected savings over 21 years. Smart meters read themselves remotely. The savings are typically achieved by not having people read meters. There's discussion was had after being asked by a commissioner after I raised this point, how many employees will be displaced by this technology. There's obsolescence concerns and meter box issues. FPL customers had to pay to replace their old meter boxes when smart meter installations didn't work. That's another expense. There's a risk of not achieving small incremental savings associated with this project. If FPL couldn't deliver promised near-term savings on AMI, what makes GRU think that they can do better? There's no detailed investment case supporting the $80 million capital project that wouldn't make the internal rate of return a hurdle rate based upon the poor economics. Those of you on the commission with MBAs should know exactly what I'm talking about. Given the lack of detailed financial analysis in the backup, the GRU requests would get laughed out of the room in any other board meeting or before the Florida Public Service Commission. Frankly, Mr. Bolarski and Mr. Brown should be embarrassed by the lack of detailed financial information supporting this $80 million capital investment request as it's being brought forth to the commission. So again, commissioners, 2% return on investment or payback over 21 years on an $80 million capital investment. Those are dismal economics. Those are worse economics than the CRM capital investment that you guys questioned. They're getting better bang for the buck on the CRM. It's not that I don't support smart meters.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Scott.
one, can you afford it? And this is the best time, and there's no detailed financial information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do have one more speaker on this issue, Mr. Armando Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, Mr. Mayor, the question that I wanted to ask is if we get questions asked, whether it be to Mr. Bolarski or the gentleman that was just presenting to you, Mr. Mayor, is there a way, because I know sometimes I've asked questions in the past and the GRU did not get back to me with a response to those questions. Is there a way you can find out, Mr. Mayor, if we can actually, as members of the public and ratepayers, get answers to those questions? Because I'm going to ask legitimate and fair questions, sir. That's just a question to you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll do our best.
Mr. Gomez?
Mr. Mayor,
I said, we'll do our best.
I'm not done. I was just asking the mayor a question.
I understand. I answered. I said, we'll do our best.
Okay, I didn't hear you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I guess my first question would be, I appreciate Commissioner A. Santos, Commissioner Ariola, and Commissioner Simmons' questions, because I actually am going through it, and I understand the UAB, Mr. Mayor, approved this, well, not unanimously, but it was 6-0. I guess one of the members wasn't present, but my first question was going to be just like some of your colleagues were, is how are we going to pay for this? How are we going to pay for this? And based on what the savings, which I'm not seeing from that presentation, the savings presentation with the debt service that GRU is carrying and the structural budget problems GRU has, how are you going to quantify, justify people losing their jobs in this economy and this day and age, which we're teetering on? Number one, that's an impact. Number two, how are you going to justify the economic impact with the level of debt service and a rate of return of 2%? That's a legitimate and fair question. So if GRU cannot answer that, the financial analysis and the rate of return and the budgetary impact, when you all are having to look at, how we already handle the debt service now, that's not a discussion I want to have during budget time. So these are questions I would ask to Mr. Bilarski that I would like a real answer to. I didn't take any pop shots. They're very fair questions, and I would like a real legitimate answer and not something insulting from the general manager as well of GRU. I would like a real answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. We do have a caller. I do want to check to make sure that they are speaking to this issue. The caller on 7257. Are you interested in offering your public comment on this issue today?
Actually, I was calling in on the issue of the safety issues stemming from this weekend's tragic accident. So I think I might have called too soon.
Yeah, we'll get you in the queue, and when that issue arises on the agenda, we'll come back to you. Mr. Mayor, it looks like.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Mayor, that looks like the last caller on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So basically, Mr. Bilarski, we're asking for you to come back with just a little bit more detailed information. I want to point out that there is a significant opportunity cost to not doing this, and that really hasn't been brought up. It's as if we don't do anything, the meters that we have right now are going to last another 20 years. They're not. We're going to have increased, infrastructure depreciation. We're going to have increased customer dissatisfaction. We're going to have less customer control over their bill. There are things that are not clearly quantified in the straight sort of cost-benefit analysis that need to be considered. But with that said, I'm happy to vote to continue this to the next meeting to get that master agreement in front of us and to get the specific rate impact in a highly digestible format for all of us to see before making a final decision. It would be, I think, a huge disservice to our utility and our customers if we did not move forward with this implementation. So with that, we will go to a roll call vote, which is just to continue the item to the next meeting with some additional information coming back to us.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Let's go ahead and take a brief recess and stretch our legs before our time certain item, traffic safety, at 7 o'clock. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. We are in recess. Adam, can you hear me? You got it? You can hear me, Adam? Yeah. We're going to take public comment first on this next item, and then before our deliberations, just so you're prepared. Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order. It is 7 o'clock, time for our time certain item, which is on traffic safety. We know that there is a significant amount of public interest in this item. We've been getting your emails and your social media posts, phone calls, and so what we want to do right now, we know that many of you have been waiting, some of you probably all day, to speak on this item. So we are going to do public comment first and hear from any of you that would like to speak on the issue of traffic safety. And then after we hear from all of you, we will turn back to the commission for any deliberation or direction to our staff. Adam, do you have any idea how many people are in the queue? Can't hear you, you're on mute.
We only have one at this time, Mr. Mayor, but I suspect with the change in the agenda, we may get a couple of callers that we have to live screen.
Okay, with that, I think let's go, I'd rather wait then a little bit. I just have a feeling there's more people than one calling in that will want to participate. So let's go ahead and give a little bit more time for people to call in. If you're watching live, this would be your opportunity to dial that number and get in the queue. While we do that, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Ward, and then I'm going to turn it over to our city manager to kind of update us on what actions have been taken since the two tragedies of UF students recently occurred, and also an update on the joint task force that we have put together. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put together some thoughts on this over the last few days, and then after talking with the manager, and I have some recommendations that I think I probably will turn into a motion later on, but I'm not quite ready to do that. So let me just briefly go through this. Thank you again for allowing me to add this item to our agenda for today. As we are all aware, traffic safety is a very real problem in our community. Despite our efforts through the MTPO over the years, and despite the useful safety progress we've made on city-managed streets over the years, some roads, specifically but not exclusively, Waldo-Williston Road, 39th Avenue, and most recently, again, University Avenue, have seen pedestrians killed by cars and trucks. I've spoken with the city manager and many members of our local and extended community about this over the past week, and I have some ideas to offer as near, medium, and long-term methods to make our roadways safer. First, let me say I'm glad to see the introduction of the STEP program for increased enforcement. Enforcement should be our last step, but we are in a position where we have to make that necessary. I'm also pleased that there will soon be increased lighting along Waldo Road, and that some changes are apparently coming to the Hawthorne Trail and Williston Road. Second, I want to consider closing on a pilot basis the 100 and 200 blocks of Northwest 17th Street to car and truck traffic other than deliveries and waste collection, and ask UF to close Buckman to motor vehicle access from University Avenue. Turns at this intersection seem dangerous anecdotally, dating back more than a decade, and until we have studied the data, we should take this precaution. Third, I want us to direct the city manager to approach the FDOT and ask them to turn over responsibility of State Road 26 from East 15th Street to West 22nd Street, and US 441 from North 16th Avenue to South 16th Avenue to the city of Gainesville for the purpose of reshaping them in the complete streets model. Our city has a track record of success in this regard, specifically on Main Street. Further, he should be empowered to approach UF about major funding assistance for the redesign and further planning and maintenance of these streets. Fourth, I want us to empower the city manager and staff to make changes within their authority as quickly as possible regarding traffic safety, and to bring us ideas that fall outside their authority and be aggressive about both. Fifth, and finally for now, I want us to direct the city manager to work with the communications department to create and enact a traffic safety education program for our entire community. And finally, I want to offer my condolences once again to families and friends who have lost loved ones on the roadways of our community, regardless of where in town that was. Obviously, the light is shining on the University Avenue campus corridor right now, but it's not the only place we've lost loved ones in this community. We have some real concrete things that we can do. We have some aspirational things that we'd like to do, and we know that we can have an impact on traffic safety. We've done it with other roads in our community, and data shows that the roads that are managed by the city of Gainesville are safe roads. We have difficulty with FDOT roads in our community. And I wanted to say that going into this discussion, that's where the problem is. We need to find ways around that problem so that we can manage them in a way that we know to be consistent with good design and with safe design. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, can you give us an update on our enforcement policy that's been implemented just in the last few days, as well as the task force that is being put together with the city, sheriff, UF, and hopefully FDOT?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. We've been looking at University for over a year. I think we're all familiar with the three tragedies that happened on University, stemming back all the way to January of 2020. So this has been something that our staff has been working on, and candidly have been working on within the confines of the FDOT parameters, since Florida Department of Transportation is the entity that quote unquote owns University Avenue, at least prescribes the regulations that are necessary for how traffic works along that corridor. It's a corridor that has been designated as a freight corridor. It's an evacuation zone. It is part of the state highway system. So we've had to operate within those confines. As you know, in the last several months, we've had particular concerns, and our staff has started thinking about what are more, as Commissioner Ward just called it, aspirational solutions to traffic on there. You can go back, years, and there's always been a discussion about University as our main street, having to go onto a road diet, more bike lanes, more pedestrian friendly, from east of Main Street all the way to 34th. And so we've been working, there are projects that have been funded within the MTPO work plan, such as 2 traffic signals that will be going in on 16th and 19th. But those aren't scheduled for work until FYD2. And quite frankly, we think that that's too late. So we want to be able to have a discussion with FDOT about how we can accelerate those types of efforts. In the meantime, in consultation with Chief Jones and GPD, they have put together a special traffic enforcement program called Gator STEP. And that is in conjunction with the University Police Department, where our motor unit and UPD will be increasing patrolling and enforcement and education along the corridor from 34th to 13th, along Archer Road and along 34th itself, where we know we have a lot of pedestrian movement and a lot of cars. And the charge to GD and to our own staff in mobility and public works has been that this needs to be more about moving people and less about moving cars. And that's the paradigm that we've been operating under for the last several years as we've been developing solutions. We have approached and we have agreed to participate with the University of Florida in partnership to create a task force where I've already selected our staff members to participate. That has group GTAC, I think, will be providing a member to join that task force. We're going to ask FDOT to be part of that task force, the sheriff as well. And the purpose of that is going to be look at some short-term solutions, some midterm solutions, and some long-term solutions for the University Avenue corridor, as well as some of the adjacent corridors around 13th, 34th as well. Again, where we have large pedestrian movements and the potential for hazardous and tragic interactions with pedestrians and vehicles. So our staff is mobilized to work on those. We're committed to working on it. We're going to think, I'd like to say we're going to think outside the box, but I really don't even want a box in the room. I want us to be aspirational and try to figure out what that road system needs to look like. And that may ultimately mean that the city needs to request FDOT to turn jurisdiction of the road over to the city, in which case we will need our partners like the University of Florida to assist in the cost of the maintenance and the improvements on the road system. So that's what we're doing right now. It's a lot of work, but we've been talking about it in the past, and we've stepped up those conversations in the last few days.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Commissioner, and just we get acronym happy in government. GCAT stands for Gainesville Citizens for Active Transportation, a local transportation, and especially pedestrian and bicyclist advocacy group. So they have met, they have said that they will participate. They have one of their active members that's agreed. We also have another neighbor who has a vast amount of experience in transportation planning at the state level, who is a great advocate for pedestrian first design, who's agreed to participate, and then our city staff who's very well oriented towards this. So it's a group that I think understands the solutions that will work. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is really heartbreaking that this conversation is coming after this past weekend's tragedy. There really aren't any words to describe the heartbreak. And I am resolved to take all of those feelings and I watch how our community is rallying to talk about how we can do better. I think that we have long talked about this corridor, and as mentioned, other corridors as well. On the MTPO this past year, this stretch of West University Avenue was and is the #1 pedestrian bicycle funding project that we sent to the Florida Department of Transportation. I want there to be action, and I understand that we have conversations happening between the university I've begun conversations with our state delegation in the legislature, and I've seen some of their public comments, and they are interested in pursuing solutions as well. I think there are things we can do in the short term. I think there are asks we can make of the Florida Department of Transportation in the short term. I've seen them move quickly in some roadways to install safety measures, whether it be traffic lights or other, because of extremely hazardous road conditions. I think we can make this ask, and I think we can do it immediately. I think that the longer solution, as has been mentioned, is the roadway redesign. But I think that what should come of all of these discussions is a specific ask this year to FDOT in the form of a local appropriation. Because it's as dangerous out there now as it has always been. And we're stepping up enforcement. I think that will have effect. And we always hear the 3 E's of roadway safety, education, enforcement, and engineering. And so what I would like for us to do is to resolve that the city commission and the Alachua County Commission, we've already agreed this is a top priority. The University of Florida they have a member who sits on the MTPO. It's a top priority for them as well. Where I want the community to come in is to join us in that ask to the Florida Department of Transportation, and we can ask for our state delegation, reach across the aisle and have them assist in a direct ask that is both a focus on short-term upgrades that can be made. Perhaps they do recommend closing the roadways to through traffic. They could also install speed calming devices. And then, of course, I think at this point it is a must that there has to be a redesign for that stretch of the roadway. It has to emphasize pedestrian and bicycle safety. It is part of the Florida highway system. I would not be opposed to the city being turned over to authority over the roadway. But I think that should come after FDOT's involvement. Because we have gone through the processes. We've gone through every process that they've laid out, and we put it at the top of the list. And so I don't think it's asking too much for us to, as a community, as a city, as a county, as a university, and as citizens and as legislators, to put something in writing this year to ask for funding so that there can be certainty as to what the next steps are going to be. So that is my ask. This will be a discussion by the MTPO in our February meeting. As chair, I'll make sure that is on the agenda in case we can get more updates, because these will be ongoing discussions as they have always been. But I too am resolved to have not one more death. It's just too much to bear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My heart goes out to the family, friends, and our community who have had loved ones that have been hurt in these incidents this year and every year prior. People die on our roads because of how they're designed and how they're made, and we need to do better. The city manager I think said it well. We need to design our city for the people who live here, not for vehicles. And unfortunately for decades and decades and decades has been how do we move vehicles from A to B instead of the people who actually live here. And I think that's where we need to make sure that we're putting that first. Commissioner Ward's who brought up, and I think Commissioner Ariel as well, of kind of a long-term solutions of, and maybe hopefully midterm or maybe even short-term, but of taking over University Avenue. And I think the sections that Commissioner Ward brought up of just west of University, or even to 34th Street to East 15th Street, and also 13th Street is another road that's having increasing amount of pedestrian traffic and road traffic, and I think we need to take that over as well. But I think it needs to be in partnership, not just with the University of Florida, but with the county. It is a significant cost it's going to take for us to have to take over control of the roads and redesign them. I think it's something we have to do, but I think it's something we need to be in partnership with the county as well, because these roads they're expensive roads because they get used a lot and they have to be updated. I think that the state of Florida want them fixed pretty often as well. But that's how we're going to be able to solve this, is if we're able to redesign the roads. And I think it's only going to happen if the city is the owner in partnership with the University of Florida and the county to create complete streets that are for all users. Commissioner Ward brought up some closures, some roads. I mean, I'm open to that, but I think I'd like for those to be kind of looked at more. I hate to kind of legislate from the dais on kind of civil engineering and like road design like that, but I'm open to us looking and seeing if those would make the roads safer. They could. I also have a question for the city manager. When do we expect to hear, I guess, short, long, midterm, and long-term solutions from the task force?
So I'm going to work with Dr. Lane to try to develop a time frame the next couple of days. He and I have been trading calls back and forth today on that. So hopefully next day or two, I can let you know what we're expecting.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ariel's point on what our community needs to do, I think you're right. We have to keep fighting and pushing the state to take action. And we can't just delay and say, oh, we'll deal with it. That we have to keep going strong. That's the only way we're actually going to, I don't want to, sadly, that these lives that something actually happens and we actually do something to protect those roads. And we need our community to continue to push the state of Florida to start taking actions on that sections of roads. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to echo my colleagues in saying that I offer my sincere and most heartfelt condolences to all of the families and friends and loved ones who have lost someone on our roads. And I'm reminded of something Commissioner Johnson said just a few months ago, how many deaths is considered enough? And it was in a topic not wholly unrelated to this one, stating, how many deaths is enough for the state to let us do what we need to do? And so I'm happy to hear about some of these changes that we're already taking initiative on. I think that they are good first steps into education, into safety, into enforcement. I think we need more changes, which is why I agree with Commissioner Ward's points, especially the call to FDOT to take ownership of parts of the road, especially on University and on parts of 13th, because those are just becoming more dense corridors that will have foot traffic, and we want it that way. We want it to be pedestrian and cyclist safely able to commute to the university without the need of a car. It is environmentally and socially responsible to have these corridors be more dense, but they also have to be safe. And if they're not safe, then we're failing in our responsibility. But we can't do it alone, which is why I'd like to echo Commissioner Ariola in that, the public needs to continue their push and help us contact FDOT and contact all their representatives in that, they need to be partners with us. We can't do it alone. And Commissioner Hayes Santos' point, we can't be the sole bearer of this burden. It's a huge tax burden to pass on to the rest of the taxpayers when it is a direct benefit to the university. And it is our responsibility to protect those students, but it is a very heavy and expensive burden that we'll need help with. And I think it's a responsibility that should be shared by the university and the county. Because at the end of the day, we are all responsible for those who come here to learn and study and grow. I'd like to echo again that I support Commissioner Ward's 5 points, but I am most interested in number 3, that call to take ownership of the road. I do think with that ownership we can redesign much more quickly. We've shown that we can do so. A complete street to keep our residents and students safe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ward, I'm going to take Commissioner Simmons next, since she hasn't had a chance yet, and then I'll come back to you. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, I just want to just echo with all of my colleagues here. It's one is too many, and we always say that one is too many. As we look at the cost that will be associated with implementing something like this, I know that when you submit a plan for development, you have to do a traffic study. And I think as we start looking at the density and the areas where some of these incidents are taking place, and looking at how many new buildings are in these areas, we may want to look at how we use those dollars from developers when they submit that traffic study, and maybe put that in some type of pot of monies, if you will, to pay the costs associated with some of this upkeep or maintenance that we're maybe trying to do, or do something. But that's just a source that I was thinking about, that we could probably look at what we're currently doing with those funds and maybe divert them to maybe do something with this and have a real impact. It's unfortunate, and my heart goes out to the families and the loved ones of the people that were that we've lost. I definitely want to take a look at Williston Road as well. I didn't hear all of your 5 points, but that road, when you're crossing the bike trail, is a drag race, and something has to be done. I support your motion, but I really want us to look at that area as well. As more development come up on Southwest 13th Street, all those apartment buildings being built on Southwest 13th Street heading south, more bodies, more cars. And so we need to start being proactive as development come into our area. And I don't know if we have to look internally and have a little group of staff to keep an eye out on certain areas, a little task force, if you will, and do updates and just be on top of things. We need to be proactive, and we need to address the development that's taking place in our area, and how we can utilize some of the funds that we're bringing in for development, to divert those to some type of to fund this project. But I support your motion, and we need to do something. We will do something, and like you all said, partnerships is key. We need the University of Florida at the table. We need the county at the table, and also business owners, nonprofits, whomever. We need everybody at the table, because these are our neighbors. These are our neighbors. So I support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Real quick, for Williston, I know that the state has said they are going to make improvements to that crossing. I think our staff's looking at whether we concur with those improvements, whether we think they're actually going to make a substantial difference or not. So I of course want to express my condolences you know, to the families, to the extended University of Florida community. You know, each one of these impacts us as an entire community. It really sort of shakes our bones. And I'll just say, as somebody who's been working on these issues specifically for most of the time I've been in office, it's like rolling the boulder up the hill, because so much seems out of our control. And I know that's not an answer. It's not what anybody wants to hear. It's not what I want to hear. It's been a major point of frustration for a long time. The city is committed to our Vision Zero policy to ending all deaths and serious injuries on our roads for every user. The commission this summer in our strategic planning places one of our top priorities right up there with you know, affordable housing and racial equity. But that's of little consolation to the family and friends who lost their daughters, their sorority sisters, their classmates. I want the people who are working so tirelessly and with such passion to make a change on this to know what we can do and what we can't do immediately. And the sort of short answer to that is, what we have under our control is education and enforcement. We control a police department, we control a communications department. We can work with the university through both of those mechanisms to increase enforcement visibility. And that will help for a time, but a road is either safe or unsafe because of its design. That's what it comes down to. And nothing will change with the design of University or 13th, and I'm glad we're talking about 13th as well. Nothing will change with the design unless the state of Florida says so. And so I don't want to make false promises. I want to work very hard to, look, if it were up to me, that'd be a 2-lane road with protected bike lanes and incredible pedestrian areas and great trees and landscaping. That's what it needs to be. How we get to there is unknown. Perhaps there's enough political pressure at the state level by now that they're willing to listen and willing to do it. I hope that's the case. We don't need to know right now whether we take possession of the road or not. It's certainly something we can put out there and consider. But a couple years ago, the State Department of Transportation radically changed their approach and requirements to state roads, saying that when state roads go through cities, go through communities, they can employ the principles of context-sensitive design. That didn't used to be the case. They used to say, highway's a highway's a highway, we don't care where it is, it's going to be built a certain way. And then they changed their approach, which is great for new highways being built, but it doesn't do a lot for all of those existing highways like University Avenue and 13th Street. But perhaps they have seen the lethality of those old designs enough where they are willing to come in and allow us to do the context-sensitive design, to let us show them what the road should be like, because we know what is safe and what is not. We know what is beautiful and what is not. We know what will work, while they still maintain the maintenance and operational cost of it. That may be a solution. Those are all, as many of you said, longer term solutions. And so we are committed right now to doing the things that are under our control. I have great hopes for the task force because I know who's going to be on it, and I know the expertise and the passion they have for Vision Zero and complete streets and pedestrian and bike friendly design. They're already there. It's going to come down to, do the people who make the decisions in Tallahassee hear us? Do they hear us? And that is where the legion of advocates that have come together over these tragedies can make a difference, where they can completely change the trajectory of what we have been experiencing over the last several decades. So that's my hope. So I'm going to go back to Commissioner Ward, and then we'll go to public comment. If you want to put a motion on the floor, you can at this point, or you can wait till after public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got several things that I want to address in a variety of things that all speak back to this. I don't want my comments to sound like I'm trying to throw people at the Department of Transportation under the proverbial bus. I'm not. But there are specific things, specific asks we have made as a commission and as an MTPO. And by the way, for anyone watching, MTPO is Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization. It's the city and the county commissions here in Gainesville and Alachua County sitting together with a representative from the University of Florida. MTPO asked about 2 years ago for a crosswalk, a lighted crosswalk, to be placed on 39th Avenue in front of Grace Marketplace, because people have been killed there, multiple people have been killed there over the years, and many injured, trying to cross the street to get on the bus to come into Gainesville. That's their crime, crossing the street. FDOT said, sure, we're happy to take a look at that for you. We'll do a study. And they came back and said not enough people had died to make that change, to put a lighted crosswalk in. So that how many people have to die, Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Johnson, that rings a bell with me, as it does with you. FDOT, particularly in that circumstance, is concerned about how quickly cars and trucks can move down their state highway, not about how many people might die trying to get to a bus stop. That's who we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. The bureaucracy is the issue, not the individuals. They're kind people. There's nothing wrong with the people who work for FDOT. One of them used to work for the city of Gainesville and is a great guy. But the bureaucracy and the positions that the district takes are different than a city's position. They're not trying to protect individuals. They're trying to make sure that cars can get to where they need to go without crashing into each other. We have asked for other things from the FDOT over the years, and including University Avenue, and those things just haven't been funded. They say, that's very nice, and then they don't fund it. Here's a ray of hope, potentially. Our senator, Senator Perry, is the vice chair of the Senate Transportation Committee. Our senator is in a position to be able to do us a tremendous amount, not us, the people of Gainesville, a very good turn and save lives. He could get that done for us. At least put it out there. I know he's got legislation proposed to do something with crosswalks, with linking them or not linking them to whether or not people are fully stopped. And that's real nice, but it's not really where we need to go. We need something a little bigger than that. I'm focused on, in my comments and in the motion that I intend to make, I'm focused on left and right turns at the intersection of University Avenue and 17th Street in Buckman. Because I'm going to list 3 names for you and tell you what they all have in common. Sophia Lambert, Abigail Doherty, Lieutenant Corey Dolan. They all died because somebody didn't make a good turn off University Avenue onto either Buckman or 17th Street. You've all driven down University Avenue at 17th Street. It's a really dangerous intersection. We probably all walked there as well as pedestrians. It's frightening, whether you're walking, cycling, or driving. We've had horrific accidents there. Garbage trucks running over cyclists. People standing this weekend, standing where they were supposed to be on the sidewalk, waiting to cross the road. And a car accident happens with a turning vehicle and gets pushed into them, and 1 dies. 5 go to the hospital. There's something very wrong with that intersection. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know that 2 blocks of 17th Street could get by with a few months of study closed. I believe Buckman could be closed to turning traffic from University Avenue. That's something we'd have to ask UF for. That intersection is dangerous. Somebody could get killed there before the sun rises tomorrow again. I don't want it to be our responsibility when we could have closed the street. We do need data. We need to study it. But while we study it, we can close a couple of blocks of 17th Street. There are some business hardships with all this. There are some business hardships with everything we're talking about because we're going to slow traffic down. That's what this is really all about. It's about slowing down car traffic, the truck traffic. And that's going to cost some people some money. We're going to make it inevitably more difficult to get a few things done with cars and trucks. That's going to have blowback. We should all be prepared for some blowback coming from this. Because while everybody wants to save lives right now, when we start putting actual things on the table, it's going to be inconvenient and it's going to cost money. And that's going to bring blowback. And we need to be aware of that and prepared for it personally. I could talk a lot more about a lot of things. And again, I don't want people thinking that we're trying to shirk responsibility. And I don't want people who work for FDOT and their families thinking that we're calling them, some horrible thing. I'm not. But as an organization, FDOT's inaction, I believe, is costing lives. It's costing lives in our community. And when I say our community, I don't mean just Gainesville. I mean the larger University of Florida community at this point. I don't want us to go away from this without thinking very much about 39th Avenue, Waldo and Wilson roads as well. All state roads, and that's really where the problem is. These headlines are not generated from City of Gainesville streets. They're generated for poorly designed FDOT roads. I want to partner with FDOT and the University of Florida and the county to make them safer. If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'll wait until after we hear public comment before I put the motion on the table.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much. And so, Adam, we'll turn it over to you to hear from our members of the public on this topic. Adam, we can't hear you. I'm not seeing the mute button, but still can't hear you.
How's that?
That's perfect.
There we go. Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to bring the public into this meeting. We have, I think, about 13 or 14 speakers in the queue. Please be patient. I know they have thought long and hard about their remarks and what they want to convey to you. Ms. Annie Wise, you were the first in the queue. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Yes, I thought long and hard, but I'm like completely emotional. So forgive me if I'm a little scattered in my thoughts that I convey to you tonight. I want to actually thank all of you because I know you've been there since 1 o'clock this afternoon. And that's a long day to be in a meeting. I have a freshman at the University of Florida, and she's been with Sophia since kindergarten. And I know there's a lot of other moms in this queue waiting to speak that are Girl Scout moms that were also with Sophia and her troop. I'm going to say that, like, I don't have any solutions. I've listened to everything that's been brought up, and there's some really remarkable people, parents, connecting us into this activism to prevent this from happening again. And so I'm going to defer any kind of concrete ideas and just can give you some raw emotion in that, you know, we didn't look at pedestrian safety when we chose US. My daughter applied to US, but we weren't looking at those kind of things. And I think it's really terrifying to know that this has happened and been happening, and that in the last year you have 3 tragic accidents. You know, one, Maggie, just a few weeks ago, and I remember reading about that and trying to find information this weekend about Sophia's accident. I was like stunned. I said, oh my God, there's been so many accidents. How do we not know about this? So I do want to speak, you know, because as a nurse practitioner and as a nursing educator, I really want to emphasize the fact of education and educating the public, educating the students, educating the parents, educating the community on the hazards of, I guess, being a pedestrian. Because I didn't have getting hit by a car on the sidewalk on my mom worry list. And it makes it hard for me to tell my kids to be careful about everything. I mean, I kind of want to bubble wrap her now to the coffee table. I just want you guys to know that I know that the University of Florida in Gainesville can do this. You've done it before. You've had crisis intervention things that you've created. You know, your community, this can either tear the community apart or it can bring it together. And I really hope that it brings it together. And I recognize that there are going to be people that are going to be unhappy with anything that's done because it takes them 15 minutes longer to get to work.
That's wise.
But I just hope that, yes.
We have to wrap up. I know, we have to wrap up we have a lot of people in the queue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Mr. Charles King, you're next.
Hey guys, yeah, appreciate the long day today. My same thing. I got a freshman there this year, and I didn't look into the pedestrian deal. It's kind of sad listening to you guys talk since 7 o'clock about ongoing discussions in the past. I've had a task force looking at this for years. It just seems like, you know, it's a lot of talking, and I'm not trying to blame anybody, but sadly, it's been a lot of talk and still nothing going down the road. So my only thing is, you know, let's if we need to get some type of task force or activism or something to try to get this to Tallahassee, let's try to do that. Mr. Ward, I like your thoughts of let's at least close this temporarily until we figure something out and try to at least potentially save another life or two. Because it could be my daughter. And then I'm thinking maybe, I don't know if it's easier or not, but put some rails down the road. I mean, just some type of barrier on that road that I have walked on it numerous times now that my daughter's a freshman there. And I'm always on the inside, and I'm the dad that puts the wife and the daughter away from the road and on the inside, but didn't even really think about nothing's going to happen, but maybe put rails up if that would help quicker. And potentially, I like your thing too, Mr. Ward, about closing some turns there. That's where some people get a little crazy, not paying attention, trying to hurry up and get in front of the car, whatever. But just, the education thing, I guess, is good. Trying to take over the road, that's long-term stuff. Nothing like that's going to happen. The traffic study, I mean, all that stuff is years out, and it seems like we're this problem's been happening for years. So I don't think another study's going to do anything. I don't know what the answer is, but let's get to the state, Tallahassee, if that's what we got to do. Again, speed bumps, putting rails up. I don't know. Do something different. I mean, doing the same thing and just letting kids drive down that road or walk down the road by these cars doesn't seem to be the best answer. So that's it. I appreciate your time. I'll give some time back, and then we'll go on to the next person. I appreciate you guys listening.
Thank you, Mr. King. Jen Solomon, you're next. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Solomon, and I am the Girl Scout troop leader for the beloved Sophia Lambert. We all know has lost her life Saturday night senselessly on University Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of her family and all families that are grieving her loss. This preventable. No other parent needs to bury their children. We entrust UF and the city of Gainesville to provide a safe place for our children to grow, learn, and live safely. And based on these tragedies that have happened, you are failing them. Enough is enough. This needs immediate action. Sophia's grieving parents need to know what you're going to do. And the explanations I've heard here tonight, they're not good enough. Sophia and all the students have died deserve better. I agree that something right now needs to be done, whether it's rails, barricades, something needs to be done because the students are scared, the parents are heartbroken, and we need to do better for them. I'll pass on to the next person.
Thank you, Ms. Solomon. Nico Siegel-Wright, you're next. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. And is this about the pedestrian safety ordinance specifically? Because it seems like we've talked a lot about traffic safety.
No.
And my comment was specifically on the ordinance.
Yep, that's a later item, Adam.
Okay, we'll take that comment later in the evening. We'll
Okay.
put you back in the queue. Frank Pena, you are next. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to speak and for taking the time. I know it's been a long day, and I've gathered from listening to the comments and recent events that this is a long-standing problem that needs to get addressed immediately. And immediately means sustained traffic enforcement with a zero-tolerance policy until something better can be figured out. My heart breaks for the family of Maggie Paxton and Sophia Lambert. Maggie was born on the same day as my daughter, August 25th, 2002. My daughter is a freshman, okay? I won't bore you with all the schools that she was accepted to. She has only been there a semester, and she's in the Gator Marching Band, the University of Florida Symphonic Band, University of Florida Brass Band. She wants to be a doctor. She was put on this earth to save lives. Please do not let my daughter be killed on the streets of Gainesville while attending the University of Florida. We sent our daughter to what I believe is a world-class university, ranked number 6 in the country as a public university. And I never thought that there would exist this level of neglect by the leaders of this state, county, and city. Pedestrian safety was not one of the things that we considered. And something needs to happen immediately, strict enforcement, sustained zero tolerance. You talk about education. I've educated my daughter to watch her six. I tell her every day in every text and every phone conversation that we exchange. Don't jaywalk. Follow the rules. She carries mace at night. She uses the TAP program to get to her dorm at Hume East when it's late at night. She's doing everything that I've told her to do. But I do not expect her, like Maggie or Sophia and many others, to be killed on the streets of Gainesville while lawfully waiting to cross the street. You must act. Please, I beg you. This is extremely concerning. I cannot imagine the unmeasurable loss that these families have suffered. And we put so much into our kids. This university gets the best kids of this state. The state of Florida sends its best children to this university. How could the state be so negligent? How could the county be so negligent? And with all due respect to the folks in this meeting, please, I understand the department, the proverbial throwing the bus. This all needs to stop. Action needs to happen.
Mr. Pena. Thank you.
Yes.
You have to move along to our next speaker. Thank you. Mr. Byron Jaffe, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and fellow commissioners and City Manager Feldman. My name is Byron Jaffe. I'm a commissioner down here in the city of Weston. And first, I want to offer all my sincere condolences to the families of all of these students and traffic fatalities and the victims in the most recent accidents, and the accidents going way back all the way to 2017. I also sit on the Broward County Metropolitan Planning Organization down here in the city of in Broward County, and I have to tell you that working with District Secretary down here, Jerry O'Reilly from FDOT, his number one goal and our number one goal is the safety of the people, not just people traveling in vehicles, but people, the pedestrians, whether you're or on a bicycle or in a vehicle. That's his number one goal, and that's of safety for everybody. And the traffic situation up there at Gainesville, the city of Weston and the city of Gainesville have a very close relationship due to the very large number of students that attend the school up there. And I have to tell you that this is not really a local issue or a city issue. It's not a Weston issue, or it's a state of Florida issue. Every city, every municipality in the state of Florida who has students going to school at the University of Florida, they need to feel safe, and traffic changes have to be made there, whether they're traffic management devices, timing, traffic signal timing, barricades. And I salute the Gainesville Police Department because I saw they've made some initiatives, and I'm fully behind giving additional traffic citations to slow the traffic down there. But changes do need to be made up there. Anybody who's been to Gainesville in the last 4 or 5 years knows the amount of pedestrian traffic and vehicle traffic up there. We all knew that there is a problem that needs to be addressed up there, and this is a state issue. And I have reached out to the Chief of Staff for FDOT Secretary Thibault, and the Chief of Staff has assured me that the FDOT Secretary is aware of what's going on. He's going to engage the district officials up there as well as your local officials there, that changes need to be made immediately. And anything that we can do here from the city of Weston to aid and assist to make sure that the safety of all the students who attend the school throughout the entire state are secured and improved up there. We're behind you 100%. We commend your leadership at the local level. And I just want to also say to Commissioner Ward, thank you so much for taking such an initiative, and I fully support your motion. Please make some changes up there so that all the students are safe, whether you're walking, biking, or driving in your car. And the FDOT and the Secretary needs to get involved. I also did reach out to the Governor's Chief of Staff today, so hopefully some action is going to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Nathan Scop. Mr. Scop, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So first and foremost, I want to offer my condolences also to the victims of this tragic accident. Again, innocent people hit by a car that got rear-ended or hit by another car. Historically, that's been a very dangerous intersection in that general area. Most recent incident and the fatality, as well as the hit-run fatality, and GPD officer lost his life at the same place. I think that forms a basis for DOT review of traffic safety. Typically, if there's accidents, they'll use that as a basis for installing traffic signal, traffic device. In this case, there's been numerous fatalities. I think it's an even better case historically to revisit taking some action regarding that intersection. I'd be in support of, and I'm surprised UF hasn't done this to ensure the safety of their own students on installing an overpass or, even at that location, that intersection, an underpass for pedestrians only would be, something that probably could be accommodated and be beneficial to allow students a common access point to transition across a busy roadway. Also, in full support of GPD's efforts to enhance traffic enforcement in that area, along those areas. I think that's very important. But again, traffic enforcement applies equally to motorists as well as pedestrians. They need to strictly enforce jaywalking. They need to enforce texting while driving. They need to enforce speeding, and also, things that bicyclists and pedestrians are doing that equally pose a hazard to themselves or others. So again, enforcement needs to be even-handed across the board, up to and including panhandlers, who also in the medians and around in a busy traffic area cause their own set of issues. I think the city's going to address that tonight with its traffic ordinance. But again, my condolences to the victims. It's a tragic accident. Everyone has a right to be safe. And in this case, it was a chain of events that caused a person to lose their life unnecessarily. And, that's tragic in itself. So again, I hope that the DOT will work with the city to do something. I'm not sure that closing that road down completely is a viable option. I wish it was, to the extent that there were other parallel roadways. One more quick thing. Madison, Wisconsin, the University of Wisconsin has a really good downtown road that's blocked off for your reference if you all want to study that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Alfredo Morales. Mr. Morales, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. So actually, I thought this was about the pedestrian issue too. So if possible, I'd like to be added back to the list at the end. But I do want to chime in and say, as a former student and current resident, I have been hit by cars all along Gainesville, really. There are intersections and specifically roundabouts near downtown where I know people have gotten seriously injured, and most cyclists tend to avoid. Like, I know I avoid certain parts of Gainesville, and this made Gainesville overall very inaccessible to someone who bikes around. And I do agree that this is something that needs to be addressed structurally. But I am disappointed about how much of the conversation goes back to increasing policing, when the reality is that the issue is how the streets are designed in the first place and how unfriendly they are to pedestrians in the first place, and how the city has sprawled into a way that it's become almost impossible to not have a car. I would like the city to really address more of the structural issues beyond just whether we have enough police, because the clear evidence is that we do, but really into what kind of commuting we want to promote. And also, I want to point out that I think it's extremely shady that we're having this conversation about traffic issues now, but we're pushing back a conversation about pedestrian safety until later. And I feel like the only reason that's getting pushed back is because that's a way to criminalize panhandling that the city commission doesn't want to talk about. So I'm happy to talk about that when it comes up, but I just want to point out how this issue shouldn't have been split if we truly care about the pedestrian safety Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Armando Gomez, you are next. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one thing I wanted to bring to everybody's attention, first and foremost, it's important to acknowledge I think all of our condolences go out to Sophia and the many people that have lost their lives. But rather than just make statements, people are interested in solution and not about being aspirational. They want solutions. They want results. They want something to happen. And rather than us talk about pie in the sky and things that are not necessarily realistic, let's talk about things that we have at our disposal. I mean, I've seen Commissioner Ward on TV, and I've seen some of you talking about being aspirational. All that's outstanding. The people want results, and you already have many tools right now. And Commissioner Ward should know this, as well as the manager. And I know some of you that have been on the commission for a while already know this. There are things in your tool chest right now that you have that you actually can do. The manager should know that they already have an agreement with the University of Florida that you have a 2-mile radius from which to increase enforcement and have in conjunction with GPD. But that alone, what is something else that the city can do? The city could build right now a pedestrian overpass in conjunction with University of Florida. We always talk about this magnificent town and gown relationship with the University of Florida and how great they're doing. Well, this is something that they should contribute and help with the city if it's such a great relationship, because it seems like it's always been a one-sided conversation. And if we want to talk about making sure that these folks who lost their lives needlessly are remembered and not forgotten about, let's do something about it that we can do. And also let's reach out to our state delegation. Let's reach out to our state delegation to bring a conversation to the table, because you and I know, commissioners, that we don't have it in our budget to take over the street. We can talk a big game now, but at the end of the day, you don't want to sit here and talk aspirational and then go home with nothing. So we have many folks in our delegation, including Commissioner Henson. Many of us know her. You know her well, and I know the mayor does. We should get with our state delegation and talk about it, not just with FDOT, but putting tangential and tangible things that we can get done to accomplish them now. And putting up a pedestrian overpass is something we can do now, not later, but now. So the folks that need help now with our pedestrians, next to the old swamp, there's a lot of construction that's going on there. And it is a shame that we're having to talk in aspirational ideas and not just things that we can tangibly actually do. And you can do those right now. You don't need to wait on FDOT. You can have sit there and have an interlocal agreement with MTPO and do something about that now, from a city side street to the other, to the University of Florida, which is a state entity. So if that town and gown relationship is what it is, let's put it to work. So if it's really a partnership, let's put it to work. That was a fast 3 minutes, Adam.
It was 3 minutes, though. Thank you. I do want to just take a moment to announce that if we have not pre-screened you, we will get to you. We are charting exactly who calls in the order in which the calls were received. So please bear with us. Next, we have Ms. Lisa Paxton. Ms. Paxton, your remarks, please.
Hello, this is Maggie Paxton's mother, and I just wanted to call in tonight so you all can hear the pain and the rawness we still feel since we lost our Maggie on December 9th. And before her was Abigail, and there's so many others, and Sophia after. And if Maggie's would have been addressed or even acknowledged by the university, perhaps Sophia's wouldn't have happened. I mean, action needs to be taken now. And I'm sick of the excuses. I appreciate all the work you're doing as commissioners, but let's figure it out. We have a lot of smart people at the University of Florida. You guys are smart people. FDOT, that's their job. We can figure this out. You guys need to sit at the table together. If I need to take a field trip to Tallahassee, I'm sure I have an army of people behind me to get whatever is necessary passed to make these students safe on University Avenue and the surrounding area so that no other family has to suffer the way that we are. Sophia's family is, and so many before them. This is not okay. And and we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paxton. I'm so sorry. Ms. Lisa Goldstein, you're up next. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. My heart goes out to the family of Paxton and the Lamberts. I'm calling in from Pennsylvania, and I never thought I'd be spending my evening this way. I work for a law firm, and we do have lobbying capabilities, and my daughter is a freshman who had a friend that was injured and was friendly with all the girls that were involved. I did tell her, and I unfortunately read about Maggie's tragedy, to look out for traffic, and this incident could not be avoided via education. My question, not knowing what the history is and learning of history and trying to catch up on it, is what exactly are you asking us to lobby about? Because I'd be glad to do that. I do have connections with FDOC. In the short term, if we are putting together a 5-point plan, what is it? I'd be glad to advocate for that. And can you publicize that in a way that we can make it clear? Because it's not clear what we are supposed to be lobbying for in the short term and long term. I think it would be helpful to put out 5 points that we need immediately. And also on the enforcement side, I believe there was alcohol involved in many of these incidents. Or what does enforcement look like? Are there DUI stops being put in place in these areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Next, we have Nonine Ortiz. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Okay. My name is Nonine Ortiz. My daughter Sabina was a Girl Scout. She knows since they were 5. I'm sorry, I didn't think I was cry like this, but it's so like infuriating to listen to people try to put a cost on our children's lives, when I think all of you in the state of Florida, all the people up there should have been on that Zoom call watching this family. They were broken. That's devastated the whole community. I mean, there's not a money, there's not an amount that is too much to save these kids. My husband, I've been going to UF forever to visit my husband, my niece, everybody. And back in the day in 91, his roommate got hit by a car and broke both kneecaps because the streets were horrible. Last year we went to Gator Growl and we were mortified of how big the city has grown and how many cars there are and how unsafe we felt walking around. Our daughter ended up not going to UF because she thought like the campus was too big and there was major roads going through it. It does not feel safe. There was drunk drivers all over the place. Something needs to be done about that. And maybe make it more accessible for kids to walk around and stuff where they don't feel like they have to have their cars. There's so many cars driving around and it's crazy. At this point, we already have a Facebook group of 1,700 people that's been formed for Gators Against Student Pedestrian Death. And there's going to be more. We are going to fight this. And we are going to be a thorn in everybody's side until this is fixed. I'm appalled that there's not barricades or something already put up at those intersections. They should have been up long, long ago. There's no reason this should have happened to any of these girls or kids or anybody. It's ridiculous. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Kristen Young, you're up next. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Young. I am Vice President of Gainesville Citizens for Active Transportation. We advocate for safety and access for transit, bicyclists, pedestrians, and ADA access. I want to make sure that the people who are listening know that the Gainesville City Commissioners are very aware of our organization of Vision Zero, and we've met with them many times over the years, spoke with them, and they know the policies needed to make change. We do have constraints in other areas, but Gainesville prioritizes multimodal transportation. I won't go into specific recommendations or policy. But again, the city commission understands and wants change. And many studies have been produced, many lists have been produced requesting the specific changes that we're talking about tonight. And Commissioner Ward's proposals are a good immediate start. I do want to make a request that FDOT representatives in our state delegation, including Senator Keith Perry, who serves as Vice President of the Committee on Transportation, attend the February 22nd MTPO meeting. I think that's another opportunity for parents and family and students and friends to make those voices heard. Commissioner Ariel is chair, and I'm hoping he'll make that request. Gainesville has become more urbanized, but has high-speed designed highways running through it. That's the problem. University Avenue, Archer Road, Aldo Road, Wilson Road, they need to be designed in context of urban city that's walkable and bikeable using transit, and slow down drivers. Speed kills. It's study after study, speed kills. But urban density is a good policy. We need to have fewer car trips, and the more people who are walking and biking makes it safer for people to walk and bike. So I don't want to throw good urban density policy to the wayside. Lastly, a large number of people are coalescing around these recent deaths and are demanding change. It's heartbreaking to hear the stories of and the voices of friends and family. I also want to recognize the people who have been killed on our roadways, who have loving family and friends who are missing them and haven't had the opportunity to create this movement to ask for change. And we've had a number of people who are in positions where very few people who remember them are able to speak on their behalf because they are transient or homeless or have other circumstances in their lives. And I want to make sure that while we're focusing on these deaths, that we also recognize this is a problem for many people in the other parts of the city as well. So thank you for the conversation. I hope we can move quickly and have immediate change, and also plan for the long term for safe transportation system in our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Young. We have 3 additional callers at the moment. We have not pre-screened them, so we'll just call them by number. If your last 4 digits are 0519, please introduce yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, Adam. It's Mary Lou Hildreth, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm pretty much just in tears right now after sitting through all these calls because it's tragic. It's so awful that we have to be in this place having this conversation. And not to be a defender of DOT, but I've had a lot of experience over the years with DOT, and they're very receptive. And I think Ron Cunningham's article, this has been going on for years and years and years. And I think they would be more than willing. Of course, they wouldn't have to maintain it, but they have tens of thousands of miles of roads to give it up and let us decide as a community, what needs to be done. Armando, I'm not sure about a pedestrian overpass. I'm not sure if the kids would use it. But again, on January 14th, District 2 had their 5-year plan, and all of the Alachua County streets plan for things were on there. And I looked because I hate turning left off of 53rd and Main Street because it's just a hot mess, and they have a plan to whatever. I think you have to get on the program. They have all kinds of program. My suggestion to Mr. Feldman, before having to go to the legislature, would go to Lake City and meet with Greg Evans, District 2 Secretary, and instead of go, I think there's a quicker path to get this solution, and that's just my advice. And I condolences to Maggie and Sophia and all the people before them. Yeah, so thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth. If the last 4 digits of your phone number are 8923, please introduce yourself and talk to us.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for bringing this to attention. My name is Julie Comey. I'm a graduate student at UF. I did my undergrad here, been living here for about 5 years. And I just wanted to emphasize that the protection of the people to safely commute is on FDOT. And I've been to meetings and I've seen this issue come up, that they are not listening or not doing the action that we've been willing them to do. And it's been grossly negligent, particularly in respect to University Avenue. Is there not a way that we can hold them accountable for the roads that we've all been paying for? And can we not call them to immediate action? And if they won't take the action that we need as a community, can we take legal action? These roads are old. They haven't kept up with the pace of the city or the university's growth. And every day I commute by bicycle across the 2nd Ave and 34th Street intersection to get to classes or to work. And every single day, without fail, a vehicle enters the crosswalk, even when the pedestrian light is on, which it always is, because I could not cross the street with the speed that the cars are going through that intersection. So why does it happen there and across the city of Gainesville? And what can we do now? And what needs to be a part of this ask from FDOT immediately? I think we need explicit signage. Do not enter crosswalks. We need blinking yellow lights 100 yards before the intersection for when the crosswalk is on to tell people to slow down. Oftentimes there's a line of traffic and people aren't even thinking about the crosswalk. Perhaps one of the most preventable things is changing light patterns. On my commute, the 2nd Ave and 34th Street intersection, the light is green for folks to go straight or to turn right, which is right into the crosswalk, which I'm crossing. The light should not be green. People are not slowing down if the light is green, even when they're turning red. And there are pedestrians in the crosswalk and it's their turn to cross. The light should be red, period. And there should be no right on red in this whole city, given how many pedestrians there are. We all know the rules. We need policing too. It's illegal to enter a crosswalk when folks are walking in it. And if you get a ticket, you'll learn your lesson. And that's the only type of education that we can do here. And so I know that action's going to come out of this, and I thank you for the effort that you're all making towards this issue tonight and what you'll continue to do. But I hope you don't lose this drive. And you've got a lot of people calling in, a lot of people who care about this issue, and we're here as a community, so please keep us informed on how we can help make this happen. Thank you. I yield my time.
You, Ms. Crummy. The last speaker, at least for the moment, the last 4 digits are 1660. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Bruce Kaufman, and my daughter is a senior at UF.
Yep.
I just want to say it's very clear that we need concrete barriers on University Avenue. It's clear that this has been discussed for a very long time, and that will protect our students right now. We need to keep the cars on the road and the kids out of the road. And it needs to be done right away. Too many children have died. We need to put pressure on whoever is in charge of this. Obviously, Florida DOT is part of it, but who else needs to have pressure put upon them to make this happen? Because we need to know there's enough advocacy groups going on right now that we need to know who to put the pressure on. Is it the governor? Is it the state senators? Is it the DOT people? Who else? The other thing I have to say is, has the university been contacted about possibly giving that strip of land along University Avenue up to make University Avenue wider? Because obviously there's no room there, but there is a little bit of room on the campus side, whether it's 20 or 30 feet. It's enough for a lane of traffic or a lane of pedestrian traffic on one side or the other. But clearly we need barriers. closing the turns off, that sounds like a great idea and a really great start. And I'm really happy to hear that. But we need concrete barriers. Otherwise, cars that are out of control that come careening off the street, like happened the other night, it's going to continue. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, that's all of the public speakers we have in the queue.
All right, thank you, Adam, and thank you for all of you that called in, especially the family and loved ones of the victims. It was important to hear from you, and it was very clear the pain that you continue to go through, and we pray for comfort and healing while we continue to do our work to make sure this doesn't happen again. So with that, we'll turn back to the commission, and first I'll recognize Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would echo that I appreciate everyone who took time to call in and to write in the social media groups that have been created around this. I've tried to keep up with your posts and your comments there, as well as your emails. Before I make a motion, I want to say a few things. We're working with this now. It's our turn to have to bear this. But I want to tell anyone watching in Tallahassee or Tampa or Orlando, this could be Tennessee Street. This could be Fowler. This could be one of the streets in Orlando near UCF. This could be your city next. I've walked on those streets, and I've driven on those streets, and I know they're no different than ours. We're going to try to put together a template that you can work from so that this doesn't happen in your city. I asked in an MTPO meeting probably 2 years ago, our FDOT rep was there, was giving testimony about something else, and I asked if they were aware, because I know they've signed off on all the construction that's going on in our city that's on a state road. I asked the FDOT rep, are you aware of how many thousand students, how many thousand new people are going to be walking and cycling on your road? No, we really hadn't thought about that. I'm going to go back and get the video of that and get a transcript. I asked that question. They did all the studies. They signed off on the construction. They were very aware of the traffic load for cars, but people are not what they're thinking about. And if nothing else happens out of this, I hope that we change the way that is thought about. And I know I've heard great things about how other districts think about moving people. I know that's the way that the FDOT wants to think about things. But I'm telling you, this district, I've not had that experience. So, moving on from that, I'm going to go ahead and make some motions here. We'll make a motion with 5 pieces, and if anybody wants to break that up, that's fine with me, but I want to put them out on the table. I move that we support the introduction of the STEP program for increased enforcement. That second, number 2, I want to, on a pilot basis, close the 100 and 200 blocks of Northwest 17th Street to car and truck traffic other than deliveries and waste collection, and ask the University of Florida to close Buckman to motor vehicle access from University Avenue. Third, I want us to direct the city manager to approach FDOT to ask them to turn over responsibility of State Road 26 from East 15th Street to West 22nd Street, and US 441 from North 16th Avenue to South 16th Avenue to the city of Gainesville for the purpose of reshaping them in a complete streets model. And that we empower the city manager to approach the University of Florida and the county about partnering with major funding assistance for redesign and further planning and maintenance of these streets. Fourth, that we empower the city manager and staff to make changes within their authority as quickly as possible regarding traffic safety, and to bring us ideas that fall outside their authority aggressively. Fifth, I want to direct the city manager to work with our communications department to create and enact a traffic safety education program for our community. And the clerk's office has, I believe, all this, should have it ready. I sent it to them earlier. That's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
And motion was made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner A. Santos. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Ward, if you would consider adding that we draft a resolution to submit to the Legislative Policy Committee with the Florida League of Cities, particularly the Transportation and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, which I'm a part of. I think we come back in session in spring. So the sooner we can get a resolution in place, the faster we can get some action. If you will add that to the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That has been added to the motion. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted, it was suggested by a couple of the callers that one of the things we should look into is an overpass, and I think it's because I'm a Miami native that I know why we usually don't do those or haven't in the last couple of years. It's because one collapsed at a university over a road that FDOT controlled as well. And it's only this late last year that that overpass was allowed to be redesigned and redone. So I don't think it would be the most readily accepted solution at the moment. And even then, if it were, FDOT would still have to buy in and accept the idea themselves. They'd have to approve it. So I appreciate the suggestions being made, but I wanted to offer my experience and knowledge of those options and why they may not necessarily be one that we address or ask for. And it's because one that was poorly designed and rushed through ended the lives of 6 people already at a university crosswalk. And so it may not necessarily be an option that we look to. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everyone who called and has emailed and shared your thoughts and feelings and solutions. I also would ask that we can add one point to the motion. I think we can create UF and Gainesville does have a statewide connection to pretty much every single community, and almost every single legislator and senator out there has a connection with the University of Florida. And I believe we can create a statewide coalition to look for allocations of funding and make changes to this. So I would ask that we also give direction to have this as one of the top priorities for our state lobbyists to work on this, but not just working with our local delegation, which I think will be great partners of this, but they're like many callers, we have people, commissioners from other cities calling. I think we can create a coalition that's beyond that and to really focus on bringing the whole state of Florida on board as partners in this at the Tallahassee with our lobbyists.
I would add that as number 7.
Okay, that modification has been made. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with the motion. As I mentioned in my earlier comments, turning over ownership of the road, I really want FDOT to commit to that project. We've gone through all the processes, and so what I just want to make sure that the cart and the horse go at the same time. So I would like that to be part of the direction, but something that was said, there may be a quicker path, which is also when we approach FDOT, if we could specifically ask for speed limit reductions, flashing lights, and an appropriate sidewalk barrier in the short term, because the road redesign, finding the funding for the road redesign, all of that is going to take time. But I think that in a much quicker time span, the FDOT district can make those things happen. So I'd like to add that to our authorization for the task force.
Can you be a little more concise about that? I didn't.
Yeah, so asking the district secretary of FDOT, so authorizing our staff and the task force to ask for a reduction in the speed limit on West University Avenue, flashing light signage, and appropriate barriers along the sidewalks.
Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I say in here that we direct the manager to do these things, my intent is to give Mr. Feldman the full weight of the commission to go talk to the secretary and to do whatever he needs to do to get these things done. I know that he's willing and interested and able to do this, but I don't want there to be any question about whether or not we support it. That's why I wanted to put those things in the motion. I might want to change the wording of number 3. Let me say, empowered to approach UF, Alachua County, and the FDOT for funding assistance. Just to give as much flexibility to the manager in this process as possible. That's my intent, not to box the manager in, but to give him the full weight of the support of this commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. And just as a quick side, I have been reaching out to the legislative delegation. I want to make sure that every avenue is explored. So I want that task force of committed people to not be restricted to only 1 or 2 items of action. But I do just want to let the commission know that I am directly asking for willingness for a local appropriation from our delegation to request for funding for this, because if FDOT turns us down, if none of this goes forward based on their decision-making process, I think our only recourse is the political process. And so I would like to let you all know that I'm interested in going that route. I don't think it's, without having a sponsor, I think it's premature to put that into direction. But I am seeking sponsorship. I've spoken to Rep. Emily Schlossberg, who's a ranking member, Senator Keith Perry. I'll be speaking with Rep. Clemens and Rep. Hinson. But as you mentioned, and in those legislators, they send their kids to UF too. So I'm gonna try and get as many as I can, because if all else fails, I believe that the families of this community and this community deserves to exhaust every single opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to make a few comments and then we're going to move to a vote. I'm going to split a couple things out. I'm going to tell you why. One thing that concerns me about parts of the motion and parts of the conversation is we are making decisions or being asked to make decisions here at the dais without any professional input. And that's very concerning to me. Many of us work very hard to understand all of the areas that we're asked to make decisions in, including traffic safety and pedestrian safety and mobility in general. But frankly, there are people on this task force that have been doing this a lot longer and know a lot more about this than we do. So the two things, I will say, I'm going to vote for the motion to try to find a way for the city to acquire the 2 stretches of 13th and University. With the understanding that it doesn't preclude FDOT actually making the changes themselves and maintaining it. So I don't think we're going too far down the road on that, because I still think that that's a possibility. But when we talk about things like an overpass, which I know is not part of the motion, but was suggested several times, when we talk about things like concrete barriers, the more you separate pedestrians and other users, the more cars speed up, the more dangerous you make the road. So I am not willing to say, go put up a bunch of barriers without hearing from our mobility professionals to tell us whether that makes the road safer or less safe. I don't have the answer to that, and I've read a lot on these subjects, and so I'm not ready to vote on that. And then closing the intersection at 17th. My concern, and this is where I want to hear from our professionals as well, is that if we direct traffic to non-signalized intersections around there, we create a potentially worse point of conflict. I agree. 17th is I avoid going to that intersection when I'm driving, if at all possible. I drive way out of my way. Because it really is a pedestrian first intersection, and cars are trying to get through and they get frustrated, and just they don't make good choices, but the motorists. But if we're redirecting that traffic to non-signalized intersections along that stretch, it's the law of unintended consequences. And so I'm not saying I'm opposed to doing it, but I'm not prepared to move forward with it until I get our traffic engineers and professionals to say, yes, that would be a positive without any negative consequences at the sort of intersections to the east and to the west of that. On the other side, on the south side of University at Buckman, I do not see a problem with that. Because there's just nowhere else for them to go. They're just going to avoid, they're going to go over to Stadium Drive. That's the only other sort of reasonable ingress and egress out of campus on that side. So I would like the task force to look at that and make some recommendations, understanding our goal is to take short-term actions to increase the day-to-day safety of that particular intersection. I said I was going to move to a vote, but I'll go ahead and give you one more shot, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my original language that is saving us here, I want to consider closing on a pilot basis the 100 and 200 blocks of 17th Street.
Okay.
That gives us a little out there if mobility comes back and says, that's a really horrible idea, here's why. Fine. But all other things being equal, I strongly want to, I feel like that saves lives. But I'm willing to be proven wrong on that. That's why the word consider was originally in there, and
okay.
It is in there. So,
I agree.
thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move to a vote. I then will not split out that. I'm going to split out the ask for FDOT to put up barriers, because I think that, unless I'm told otherwise, I think that will make the road less safe. I think it will encourage higher speeds on that stretch. That has generally been the case on other roads. If I'm told otherwise by the task force, then I'm happy to reconsider. Would gleefully reconsider. So with that, the first vote, Madam Clerk, will be simply on the Ask DOT to reduce the speed limit, which I support, flashing lights, which I support, and barriers, which I am unclear whether that would be an improvement or not. So that'll be a roll call vote. And I'm sorry, my participants isn't on because the screen share is on. Okay, we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco?
No.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
No, that motion passes 4-3 with Poe, Hayes Santos, and Sacco in dissent. The next vote will be on the balance of the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you for all who participated. Mr. Manager, if you would please update the commission once the task force is formed and you set out a list of priorities, and I think a frequent update to the commission would be helpful, so we can keep, obviously, our people that are interested in this statewide apprised of the progress and sort of where the decision points are, and also the opportunities for advocacy at the state level. And with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move to our next item.
Okay, our next item here, are we going back to the
I think
to
we're
the
at,
ordinances, or do you want to go to welcome home?
no, I think we're at FR1.
Okay. Flipping over. FR1, first reading of ordinance 200280, quasi-judicial historic property tax exemption, 719 Northeast 5th Street, an ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, finding that property located at 719 Northeast 5th Street, Gainesville, Florida, is more specifically described in this ordinance, qualifies for an ad valorem tax exemption for historic properties, granting an exemption from ad valorem tax for certain improvements beginning January 1, 2021, and continuing for 10 years under certain conditions, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to sign the historic preservation property tax exemption covenant between the property owner and the city, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have Jason Simmons in my department who has a presentation, but we are more than happy not to give it if you do not need it.
Why don't you give us the quick version?
All right, thank you. I'll turn it over to Jason then.
We have a lot of first-time viewers. They might be wondering what a historic property tax exemption is, so we don't want to leave them in the dark. Mr. Simmons, how are you tonight?
I'm fine, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, just a moment. Can you see the?
Yes.
Okay. So this is petition HP-20-3. By the way, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Jason Simmons with the Department of Sustainable Development. This is a Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption request for the property at 719 Northeast 5th Street. As you know, the city can grant ad valorem tax exemption for historic properties that have been renovated, rehabilitated, or restored in accordance with the historic preservation guidelines of the Secretary of the Interior. So this includes a certificate of appropriateness for the proposed work that the Historic Preservation Board reviews, and also includes a two-part application for the ad valorem tax exemption. For this property, you see the picture up here at 719 Northeast 5th Street. In 2018, the applicant requested a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of masonry walls on the east and north property lines with a fence in the northeast corner, also awnings added on the front and rear, and the reconstruction of a freestanding garage. That was voted on and approved by the board in November of 2018. The Historic Preservation Board voted to approve petition HP-20-3 at the February 4th, 2020 Historic Preservation Board meeting, including the interior remodeling that was in addition to what was previously approved, and also the Part 1 ad valorem tax exemption application. The Part 2 application was approved at the September 2020 HPB meeting. So here are just some pictures showing the results of the work. Again, the properties at 719 Northeast 5th Street. You see the facade here in the left-hand corner. They painted, put a new porch stoop on with tile, new walks and pavers at the driveway. There's a new replacement garage at the rear corner of the lot with new pavers. In the back of the house, you have a new rear porch. You see in the back here, here's the new garage to the left. They saved the masonry arch from the old garage. And another view of the new porch and the new courtyard wall and brick paving in the backyard. Again, just a couple other views of the backyard courtyard and some interior shots showing the renovated living room with a repainted brick fireplace, refinished oak floors. You have a side porch showing a screen replacement with new cypress ceiling and new tile floor. And a revised kitchen with new kitchen cabinets and counters, appliances, and oak flooring to match the original from the house. And the original archways were also kept and maintained as part of the project. So as a result, the property is eligible for the ad valorem tax exemption because it is a contributing property to the Northeast Residential Historic District. Section 25-65 of the Code of Ordinances authorizes ad valorem tax exemptions for historic properties. As stated before, the Part 1 tax exemption application was approved by the Historic Preservation Board in February of this year. The work that's been done as a result meets the Part 1 review and the board approved COA. So as a result, the board approved the Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption at their September 2020 meeting. So as a result, staff recommends approval of the Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption application based on the previous Part 1 approval, and the work is consistent with the approved COA. So staff recommends adoption of ordinance 200280, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Appreciate it. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve Part 2 of the Historic Preservation Property Tax Exemption Application and adopt the proposed ordinance number 200280 on first reading by title only.
Motion and a second. The motion was by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Ward. Adam, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's no public comment at this time. The floor is yours.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
First reading of ordinance 200464, pedestrian safety traffic separator ordinance, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, creating a new Article 7 titled Pedestrians Prohibited in Traffic Separators within Chapter 26 titled Traffic and Motor Vehicles of the City Code of Ordinances, amending Section 2-339 to create a civil citation penalty, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Whoever is sharing their screen, if they could take that down, that would be helpful. Okay, thank you very much. Is it Ms. Shelley or Mr. Feldman that would like to introduce this?
I'll be glad to defer to Ms. Shelley.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, welcome.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I think the easiest way to explain is that staff followed the direction given by the City Commission. As we have explained to you, with these type of ordinances, they need to be very narrowly tailored. If you read the whereas clauses of this ordinance, you'll see that it lays the predicate for why the City Commission is considering adopting this ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shalley. Turn back to the Commission. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 200464 on first reading by title only.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ward. The motion was made by Commissioner A. Santos. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Shalley, if I may just ask one question. I see the penalty. You know, if you are on the median and you don't remove yourself, you will be cited and charged $50 as a penalty. Let's say somebody comes back to a different median and does it again and does it again and does it again. What recourse is there, let's say after you've racked up like 5 violations? Does it escalate to some other kind of penalty, or does it just accrue fines?
The section that's referenced where this fine is being added to, section 2-339 of the code, provides what happens when you get two violations, then 3 violations. There's a process for that escalating.
Okay. Could you summarize it really quickly? I can't change tabs on the tablet really well.
And I don't know, I'm looking up the code, but I don't know if anyone is with us who will actually be, my office is not the one that enforces these ordinances. So it might be most helpful to hear from you, from the folks who practically enforce them. But I will get to that code section and read it to you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Feldman, you want to respond to enforcement?
So, as we talked about with enforcement before, our approach is going to be to educate and inform before we have to make any sort of citation. Civil citations would be issued by GPD in these types of cases, and then ultimately referred to the court.
So if someone is in the median, it would be up to GPD, or I guess a neighbor would have to report it, or GPD driving by on patrol would stop it?
Driving by is probably the most likely, but of course somebody can always call and we would respond.
Okay. And nothing, I guess the answer to my question would be we're going to try education prior to any fining.
That's our goal.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I did find, so the code section, this is a class 1 violation. The second violation is double the amount shown of the penalty, and third and subsequent violations require a mandatory court appearance.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and turn it, oh, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to make sure that that everyone knows that this is based on 6 feet or less in the median. I just want to share that information.
Yeah, basically medians that are not designed for refuge, but
right.
just are merely designed to separate traffic
Right. I just want to
from
make
each
sure
other.
that people know that.
And I think it bears pointing out that if an accident like the one that took a life last weekend happened with anybody standing in an intersection, the same result would happen. They're completely unprotected in those spaces, and that's the purpose of this. It is it's to hopefully save the next life. So Adam, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have at least 2 commenters. Mr. Nico Siegel-Wright, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nico Siegel-Wright. I'm here to express my serious opposition to the pedestrian safety ordinance. I had something prepared, but after hearing the incredible discussion that happened regarding traffic safety, I decided to scrap it because the discussion was incredible in a good way, but also incredible because of the enormous double standard that it showed in the way that these discussions are being conducted. A U.S. student died, and there was this incredible outpouring of empathy and creative and non-punitive solutions to address this problem. We were talking about closing streets temporarily. I don't have to tell you all the ideas that we came up with to address this issue. The pedestrian safety ordinance, on the other hand, is going to primarily affect panhandlers. A panhandler dying was the impetus for it, and the proposed ordinance suggests finding people on medians less than 6 feet wide, and these medians are the medians that we find panhandlers on. And so I'm just wondering, where are the creative and non-punitive solutions to this issue that primarily affects the homeless? And why do we feel so comfortable passing laws that impose fines on activities that homeless people do for their survival? This double standard was also very apparent when we were discussing the COVID safety issue a few hours ago. This was also a public safety issue. It's a public health issue. All of these issues are, in the end, public health issues. Everybody during that discussion seemed to be in agreement that when we're talking about a public health issue like COVID, we need to think outside the box and avoid shame and punishment. Nobody seemed to think that fining UF students or bar goers for not wearing a mask was going to help cut down on COVID deaths. Where is that empathy, and where are those creative solutions for panhandlers? The reason that this is getting me so heated is because I'm a homeless outreach worker, meaning that I'm one of the people who homeless folks can go to when they're in crisis. And a lot of those crises come from being in debt to the city, losing their license. Right now I'm working with a single mother who's living off of $115 per month in cash assistance because she can't get a job because her license was suspended due to lack of payment. If she gets a job and drives to it without her license, she risks jail time and losing her daughter. This practice of fining the indigent has come under international scrutiny lately. Groups like Human Rights Watch, the 2014 Ferguson report have all found that fining indigent people for survival activities is often unconstitutional and it's inhumane. In the situation of Ferguson, it was found to be unconstitutional because it unfairly targeted poor Black and brown.
We may have lost Mr. Siegel-Wright, but his 3 minutes had just expired. Next up is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I want to commend Commission for adopting the ordinance. I hope that it will be strictly enforced, provides the public purpose, and I think it actually, upon reading it, I was actually pretty impressed with how narrowly tailored it was to achieve pedestrian and public safety. Again, despite the comments against it, I think that it addresses the challenges that the Commission is facing. Again, I think it enhances public safety, not only for drivers, pedestrians, and panhandlers alike. So I'm hopeful that, again, that this will be strictly enforced, and if it is challenged, so be it. I think that the city has a vested public purpose and interest in upholding the ordinance, and actually I would support a legal challenge in terms of the city defending it, because I do think that this ordinance, and I want to commend Ms. Shalley because I thought that she did a good explanation, a good job. Seems very tight, and I hope that it'll help address some of the issues that we've been facing. So kudos to the legal team. Hope the Commission will unanimously approve this and have staff strictly include GPD and enforce it strictly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mayor and Commissioners, we have now 5 callers who have joined the queue. We have not pre-screened them. We will screen them live.
So Adam, Adam, go ahead and screen those because we do have somebody in the chamber that's here to speak on this issue. So we'll let this gentleman speak, and that'll give you time to screen those other callers.
Excellent. Thank you. Bethany, you're on screening duty.
Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Patrick Dodds. I'm the director of the Homeless Continuum of Care for Alachua County with United Way of North Central Florida. Here to speak, in opposition of this pedestrian ordinance, and I know we spoke about this in late November. And I want to preface all of this by saying, I genuinely believe that the intentions of the men and women on this commission are guided by the right principles. I've spoken with many of you personally, and I know that we're all on the same side of this, and we do want to try and resolve the issue of homelessness. And I bring up homelessness because ultimately that's, a lot of the folks that are going to be caught in the net of this ordinance are those folks. And I do recognize also that not all of the people out there who are panhandling fall under the purview of the services we provide because they're not homeless. But many of them are. And I do sincerely believe that the conversations that we've been having to attack this problem through a robust outreach program we're on the right path. And I really do look forward to continuing those conversations. And we're working towards providing you with a proposal for just such a program here in the not too distant future. What I fear, though, is that this ordinance will negatively impact the work that we'll be doing here. And we heard Nico, who spoke a moment ago, who's one of the homeless outreach workers, one of the few that we have out there right now, really putting in the time and the emotional effort, talking about how this issue is going to negatively impact this vulnerable population. And when we put together a program to reach out to these folks, the biggest obstacle we have is the lack of trust. That's why these folks are not currently seeking the immense amount of services that our great providers here in this community are currently offering. It's a lack of trust. And I worry for a few reasons that this will erode that trust before we even have a chance to get out there and establish a foothold in this community, trying to get the folks who have realized that they can somehow survive and thrive outside of the system. They're the hardest to get to. On top of that, we have, what I already know you are aware of, the First Amendment issues that this ordinance is going to bring up. The Supreme Court, the lower courts have established that asking for help is a protected speech under the First Amendment. I think the city of Portland, Maine had a very similar ordinance that was enjoining any kind of median occupation. So I would worry that we would erode the trust and not end up having an ordinance in place here in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts. Adam, we'll turn it back over to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first up in the queue is Leanne Shepard. Ms. Shepard, you have your 3 minutes.
Hi. I just wanted to call and say that I am not for this new ordinance. This is not, I don't see how this is even pedestrian safety. It really just seems like an attack on our houseless community. It's extremely classist. It's okay for people to ask for help and for money, and how is us charging them with money that they don't have in the first place going to solve any issues? Like the people said before us, I think we could come up with a more systematic and just better approach to dealing with this issue than charging them money that they don't have. What is that going to help except put them in a worse place moving forward with their lives? And we're supposed to be empowering people and helping our community members. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard. Ms. Kimber, you are next. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioner and Mayor. This is Kimber Task with Southern Legal Counsel. I wasn't able to listen to much of the discussion, so I apologize if some of the things have already been addressed that I'm going to ask. I'm particularly wondering where 6 feet came from. What's the justification? What steps did the city take to come up with that number? What would the ordinance even look like if that was adjusted down? I would love to hear some discussion on that. I asked that you also consider the unintended consequences that you might be causing by displacing people holding signs into the sidewalks. Medians might be the safest alternative, as folks that ask for charity on the drivers are already on the driver's side and therefore aren't walking in and out of the roadways. And I just wanted to implore the city to, as what Patrick and Nico have already said, to take more comprehensive view of what Safe Street and safety is, and instead look at the root causes of why people are asking for charity, aka panhandling, or even in the medians in the first place. You had what sounded like a very intentional and thorough conversation on traffic safety, but this issue for some reason is separated. I would implore you to look deeper at why that was ever separated. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your comments. Alfredo Morales, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I just want to kind of express some of the same things that were said earlier. There really isn't too much to add other than an emphasis on how little this actually does solve the issue, and how disappointing it is that, you know, this is a conversation that is potentially going to cause a lot of harm to a lot of people, and it was pushed until literally 9 p.m. Yeah, every time I call, I feel like I constantly am saying the same thing, and that is, like, I really wish the city council would, like, seriously consider its priorities and, like, where its ethics are, because it's so clear that the unintended consequences of this is going to create more harm towards a marginalized community. And even if that's not the stated intention, like, we're all adults here, and we know that, you know, like, no matter how good of our intentions are, like, they can cause a lot of harm. And, like, that's what the city commission is going to, at the end of the day, like, at the end of the night, whatever the discussion ends up being, like, it's going to cause more harm if these issues aren't addressed systemically and, like, at their actual root, instead of just, you know, throwing some random number out there as a fine and just causing more harm to people. I mean, like, this is a conversation that kind of touches on everything that I think has been going on since, you know, a lot of it, like, last year we talked about, like, the rent moratorium. We talked about, like, how much GPD takes in terms of resources from the city. And, like, this ties into that conversation too, and I feel like we're just saying a lot of the same things instead of addressing the issues that cause these conversations in the first place. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have 2 more speakers at the moment. Sage Ridenour, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. I guess I'm just calling because I'm really curious where you expect those who are in the median asking for financial support from those often driving, but also sometimes walking. Where you expect those people to get the money to pay for these frivolous fines. That's really what I'm most curious about. Because oftentimes people are, you know, panhandling because they are experiencing some sort of financial hardship and oftentimes houseless. So, you know, like, that's really confusing to me as someone listening in and hearing about this ordinance. So I would love to hear the creative ideas you have for those people to pay these fines. And I would love to hear what you have to say. I am opposed to this, and I definitely feel like this is targeting people who oftentimes privileged individuals who don't want to actually face, because it puts into perspective the privilege of housed people. So that's just some of my concerns, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ridenour. One last caller, Kareem Duby.
Hi, thank you for your time. I feel like overwhelmingly these calls have reverberated my own sentiments about how predatory these ordinances feel towards a community that already is very underserved and also struggling, as it seems. I hope that with all of the feedback and the words that you've heard today, that the people who have the ability to make changes and truly bring up ideas that can service our community will take these thoughts and these sentiments into place and bring back something to the table that actually offers something to our people. Because it hurts me to hear that the people who are supposed to represent us and advocate for our best interests are trying to incarcerate, fine, and further put restrictions and certain roadblocks in place that impair their way to live and also keep them chained to life, to the system. I really look forward to the future and what you city commissioners have to bring to the table as true solutions to the overwhelmingly exacerbated issue of houselessness in this community. So with that being said, I do very much so not agree with this ordinance, and I very much so would like to see you all vote down on it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. We have one more caller, Milo Nealons. Milo, you are up. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm a U.S. student and a third-generation Gainesville resident, and this ordinance seems to me like, in many ways, like other strategies, that the city has accommodated U.S. and U.S. students and extended, as was said earlier, empathy and privileges that are not afforded to members of the broader community and particularly underserved communities within Gainesville, in this case, the homeless community. I would really like you to reconsider the ordinances that you proposed today that just really kind of shockingly demonstrate how there are 2 different Gainesvilles that are being served in 2 very different ways by the city, and just think about the ways that this ordinance will harm the homeless community, which is already very marginalized and really negatively impacted by a lot of the activities that the city is taking in downtown development. I would encourage you to oppose this ordinance and really take a kinder eye to marginalized communities within Gainesville in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Those are all of our speakers in the queue. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you all for calling in and sharing your thoughts with us. It's truly appreciated, especially waiting us out. Just for the point that this was placed at the end of the agenda, first readings are always the last items on our agenda. So the next time this comes up, it will be earlier on the agenda. That's how our rules are set up. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take everybody back to about 1.5 years ago, I think, when there was a gentleman standing in the median on Northwest 16th, where it turns into 23rd at 43rd Street. A woman driving a car on that road had a medical emergency, lost control of her vehicle, and bumped him. He fell into a lane of traffic and was run over and killed. In that instance, neither of the drivers could have done anything differently. They were being sloppy. There was a medical emergency that caused the death. Following that, I started asking our city attorney's office how we could create something that keeps people from dying from standing in our medians. That's where this comes from. And I'm sorry if it's unkind to try to keep people alive. But that's where I'm coming from. If people don't stand in the medians, they're not going to get fined. I have spent years, long before I was on this commission, trying to find ways to help. We have spent many hours as a commission trying to get to something better to help people. I've spoken with many of the people who have called in. Spent a lot of time with Mr. DeCarmine. I've talked with Mr. Dodds about ways that the city of Gainesville can be helpful to people who don't have a place to live. We're hoping that we get some good stuff back soon to help fund social workers doing outreach on the streets. This is intended to keep people from being injured and killed standing in our medians. That's the intent. If someone has a better idea, please bring it to us. I feel personally responsible when someone is standing in a median and gets killed. That's why I started this conversation a year and a half ago. If you want to be angry with somebody for that, I'm your guy. Thanks.
Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Feldman, if I could get you back on, you said the first approach will always be an educational one, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And possibly even the second, because we can't be sure that we've reached the same person twice.
Practically, what's going to happen is if a police officer sees somebody in a traffic separator, they will ask them to leave. If the person refuses, then they will get a citation. And that will happen whether it's a first, second, or third. We really don't carry around a list to say whether this is their first infraction or their second infraction. So we will continue to ask somebody to leave, and if they don't, then they will get cited. If they leave and come back, the officer passes them again, then we'll just have to step up the enforcement at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. So that is part of why I am supporting this ordinance. Because we are taking an empathetic approach. We are politely, respectfully asking that someone remove themselves from a dangerous situation. And in my hope is that this doesn't just apply to our houseless neighbors. It's going to apply to the university students that I've seen throw themselves in front of my car, in front of the Publix, across from Smathers, and just try to cross the street because they can't go to the crosswalk. And 2 hours ago, we were listening to parents crying about their kids getting hit by a car. So I don't want anyone having to call in about their loved one being hit by a car and dying. And so when I look at the map that's provided that shows us where these traffic separators are, I see them at intersections where very often I have seen people trying to just cross the street, standing in the middle, either to panhandle or for any other reason because they want to cross the street. And I think that it is an excellent idea to stop that. If you disagree with me, we're just going to disagree with that because you can't convince me otherwise. Nobody should be on a median for whatever reason. That is how people get hurt. That is how people die. That is how someone carries the grief of accidentally killing someone, because I'm pretty sure the woman who had the medical emergency is carrying that grief with her. Anybody who injured our students this past weekend is carrying that grief with them. It is not just one isolated grief or family that is injured. It is a community that is injured. And if so, this ordinance can stop that from happening with empathy, with politeness, with respect, saying, please remove yourself from the median. Our ordinances do not allow you to stand here. Let me escort you to the sidewalk. I think that is the best approach we have at the moment. And I agree with Commissioner Ward. If you have a better idea, please bring it forward. But until then, this is the tool that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I would recommend people actually take a look at the ordinance. And the very first sentence, it says, according to the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles publication titled Traffic Crash Facts. traffic crash facts. And this is based off the 2019 annual report, which is available online. And in the city of Gainesville in 2019, in the city of Gainesville, there were 88 pedestrians involved in traffic crashes, and of those, 10 were killed and 68 suffered injuries. 10 were killed and 68 suffered injuries within the city of Gainesville. We just went through a gut-wrenching scenario previous with callers coming in regarding their loved ones. And here we have 10 individuals that were killed. I've heard callers call in with admiration, and they speak with such kind terms, and the people that they're speaking endearment of are lucky to have them as advocates. They can go to them, they can talk to them, but 10 people cannot. They don't have the luxury of having advocacy. This is becoming a habit in this city, where it seems like every other conversation is about who's dying, how many people are dying in this city, and what are we doing to protect those that are here? What are we doing to provide a safety environment for the residents in our community? I'm with you, Commissioner Ward, on this. How many more people have to die? Thank you.
Mr. Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate the calls that came in. I think the predominant question was, what creative solutions can we provide to assist the people in our community who don't have a home, who don't have a house? I can promise you the answer to that question does not lie in the middle of the street. It's too dangerous. It's not a safe practice. And here we have an opportunity to do something about that. So I'm going to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody for your thoughts. I just cannot believe that it's anybody's opinion that it's a good or a safe thing to have somebody in the middle of a median. I cannot get to the point where somebody would think that that is a good situation. This isn't an anti-panhandling ordinance. People can still ask for money literally anywhere in public except the most dangerous place they can be. That's the one thing we're saying is let's get people away from the most dangerous place they can stand, they can sit, they can sometimes sleep. Draw a circle around Gainesville and Alachua County and tell me how far you have to go to find a city and county that do more for the homeless than us. And I know that the folks that are fighting this fight it seems thankless. It seems like it's always an uphill battle. I know that. The people that do it are saints. They don't do it for money or adoration. They do it because it's in their soul. But there have to be times where we can have a common understanding that allowing somebody, us as a community, allowing somebody to stand in a median for hours and hours a day is inviting the worst, is inviting somebody to be killed. So if the problem is a person's way of sustaining their livelihood is going to be threatened because they can't stand in the median, then let's address that. Let's address the root cause instead of saying, because you're homeless, we're okay putting yourself in harm's way. That's not okay for a houseless neighbor. That's not okay for a UF student. That's not okay for my daughter or my wife. It's not okay for anybody. And we've got to at least come to a place in this conversation where we can agree on those simple things. Commissioner Simmons, you cut through it all. I'm tired of talking about death. I'm tired of it. We've got so much hope and opportunity and beauty in this city, but we can't get past these conversations about whether somebody should be allowed to put themselves in a position to die or not. I'm ready to turn that page. I've been ready. And it would be wonderful if something like this wasn't necessary. But we want to just protect folks. And if that means walking to the sidewalk and asking somebody for $1 because they need something to eat, I'm fine with that. I got no problem with that whatsoever. So let's move past this and continue figuring out how we can work together to solve these problems. With that, Madam Clerk, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 200657, ordinance amending the supplemental retirement program for police officers. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 2-608 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Gainesville to modify the eligibility rules associated with the supplemental retirement program for police officers, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Anybody have a motion? Any questions, comments, or is there a motion? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 200657 on first reading?
Yeah, first reading.
Or final reading?
First, yeah.
First reading.
Motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to approve the resolution. This was agreed upon. The amendment to the contract with FOP and PBA agreed to and ratified by both collective bargaining bodies. So we thank them for that straightforward negotiation. Adam, any members of the public will speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, we're still checking with one person who just called in. Give me half a second. The answer is no. The floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, I believe we're back to BD 8, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. On page 14, the Welcome Back Program with the recommendation from the city manager to the commission that you all hear a presentation and provide feedback.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have Ms. Buckiadis.
All right, I will share my screen. One moment, please.
While Chelsea is doing that and just recognizing where we are in the time, this emanated out of what we call the 16-part motion back in October. And what we're doing tonight is a check-in before we issue the RFP to move forward with this, or not the RFP, but actually promulgate the guidelines for this program. So we want to make sure we're meeting the commission's intent. So we have a brief presentation to show you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Ms. Bakayadis, welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Good evening, my name is Chelsea Bakaitis, and I'm a project manager with the GCRA. At the August 31st City Commission meeting, Commissioner Ward presented two programs to be called the Welcome Back Program and the All in the Family Heirs Property Program. The Commission motioned for staff to return with program details and proposed dollar amounts for both programs. On December 15th, at the GCRA Advisory Board meeting, staff presented an update about the Welcome Back Program and the All in the Family Heirs Property Program. The heirs property program was very straightforward, and so staff will return to update the City Commission about this program upon an award for the RFP for legal services. But city leadership, as we just heard, has requested that the GCRA staff come back to the City Commission for further clarification regarding the Welcome Back program. GCRA staff needs clarification from you, our City Commissioners, about the directions and policies of the program moving forward. On this next slide, I will present the proposed program elements that are compiled from Commissioner Ward's August 31st presentation and backup documents, and from our staff research. The overall purpose of the program is to prevent rapid demographic change, community change, and aid communities that are threatened with gentrification. As presented on August 31st by Commissioner Ward, it was the intent of the City Commission to create neighborhood stability by helping people invest in their future through home ownership. The proposed program would offer a grant of $25,000 to recipients to buy an existing home or build a new home. The money would be given after the house sale closing or would be given after move-in for a new house. If applicants leave before 5 years have passed, they must pay back the whole grant. But if applicants live in the house for 5 to 9 years, they have to pay half of the grant. If they live over 10 years or more, they don't have to pay back any of the grant. The proposed eligible neighborhoods include those that are experiencing the most rapid change or gentrification within the GCRA district, and that includes the Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, Porters, and Spring Hill neighborhoods. Eligible participants must provide proof that they were residents of the neighborhood before 2010 for at least 3 years. This was a year staff tentatively chose, but even so, it is difficult to determine if this would target, the desired applicants this program was designed for. It would also be difficult for applicants to prove that they were a former resident of the neighborhood. Items that we had thought of the applicants may use to prove residency include an old family lease or mortgage papers, an affidavit from a long-term residence, or driving record. Next, $75,000 are able to be allocated for the year 2021 for the program. This total would help us be able to offer 3 grants. We propose that the GCRA determines the demand of the program in 2021 and move forward from there. Overall, we have 6 other projects or programs relating to houses that the GCRA is pursuing. They include 1, an heirs property program, which I had mentioned earlier in the presentation, or otherwise known as All in the Family program. And so we will come back to you when an award of solicitation for the attorneys to represent applicants comes back. Number 2, we're working on affordable housing infill developments for the Porters and Pleasant Street neighborhoods. This project will be kicked off in the next month or 2 with the GCRA Advisory Board. Number 3, we're working on a funding partnership with Public Works to make a paper street into a real street to sell lots in the Duval neighborhood to a developer who will be required to make 5 of the 11 lots available for affordable housing. The 4th program we're working on is the Neighborhood Paint Program, which you had seen a couple of months ago and was approved. GCRA staff is now creating a bid for painters and pressure wall under this program. The 5th housing program we're working on is a potential programs to work with applicants to make energy improvements to their homes. And the 6th we're working on is a potential historic home rehabilitation program. So overall, the types of issues that we're addressing with these programs on housing includes heirs property issues, affordable infill housing, neighborhood beautification of homes, home energy improvements, and historic preservation through home rehabilitation. In summary, it was the goal of the City Commission with the proposed Welcome Back program to create neighborhood stability through home ownership. This, again, was presented to the GCR Advisory Board, but it brought a few questions from them as to whether this proposed program is the most effective avenue to maintain neighborhood stability. So now I'll go over what their comments were. Overall, the Advisory Board had a mix of positive and negative feedback. Many more board members were happy and agreed that a program such as this may become a key tool to prevent displacement in neighborhoods that are threatened with gentrification right now. Even so, there was concerns from the board that the program wasn't inclusive enough. We had a few recommend that the program be opened up to all first-time homebuyers, regardless if they were former resident or not, with maybe giving preference to former residents who are wanting to return. In other words, overall, the conversation took a turn towards a desire to incentivize homeownership in general within these neighborhoods, specifically neighborhoods threatened by gentrification. Another problem is that it is difficult to prove if someone was a former resident in a neighborhood, and staff recommends a potential way forward would be to open the grant up as the Advisory Board recommends. Other questions, if this is the case, other questions staff raise is if the program is opened up to be more inclusive, do we want to offer an amount less than $25,000, such as $10,000 to allow more applicants perhaps? Or do we want to create a more similar program to the former model block that will encourage and support community home ownership and long-term home ownership? Overall, our recommendation would be to make this available to any first-time home buyers to purchase a home in these neighborhoods. That incentive would be offered at closing with an easement for 10 years. This would be designed to help first-time home buyers within certain neighborhoods. We also got feedback regarding the names of both programs. The Advisory Board thought they might be a little confusing because they were based off of TV shows, or they sound like they're based off of TV shows or popular songs. In closing, we would like the City Commission feedback about 1, how would you like to move forward with this program? And 2, if you would like to open the program to all first-time home buyers, I ask, how and would a broader home ownership program meet your goals for neighborhood stability? Former residency requirement would take away a potentially cumbersome process to prove eligibility, but it would still promote long-term home ownership and neighborhood stability, and would complement the other housing programs we are currently working on. I will now yield to the City Commission for feedback. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question on the Schedule B, or 2 questions, I guess. Schedule B, or Attachment B. On the bottom there, it says, Advisory Board reviews plans and provides feedback. Does that mean that is that just for this kind of building out the program, or whenever somebody would submit an application, it would go back to the Advisory Board?
Are you talking about the the charter, correct?
Yeah.
So that is just pertaining to building the program,
okay,
not
right.
action.
As far as the program and opening it up to all first-time home buyers, I think that goes completely against what the program's about. And people are building houses in these neighborhoods already. It's not like we need to get people to build houses there. They're building houses every day in all these neighborhoods. I think it's making sure that it's bringing people back to those neighborhoods who may have left or something like that. And I'm glad we do have a 3-year thing and not just before 2010 or something. I think you should have something. I don't know if 3 years is long enough or not, but if we didn't have like a 3-year thing, I mean, I personally would be eligible for this. And I don't think I'm the person we should be trying, because I've lived in these neighborhoods and before that point, and I don't think I should be the person who's, this program's working for it, so I do think we should make sure to have a length of time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Chelsea, do you mind unsharing your screen, please? It'd be helpful for us on this end.
Yes.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my fear is that if we open it up to any first-time home buyer, it becomes gentrification really quickly, just to be very plain about it. The intent, my intent, was to help people who used to live in a traditionally black neighborhood, who may have moved out of that neighborhood, have an opportunity to come back and invest in that neighborhood with our help. And when I say invest, I mean invest their life in that neighborhood, not buy a house to flip. We don't want to do that. That's not the point. But for people to strengthen neighborhoods that they grew up in. That was the point. And I'm really thrilled that it's back to us and basically ready to go. But I don't want this to turn into something that is a gentrification opportunity. I want this to be a way for neighborhoods to be strengthened and for people to be strengthened. I chose $25,000 because $25,000 ends up being, you know, a significant chunk of the sale price of most homes in the neighborhoods that we've listed here. It gets you real equity really quickly, rather than a little tiny piece of something. This actually helps. It invests in people and in the community. That's the idea. I don't care what we call it. We call it Welcome Back, we can call it Bob, we can call it Model Block, I don't care. I will say that we have chosen some names for city programs over the years that don't mean a thing in the world. Like Model Block, I have no idea what that really means. I know because I've looked it up, but how in the world do you sell a program called Model Block? The intent is to have a program that people can be interested in and can be turned on by, and that will be something that builds wealth for them and for the neighborhood that they're buying into. That's the idea behind it. And if that isn't clear, I'm happy to have a conversation. Otherwise, I'm happy to, that's my idea. It doesn't have to be the whole commission's idea. You know, if my colleagues don't agree, we can change this up. I'm looking for ways to invest in people and in neighborhoods that need the investment. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions and some comments. One thing that I think is missing from this proposed project is an education component to it. For instance, like finance, literacy, because what we've often seen, and the mistake that I don't want to happen, is once someone they're in a home and they get a first-time home buyer, they may not have the education and understand fully what they're getting themselves into. So I think maybe partner with NHDC, Neighborhood Housing Development Corporation, to add an education component piece to this as a criteria or qualifying factor. That'll go a long ways. So I think that you need to consider that. Also, are we talking about using the money to purchase or build a home, or both, or either or? Because another thing that you can also look at too is using that money for land acquisition in these communities and these neighborhoods and build on it. And that way you can house it, you have the inventory, and you can pretty much contain and control who can go there. Because as I'm thinking and I'm like scouring my brain, inventory it's not a lot of inventory in these neighborhoods. It's really not. So, yeah, you may have empty lots here and there, but actual inventory is little to none. So the idea, I love the concept and I love the idea, but I think we need to look at maybe land acquisition in some of these communities. We need to look at an educational component to this program. But I love the concept, and I think you're right. You don't want to, in my opinion, and I know you created this program to bring back the intended people that were once there. You want to bring them back home. You don't want to open it up to everybody, because then you're right, you're going to have an influx of people wanting to get in this program. But take a look at land acquisition, the education component, partnering with NHDC, and yeah, because it's more lots than inventory that I can see. Just something to think about.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco, and then Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a few questions. I know that we said that in order to prove residency, which I think I agree, it's something that you should have just because of the intent of the program was to bring back people who had previously lived here, grown up in these neighborhoods, raised families here, to bring them back. But one of the things that you mentioned could be used as proof of residency was an affidavit. Is it a single affidavit? Is it a collection of affidavits? Is there, I guess, a minimum or a certain style of it that the program is looking at?
Thank you for your question. We're still determining that. Those were some ideas we had, but we're still determining how many affidavits, et cetera.
So the driving record, the affidavits, those are still just kind of ballparking ideas until you can figure out one way to prove residency, or a couple ways.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So I'm not opposed to affidavits, only because as an attorney I've used them before when other folks just don't have the appropriate the appropriate documentation, which may be difficult to maintain for folks of varying places in life, and so you may not be able to have that, but you know people either in these neighborhoods that are already established that can vouch and say, yeah, so-and-so used to live here, of course they did. Or any combination of documentation to kind of allow that, because I don't want it to be so onerous a process that nobody can prove that they live there. My second question is, could you repeat the piece about the funding for the first year and then the subsequent years?
Oh, yeah. So if a person stays within the home for 10 years or more, they don't have to pay any of the grant back. If they stay from 5 to 9 years, they have to pay back half of the grant. If they stay in the house for under 5 years, they have to pay the whole grant back.
Okay.
And we're going to be putting a lien, a 10-year lien.
Okay, I think that's fine. I think that's an appropriate amount of time. My question was more about the GCRA funding versus regular funding. I think there was a part in there that you mentioned. There's funding for 1 year, and then subsequent years will get funding from somewhere else.
Oh, no. So subsequent years would be the GCRA. I apologize. What I was saying with that was that we have budgeted $75,000 for 2021, and we'll look if we need to raise that budget for future years out of the GCRA budget.
Okay, that sounds better. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
In which case, I think 75 is a good pilot, and I agree that 25 is a good amount because that's a down payment. If you can get that, that is a significant down payment. That is land acquisition. Which brings me to my following question. Are we considering a certain time limit that you have to purchase or build on the property?
No.
No. So.
Oh, yeah.
So let's say I get the grant. How much time would I have to purchase a property? Is it contingent on, I guess, how much time do you have to spend the money if you do get the grant?
So we're giving the grant at closing or move-in of a new home. We I guess that's something we will have to figure out, like if they apply and we promise them that we'll give them the money, and then we have other applicants wanting to apply, that's something we'll have to flesh out about the program.
Okay, that was just one concern. I know from trying to purchase my home, knowing how much money you have on hand is one of the most important calculations you can do. So I think it would be helpful to know, you know, if it's awarding at the beginning and having some kind of letter of credit saying, you know, the city of Gainesville will furnish $25,000 towards the purchase of this property in addition to whatever other money they might have or loan a candidate gets. But I think it's important to know up front if you have that, because it's difficult. It's difficult to go to a bank. It's difficult to go to a seller if you don't have that money. Saying I'm going to apply to this program once I'm at closing. So I think my preference would be awarding it and giving folks, you know, 6 months to figure out. And it doesn't have to be 6 months. I'm just pulling a comfortable time frame. But giving some amount of time that they identify and move towards closing on a property. And if they don't spend it, then it goes back into the pot for another applicant.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, if I can just jump in. Through our Housing and Community Development office, we have programs like down payment assistance and first-time home ownership programs that are very similar in concept, and I would see us applying the same protocols for that. And those have been pretty successful in getting people their financing and closing. So we'll certainly come back, but my guess is we'll follow those same types of procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. I move that we extend the meeting by 5 minutes.
Motion second. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Is this for 5 minutes? Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye. I wasn't gonna allow the motion if it was for anything more than that. Did you conclude, Commissioner Sacco? Yes, sir. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Really quickly, will you be bringing this back to the commission once you have the finalized guidelines?
Yes, we will. We'll be taking your feedback today to build what we'll bring back to you.
Okay. Do you know when that's going to be?
I would think I'll have to check with my director if she wants us to bring it back to the advisory board. But I would think it would be pretty quick turnaround, maybe a couple of months, depending if we're bringing it to them or not.
Okay.
Oh, she just texted me. We will be bringing it to the advisory board. So if we bring it to the February, we'll probably bring it to the advisory board in February, March, depending on the schedule. Yeah. So we could say April for you guys.
Thank you. Oh, and I also agree that this should not be all first-time home buyers.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to briefly read 2 paragraphs that were part of the original proposal that somehow got lost in context somewhere. Who would qualify? Individuals who spent at least 3 years growing up in the neighborhood where they want to move, or current residents of any age who already reside in the neighborhood in question. Applicants would need proof of that prior or existing residency and would need to complete an application that demonstrates their plan to purchase, build, or renovate a single home in a specific neighborhood. They would also need to complete a city-approved financial literacy and home ownership course. Successful applicants will agree to maintain primary residence in the house for a minimum of 5 years. I'll stop at that part and go to the next paragraph. How would the $25,000 be distributed? For home purchases, the city would make the payment as part of the purchase price to the seller at closing on behalf of the applicant. For applicants who choose to build a home, the payment would be made as part or all of the purchase price of a lot to the seller at closing or on behalf of the applicant, or to an approved contractor on behalf of the applicant, or to an approved materials vendor on behalf of the applicant. For renovation applicants, payment would be made to an approved contractor on behalf of the applicant or to an approved materials vendor on behalf of the applicant. So I think that answers, with the initial document, some of the questions we've asked here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Boy, we can talk the simple out of an idea, I'll tell you what. We just need to try it. We just, look, it's a pilot, it's 3 potential grants. We just need to put it out there, see who responds. Did 50 people respond? That tells us something. Did 1 person respond? That tells us something. Let's just get it out there, try to see if a couple people who used to live in a neighborhood are willing to move back with a little bit of assistance. So I want to put a motion forward to give direction to that effect.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the GCRA staff take into context everything that we've spoken about this evening and bring back the plan.
I think that it goes to the GCRA, which includes must have lived in the neighborhood before, and a couple other conditions. But yeah, let's not overthink this. Adam, is there anybody still touched enough to?
We do have 2 people who would like to speak on this issue. Excuse me. Mr. Nathan Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the current item, I'll show the concern. I mean, I think it's a pilot program. I mean, 3 grants. Perhaps if it was less money, there'd be more grants available. But 3, I guess, is a good starting point, assuming that the intent is fulfilled, and the intent is supposed to be to encourage people to relocate back to neighborhoods that had a prior presence there, not expand it to everyone. So I think that's part of the discussion I heard. The other part, I guess the Ayers property came up in the course of the issue, in full support of clearing the title of the Ayers property. But as I mentioned before, I don't think that should be a taxpayer expense. I think that the city should seek to enlist pro bono legal services to help people do that. I think that would be a better use of limited resources, but and in support of trying to help people clear the title to the Ayers property. And then just one final point, after the traffic ordinance, apparently the phone line flooded with people angry at you guys, so we got skipped over on the police issue. There's, I think, 2 people on hold waiting to speak on that, but you guys worked through that. So before you take a final vote, I think you should check with Adam or whoever's moderating to make sure that there's no callers, because when the phone lines get jammed up like that, we're not able to be heard on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Last speaker on this issue, Sage Ridenauer. Sage, you have 3 minutes. Sage, you out there? Well, Mr. Mayor, we see her speaker's on, and we're not getting a response. Given that you only have a few more minutes, I would say take the mic. You have the floor.
Okay, and Sage, if you'd like to email us with your thoughts, we'll get it that way as well. Okay, so let's move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. We've worn ourselves down, y'all, so thanks for the hard work. I want to thank Corporal Torres, Officer Ellis, Lieutenant Giles for being with us tonight, and of course the amazing Miss Malden, who keeps us safe and clean. Keep quoting Outcast, I have to find a new quote, but so fresh and so clean while you're around. Thank you. I appreciate all of your support and service, and with that, we are adjourned.